with the help of NTIA. My name is Angie Cronenberg, and I'm the Wireline Legal Advisor to Commissioner Clyburn, and I also am a member of the Joint Conference staff, and I will be your MC today. So before we begin the program, I just want to go over a couple of ground rules. These rules will sound familiar, things that you kind of learned in kindergarten, right? So first of all, I'm going to try very hard to keep us on time. There are a lot of people that are coming in and out today to see specific things, so I want to be sure we stay on time as much as possible. There will be a chance for audience participation. As you'll see, there's a microphone up there. At the end of towards the end of each panel, the moderator will open it up for discussion. If you have a particular question or statement you'd like to make, please go to the mic and let us know who you are and your affiliation, and the moderator will be happy to engage with you in the panel. And for those of you who are watching us via live webcast, we also welcome your participation. You may send your questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. As chair of the Federal State Joint Conference, Commissioner Mignon Clyburn has engaged her state counterparts on efforts to increase broadband availability and adoption. In 2010 and 2011, the Joint Conference gathered data and information on state regulatory actions to promote broadband in order to inform the FCC's USF reform proceeding. In November 2011, the Joint Conference collaborated with the Massachusetts Department of Cable and Telecommunications and sponsored the Massachusetts Broadband Conference. Then last summer, Commissioner Clyburn began strategizing and planning today's summit with the Joint Conference members. Commissioner Clyburn's dedication to public service began years ago with her work on the South Carolina Public Service Commission that lasted for well over a decade. President Obama nominated her in 2009 to the FCC, and she recently was renominated and reconfirmed for a second term. Her work at the FCC has been committed to improving the lives of all U.S. citizens by ensuring that they have access to modern communications services. I know she likes her introductions to be very short, but I also can't help but add a little personal note. Very often, she takes the opportunity to praise her staff from the dais, and today I'm happy to have the opportunity to publicly say how proud I am to be one of her advisors. She inspires me every day to work hard for all consumers. And please join me in welcoming the chair of the Federal State Joint Conference on Advanced Services and FCC Commissioner Mignon Clyburn.
Good morning, Angie. Good morning, Angie. Good morning, everyone. And Angie just moved me with that introduction. I'm not usually almost moved to tears before 9:30 in the morning, but thank you so very much, Angie, for being just an awesome staffer. She's just incredible. And welcome, everyone. I am so happy to see so many people in attendance, and I am thrilled that we have even more watching this summit via the web. I want to especially welcome the state commissioners on the Federal State Joint Conference, State Chairman Landis, Commissioners Y, Sandoval, and Bloom, and Chairman Kane. Would you please stand? I also want to acknowledge the staff of the Joint Conference. And if you are on the Joint Conference staff, please stand, both federal and state members. Again, if you would. These are some incredible people who have been working so diligently to address broadband availability, and they really deserve special recognition for their work on the Joint Conference. And this is another job on top of their full-time jobs at their states. I also want to acknowledge the president of NARUC, my friend Phil Jones, who has also been dedicated to ensuring that consumers have access to modern communication services and is focused on collaboration between federal and state members during his term as president and even before that. Thank you so much, Phil, for your friendship and for your work. We started working on this summit last summer when we met at NARUC in Portland. The response from the Joint Conference and staff was so tremendous when we began that we formulated plans for the issues to be covered today. each commissioner expressed his or her support for more education of the federal, state, and local efforts to promote broadband adoption. This is because broadband is an essential service, and the statistics show that approximately 1/3 of Americans are being left behind. Low-income consumers and minorities significantly trail the average adoption rate in the U.S., so we must continue to address the digital divide collaboratively and creatively. And many steps have been taken by both private and public sectors to address the adoption rate, and we thought a day where we can focus on the current academic thinking on this issue and highlight projects throughout this nation, many of which are joint efforts between private and public sectors, that we could learn from one another and hopefully spur new ideas and creative solutions to address this significant issue for our nation. I hope you are just as excited as I am about the lineup today, and I want to spend another moment thanking the committee who has made today's summit happen. Co-chaired by Commissioner Y of Massachusetts and Angie Cronenberg of my staff, the committee included Garnett Hanley of the FCC, Laura Breeden of NTIA, and Kalun Lee of Massachusetts. We owe a huge debt of gratitude for Commissioner Y for keeping us on schedule. If you know him, you know what I mean, for the planning and for stimulating many ideas and discussions. His collaboration with both the federal and state staff, as well as NTIA and RUS, and his ability to keep us on task through the planning process was really important to ensure the success of today's event. It turns out that he and Angie are like two peas in a pod. They really complement each other quite well, and I want to thank her once again for the organization she brought to the committee and to my life. The committee has also had assistance from our CGB and technical staff, Susan Feizing and Jeff Rodon, respectively, on the Massachusetts staff, and Joseph Tiernan. Then, of course, today would not run smoothly without our CGB, WCB, and technical staff working behind the scenes. Thank you so much. Thank each and every one of you who have helped and are working to make today a success. And I want to express my appreciation for all of the panelists who have joined us today to give us their views on their experiences working on this very important issue. Many have traveled across this great nation at their own expense, and we appreciate those efforts and those sacrifices. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to State Chair Landis, who is such a dear friend to me. We go way back, way back. Even though we haven't known each other long, we go way back. This chairmanship has been so rewarding for me because I've had the pleasure of working with my friend Commissioner Landis, his decade-long service to his home state of Indiana, and to our nation through his work on the Joint Conference, the Joint Board on Separations, and his prior service to the Joint Board on Universal Service are extraordinary. His leadership on today's summit has been crucial since we began planning it, and I am so happy he agreed to moderate our last panel today. So please join me in welcoming State Chair and Indiana Commissioner and my friend, Commissioner Larry Landis.
Good morning. On behalf of the state members and state staff of the Federal State Joint Conference on Advanced Services, it's a pleasure to welcome you 200 strong here today and an additional over 100 folks joining us on the internet, and to welcome you all to today's summit. First and foremost, I want to take just a moment to acknowledge the efforts of my joint conference and joint board colleague and fellow former state commissioner, Minion Clyburn. When you reach a certain age, you find that you no longer want to have old friends. It's more appropriate to have long-standing friends. And then there are those friends who are relatively new, perhaps a decade or so, who quickly become lifelong friends because you realize that if you'd met them perhaps 30 years ago, they would still be your friends. So I wish to acknowledge my lifelong friend of this past decade, Commissioner Clyburn, for her leadership, service, integrity, and collegiality. From the state side, we also extend a warm welcome to our new colleagues, Commissioner Pai and Commissioner Rosenworcel. As many of you are aware, the Joint Conference was established in 1999 to promote and encourage the deployment and adoption of broadband and other advanced services, taking its mission from Section 706A of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which reads in part, "The Commission and each state commission with regulatory jurisdiction over telecommunications services shall encourage the deployment on a reasonable and timely basis of advanced telecommunications capability to all Americans." All Americans. Measures that promote competition in the local communications market, other regulating methods that remove barriers to infrastructure investment. That charge is sweeping and empowering, both for the FCC and the state commissions. In its wisdom, Congress saw the necessity of the FCC and the states to work closely together. A little over 4 years ago, the Joint Conference met in San Jose for a similar forum. At that time, we advanced the thought that maybe this isn't really rocket science, that there are really just three groups we need to get our arms around. Three sets of needs to be met. Those of the least, the last, and the lost. The least, those individuals who, whether working poor, unemployed, or underemployed, struggle to find the resources necessary to connect. The last, those individuals who are at the outer limits or beyond the current technological reach of the provider or providers of choice. And the lost, those individuals for whom we have not yet been able to make the value proposition of broadband come to life. Today we will focus primarily on the least and the lost, and in particular on the synergy which makes those two come together. Commissioner Clyburn has acknowledged several members of the committee, as well as others who made today possible. I want to add just two other additional names, Jennifer Duane of NTIA and Jessica Zaffolo from RUS. So on behalf of my state colleagues, I need to echo our appreciation to the driving force, our co-chairs, Angie Cronenberg, who has been Commissioner Clyburn's strong right arm, and sometimes left arm as well, keeping us on track and nurturing a collegial environment, not only on the joint conference, but on the two federal-state joint boards, as we've worked together through challenging times. On the state side, Commissioner Huai has led the effort, working tirelessly and meeting frequently over the last 3 months with our federal counterparts. He was the organizer of the highly successful regional forum, as has been already mentioned, in Boston slightly over a year ago. This is the second forum in the past 3 months in which the states have looked at broadband issues. First at the NARUC meeting last November, in which Commissioner Sandoval led a robust panel addressing complementary broadband issues. So Commissioner Sandoval and Commissioner Huai have contributed to each other's forums, and they both also deserve acknowledgement. Now, Commissioner Clyburn has introduced NARUC's current president, Philip Jones, and as some of you may know, state commissioners have a broad profile. In addition to the usual suspects, telecommunications, energy, water, sewer, and so on, we sometimes deal with other things, including grain elevators and gas wells. So it's always encouraging for those of us who focus primarily on telecommunications and on communications when one of our peers is called upon to serve as president of NARUC. This year's president is such an individual, the Honorable Phil Jones of the great state of Washington, who is with us today. Phil, if you would come up and bring greetings from NARUC, please.
Thank you. I am Philip Jones of the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission, but today I speak on behalf of NARUC. I'm not going to belabor the proceedings anymore. I know you have a full schedule, but what a turnout. Fantastic. 200 here, about 140 or so on the webcast, and I think it's just fantastic. When the Obama administration came in, they published the National Broadband Plan. We committed at NARUC, at the state, to work fully and closely with the FCC on the implementation of the broadband plan. As Mignon said, we still have a lot to do. And Mignon and Larry, thank you for your leadership. And I commit to you as president of NARUC over the next, during the term of my presidency and as long as I serve in the leadership of NARUC, I will commit that we will devote the resources to the 706, to this joint committee, to make this happen. It has to be a partnership. The FCC can't do it all. You have to work with the states, local government. You have to work with those states that are leading. And we need to reach out to the last and the least and the lost, as Larry said. Commissioner Pai, we haven't had a chance to spend too much time with you yet, but we look forward to working with you on behalf of NARUC. And Angie, Jeff, it's the first time I heard two peas in a pod. But I think it reflects that, this is a partnership. And without this being a partnership, a broadband deployment and adoption cannot work. So I'm pleased to be here, and Mignon, thank you for your leadership, Larry, and look forward to a successful conference.
FCC Commissioner Ajit Pai, the newest member of the Federal Communications Commission and the Federal State Joint Conference, hails from the great state of Kansas and has already demonstrated his commitment to ensuring that all Americans have access to broadband communications. We're pleased to have another federal commissioner on the Joint Conference with rural roots. We're happy he's able to join us today and bring us greetings. Commissioner Pai.
Thanks. Well, thank you, Larry, for that very warm welcome. By Commissioner Landis' standards, we are lifelong friends of the past 15 minutes, so I look forward to burnishing that friendship in the minutes, hours, weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you as well to Commissioner Clyburn for her leadership. Even before I got to the commission, Commissioner Clyburn placed a very warm call to me and told me that she was looking forward to working with me on the issues that we both care about, and this is certainly one of them. And I don't need to tell you, you've experienced it firsthand, that when she's dedicated to a cause, you know that you have the full support of her office and the commission. So thank you, Commissioner Clyburn, for your leadership. President Jones as well, I thank you for the warm introduction. I'm looking forward to working with you as well. I've had a great opportunity to meet some of your colleagues, Commissioner Y and others, and I can't wait to get started. In the 9 months that I've had the opportunity of serving on the commission, I've tackled a number of responsibilities, but I can tell you from a personal perspective that there are few responsibilities with which I approach the task with more enthusiasm than this one. As Commissioner Landis said, I grew up in Kansas, and not the big city of Wichita or Topeka, the small town of Parsons, which is a town of 10,000 people nestled in the southeast corner of the state, about 3 hours due south of Kansas City if you're driving. So I can tell you firsthand that I know what it is like, not to have the most advanced telecommunications capabilities that others in this country are afforded. And in the last 9 months that I've served on the commission, I've gained a firsthand perspective on how widespread this issue is. To borrow from Commissioner Landis's taxonomy, the least, the last, and the lost. When I was in California last summer, I saw some of the least. People from communities who, even though they're situated within the Bay Area and have broadband deployment pretty ubiquitously, nonetheless feel they don't have the means to adopt some of the advanced technologies that are available. Comcast Internet Essentials goes a long way to solving some of that problem in the Bay Area, but there's a lot of work left to do. I also think of the lost, say a Hmong community or family in Minnesota, that even though they might have broadband deployment within Minneapolis, they just don't see the value proposition. So you have to take repeated efforts to make it clear to them that if they adopt this, if they sign up for this broadband program, they can apply for a job much more easily. They can keep track of their kids at school and understand what the lesson plans are. Because in this new world, obviously, everything is broadband and increasingly more things are mobile. And I also think of the last, of course, from my own background. I had the chance to visit my hometown last September. And I visited some of the rural high schools. I mean, not even my own high school, but one even further out into the country. And one of the things they pointed out to me was that it's very difficult to get on an affordable basis a broadband connection built to Oswego High School. I mean, it's not exactly high value proposition for a lot of our more established telecom providers, but some of them are doing it. So when it comes to the least, the last, and the lost, your work is so important. Because I think a decade ago, I at least assumed that it was sort of like the field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. But I think the lesson that we've learned in the recent years is that that's not always the case, that you have to really do some aggressive outreach to all segments of our community to make sure that everybody understands that broadband really is the gateway to prosperity and to health and to just a better life. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to let you know that I take the approach, and I know I speak for Commissioner Rosenworcel when I say this, that our door is always open, and nowhere is that more true than our federal-state joint conference partners. I take it very seriously that this is a partnership, as President Jones said. There's no monopoly of wisdom here in the building, and I think our decision-making is going to be all the better if we approach these issues collaboratively, collegially, and together. So thank you once again for welcoming me here, and I look forward to working with all of you in the years to come.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Pye. Now you see why we like him so much, right? While she was unable to attend today's summit, I am very happy that Congresswoman, there's so many commissioners, Congresswoman Doris Matsui from the great state of California agreed to join us via video. As a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee and a representative of Sacramento, California and its surrounding areas for almost 8 years, the Congresswoman has promoted broadband availability as a means to promote economic development and advance the lives of her constituents and all Americans. She has been a leader on lifeline reform to ensure that low-income Americans have access to affordable broadband and phone service, and she has been a superb supporter of the Commission's work on our Lifeline pilot projects to expand its coverage for broadband services. It has been a pleasure working with her to ensure that low-income and minority consumers have broadband opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Congresswoman Doris Matsui.
At your Broadband Adoption Summit today, she has been a stalwart champion of ensuring all Americans have access to affordable broadband services and closing our nation's digital divide. I'd also like to thank the Federal-State Joint Conference on Advanced Services and NTIA for sponsoring the summit. And I'd also like to recognize State Chair Commissioner Larry Landis for his leadership on the Joint Conference, as well as Commissioner Jeffrey Huai for his work on this event. As part of our nation's economic security in the 21st century, we will need to continue to strive to address a looming crisis that largely gets overlooked, and that is closing our nation's digital divide and improving digital literacy. Like many of you, this issue has been near and dear to me. In today's economy, the internet is a necessity, certainly not a luxury. If you don't have access, you're simply at a competitive disadvantage. More and more Americans rely on the internet and their mobile devices for just about everything now. Their favorite apps, education, access to innovative healthcare services, and for job searches. In fact, more than 80% of available jobs now require online job applications. Unfortunately, it is estimated that nearly 100 million Americans have not yet adopted broadband internet at home, many of whom simply can't afford the high cost of broadband service. Several prominent studies by Pew and the FCC have strongly suggested that broadband adoption rates are largely associated with income levels and the high cost of broadband services. It is imperative that our nation close its economic digital divide. To that end, I applaud the FCC for initiating a broadband adoption pilot program modeled after legislation I first introduced in 2009, the Broadband Affordability Act. The bill would expand the Universal Service Fund Lifeline Assistance Program for universal broadband adoption. This proposal will help ensure that all Americans living in urban and rural areas have access to affordable broadband services. To ensure this issue continues gaining the support and attention it deserves, I plan to reintroduce this legislation again in the next few weeks. Understand that I will continue to advocate for this initiative until we achieve a permanent broadband adoption program. It is the future, particularly as we move more and more to a digital economy. In the coming weeks, I will join Congressman Ed Markey and John Lewis in introducing a resolution to designate March 21st as National Digital Literacy Day to promote digital literacy, broadband access, and broadband adoption in the United States. Access to the Internet only goes so far. It is imperative that all Americans are proficient in using the Internet. In closing, I want to thank you again for inviting me to speak today. I commend the FCC for putting on this event. It will serve as an important forum to promote broadband adoption and digital literacy in this country. I look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
That's very exciting. March 21st, everybody mark their calendar. We will celebrate the National Digital Literacy Day once that resolution is passed. That's very exciting. So I would like to go ahead and call up our first panel. Our moderator for this panel is Garnett Hanley. She's an attorney advisor in the Telecommunications Access Policy Division of the Wireline Competition Bureau, one of our key members of the Lifeline Reform Team and working on the broadband pilot projects that the Commission launched last year. And they are going to focus on what we have learned from academic studies on how to close the broadband adoption gap. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Is this on? Perfect. Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Good morning. I wanted to thank everyone for their attendance today and also to thank those on this esteemed panel for their participation in this event and also for coming to Washington, D.C. Several of them had to fly here for this event. First, I'd like to introduce the panelists. Dr. John Gant is a professor at the Graduate School of Library and Information Science at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where he serves as the director of the Center for Digital Inclusion. Second, Dr. John Horgan is vice president and director of the Media and Technology Institute at the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. Next, Dr. Karen Mossberger is professor of public administration and head of the public administration department at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Next, originally we were scheduled to have Valerie Wilson attend, but she was unable, Chanel Hardy was unable, and now we have Dr. Valerie Wilson, who is an economist and vice president of research at the National Urban League Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. Finally, Tom Kowski. Tom is Chief Policy Counsel for Connected Nation. Each of the panelists' full biographies are available in the printed program in the back of the room and also on the website. We have a lot to cover this morning, so I thought it best I immediately jump into questions for our esteemed panelists. I'm planning to reserve about 10 minutes at the end of the panel for questions from those from the audience as well as those in the web. So please hold all your questions until the end. So, to start our discussion, I thought it would be helpful to walk through a few milestones in broadband adoption. As you know, in March 2010, the National Broadband Plan recommended implementation of policies to increase broadband adoption among non-adopters. Through the 2009 Recovery Act, NTIA was directed to release millions of dollars through the BTOP program to increase adoption among non-adopters. In October 2011, the FCC chairman announced the creation of Connect to Compete, a nonprofit initiative which called for public-private partnerships to address barriers to adoption. During this time, there have been many insightful academic reports and surveys addressing broadband adoption. Can each of you talk about some of your own observations of what we have learned through some of these projects, studies, and efforts to collect data on increasing broadband adoption? And because of our time constraint, could each of you please limit your response to approximately 5 minutes? If you want to go around, starting with you, Dr. Gant.
Okay, sure. I'll go first. Thank you, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to participate today on this panel. It's really interesting to actually look at the research around broadband adoption, especially that's occurred over the last 5 years. For example, the Pew and John Horrigan have been very instrumental in trying to really understand adoption at a very broad and macro level. And then others have really been engaged in trying to understand what's happening at the micro level. This is a really complex problem because, as the research is showing, there's a very particular gap that we've got to try and deal with. The gap is that it's a more complex story than just saying yes, whether or not you have adopted the technology. What we're often finding is that people will say, yes, I would like to adopt, and then there's this hurdle, almost a mountain to get over, to actually going ahead and actually acquiring the service. And then further, there's another mountain of trying to figure out how do we actually use it in our regular, everyday lives. So with some of the work that I've worked on with one of the first studies to look at broadband adoption in minority communities, we used a framework to really try and understand that gap. And further, with work that I'm actually doing on one of the BTOP grants, actually learning in the field really about what those challenges are in a person's day-to-day lives. And the challenges are, as I clearly identified in the National Broadband Plan, of cost and relevance and the knowledge and so forth. But then there's this other friction that happens with your day-to-day life, because you think about it, that if you've got a particular need, whether you're unemployed or you're dealing with child care issues or you're trying to deal with educational issues and so forth, the uncertainty goes up dramatically. I've had the privilege over the last couple of months to actually go around the country and look and talk with folks firsthand to learn more about what these issues really mean in their lives. The hurdle of getting the information that you need to know where is the new job, how do I apply for that job, getting access not only at a library but at a place where I can actually sit down and actually have the time to do it seems to be the first step. But then talking and hearing more about people's personal lives and what's going on, it's also they need the knowledge that goes with it. So coupling work like from the library and information science field, we talk about this rise of uncertainty and the high need for information and the information-seeking behavior that we have as people. So in other words, we've got this mismatch. If I'm unemployed, I need lots and lots of information. But if I'm unemployed, I can't afford the broadband. I'm unemployed, and I need to know how to do it. So not only do I need a computer, I need knowledge. I need to be able to turn to friends, family, job training experts, and so forth that can work with me to be able to do it. And then there's the practical things of I'm spending all this time working on it. I need some place to save it. And we laugh because it seems so obvious that if you just carry around a thumb drive, for example, that's really your key to life, when you're really in an information need. And so there's a lot of research that's starting to really zero in and focus on those needs that we have as the information users as well. And then the second area is how do we bring together all of our resources in our community to really make a big difference? The IMLS, for example, has put out this really nice framework called Building Digital Communities, and I was part of the team to help advise on that project. And in there, it says, look, we've got these very critical information needs within our community, And how do we set up the right type of alignment between all the various stakeholders to really provide all of those resources? Not only to provide the access, but to provide the knowledge and the skills and the support that's needed. More importantly, how do we design the digital-based services that are increasingly being provided online in self-service ways in a way that our community can really benefit, and do it in a way that people can really engage in their own human development, engage in their life and so forth. So the second critical issue, I think, is really trying to understand more, how do we bring all these different stakeholders together within our community, both the private sector and the public sector, all working together to try and address these particular needs. And then the third issue is, how do we really study this? How do we really find the data that we need to really understand what's happening, especially at a level that's granular enough as well. We've made great strides in making data available, but now the next step is to go past the next hurdle and saying, how do we really get data that's at the individual level and at the organizational level so we can really truly understand what's happening? So those are some of the important research things that are out there from my point of view.
John?
Thank you very much. I took the... Oh. Can you hear me now? Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate the invitation to participate. I took the What Have We Learned charge rather literally for this panel, and what I did as someone who worked on the broadband plan several years back, I decided to look back and see what we presented to the Commission when we had a very lengthy meeting here in September 2009, and look at, and I can tell Commissioner Clyburn is over there fondly remembering that very long day. And I looked at what we said we knew about broadband adoption in that presentation in 2009 and reflect upon what we've learned today. So I have 4 lessons, and if you want to see the full-blown treatment of my 4 lessons, I have a blog post up today at www.jointcenter.org, which goes into detail on some of my thinking. But let me walk through 4 lessons of what we've learned about broadband adoption since 2009. Number 1, increases in broadband adoption are not automatic. As I think has been mentioned earlier today already, broadband adoption has really not grown too much since 2009. Then about 2/3 of Americans had broadband at home. Today, the numbers are roughly the same. However, in 2009, coming off a decade of rapid broadband adoption in this country, we told the Commission that broadband adoption will grow naturally over time. Turned out not to be the case. The economy certainly has not helped. There's also been a rise in the price of broadband, particularly for economy plans. Data shows that those rates have risen by 13% in the past 2 years. So we've had, to our surprise, a flattening in the home broadband adoption rate, and that is even with BTOP and all the very smart programs that it has funded, swimming against that tide. So broadband adoption, increasing growth is just not a given in our society. We need to work at it. Second thing we've learned is that non-broadband adopters have multiple reasons for not having service. In 2009, if you looked at the research, if you look at the slides we presented, we said that about half of non-broadband adopters don't have service because they just don't think it's relevant, and that's basically the story. Well, we did research, we did more work looking into it, and we discovered a couple of things. One, we discovered that non-broadband adopters typically have more than one reason for not having service. So while we did find in the research we did for the broadband plan that cost leads the way as the most important reason people do not have broadband at home, typically people cite more than one reason for not having broadband, and those reasons go to digital literacy as well as relevance, but relevance really isn't the driver, it's cost. The third thing we found was that not all broadband adopters are the same. In 2008, 2009, I would go to sessions and conferences talking about broadband adoption, and invariably somebody would raise his or her hand and say, well, people who don't have broadband are basically old people who are scared of technology and don't care about it, and we don't have to worry about it because if they don't want broadband, why should we care if they don't? that was very much a theme that would rise to the top quickly when you talked about non-adoption. That's not true. The research that we did for the broadband plan showed that, maybe 30% of non-broadband adopters fit into that category, that truly lost category, to go back to the taxonomy that Commissioner Landis used. But we segmented non-adopters into different buckets of users, and we found that about half really were reachable with the right kinds of programs to promote broadband adoption. You just had to speak to their needs, go to where they were, understand that for some people cost might be an issue, but in addition to cost, digital skills would have to be buttressed. So we found that the adoption problem was more complex than we thought, yet solvable. And finally, we actually did talk in 2009 about the role of smartphones. We actually put up a slide that forecasts that 25% of Americans by 2012 would have smartphones. Boy, that was an understatement, and I won't name the firm that we borrowed that projection from, because nobody could have gotten right the fact that smartphone adoption has really skyrocketed at an amazing rate in the past several years. We have 45% of Americans with smartphones. But what we've learned through research that I've done in Illinois and that others have done, including Karen Mossberger, is that smartphones are mainly a complement to wireline access. When you look at the data, 83% of people who have a smartphone also have broadband at home, meaning that smartphones are wonderful mainly because they're another avenue for online access for most people, typically not a substitute for wireline access. And that means that the real value proposition for smartphones is not in this substitute versus not substitute debate, but smartphones really deepen people's perceptions about the Internet's overall value. So smartphones, in combination with wireline broadband access, are going to be the drivers that really get Americans thinking that, wow, the Internet is an amazing conduit to service delivery for education, for government services, and other important social goods. So with that, I will let Karen pick up on some of these themes and others.
Thanks. Yes. First of all, I need to do this too, right? Okay, is that close enough now? Okay. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for sponsoring this important summit. And I have some results from a few different studies that I want to, for this first question, just give sort of a broad overview. So, slide. Okay. First of all, just to frame my comments, we know that broadband access is important for digital citizenship, or the ability of individuals to participate in society online, to have regular and effective access to the critical information and services that are now increasingly moving online. I'm going to discuss in a few minutes under another question, actually, some positive changes that we've seen in Chicago in the BTOP Smart Communities neighborhoods. And as you can see, there's a significant increase in Internet use in these neighborhoods. While I think that this is an important development, I want to emphasize that the results show that individuals are also struggling to have full and effective access, that they're not adopting broadband at home. And I would argue that that's because public policy so far has not adequately addressed the barrier of cost, and more needs to be done in that area. First, though, I want to look a bit at how broadband adoption varies by place. The National Broadband Plan recognized that broadband has benefits for both individuals and for society, and how broadband varies by place has implications for communities, for economic development, healthcare, educational practices, e-government, and more. So I want to take a minute to look at some unique data that my colleagues and I have about how this varies by city and metropolitan areas. There have been some proposals about gigabit networks for cities, about public wireless networks, and I think that the potential is enormous for innovation. These are exciting proposals, but in order to fully take advantage of this kind of innovation, we also need to have populations who are online in cities and metropolitan areas as well. So I want to look at some data. The next slide, please. Okay, some of these dots did not come out especially well. They might be hard to see, but you can see the different sized circles here on the map of the U.S. And these are the 50 largest cities in the United States. And as the difference in size shows, what this suggests is that there's a lot of variation across cities. We also did this for the metropolitan areas of those 50 largest cities. There's a lot of variation in terms of broadband adoption, even in cities where networks are available, where there's usually availability of broadband. And so if we can go to the next slide. So what we've seen, for example, is that broadband adoption, and this was in 2009 because we used the current population survey data. We needed a big data set and used multi-level models in order to estimate broadband adoption across these cities. So 2009, it's the beginning of the efforts here around broadband. We can see at that time that broadband adoption was only 39% in Buffalo, but 83% in Seattle. So that suggests that there are a number of cities, a number of metropolitan areas as well, that are substantially lagging behind. We also found, looking at that data and breaking it down by race and ethnicity, that African Americans and Latinos, while they tend to lag behind everywhere, do substantially better in cities where a greater percentage of the population is online. So at least in this case, it suggests, for broadband adoption, a rising tide has some effect of lifting all boats, perhaps. But also what this suggests is that for these communities, cities and metropolitan regions, those that have low technology use have fewer resources for things like education and health and e-government and more. And as an example of this, there's a 2012 survey that one community is going to be releasing, that my colleague Carolyn Tolbert and I worked on this survey, and just to demonstrate the impact. For example, in Cuyahoga County, only about 50% of social service recipients have broadband at home. So this has implications for e-government and being able to save on costs by moving services online. How can you do that when half of the population is not online? We found that overwhelmingly that parents use the internet to communicate with teachers and to follow what their children are doing in school, but that types of access, whether you have broadband at home or a smartphone or you use public access at the library, this has huge implications for how much you're able to, how much you communicate with teachers at school or follow what's going on in the classroom. And of course, within Cuyahoga County, you can see the disparities between the city and inner ring suburbs and the outer areas in the county as well. If we could go to the next slide, I just want to make the comment again about how place matters. There are disparities within cities also. So I've done work, again, with Carolyn Tolbert and some colleagues on the city of Chicago. And what we have done is to use citywide surveys and multi-level models. We've mapped broadband use. There are the national broadband maps with availability. We've mapped use by community area, the 77 community areas within Chicago. And if some of you are familiar with Chicago, so yellow and red, well, red is the lowest in terms of home adoption or smartphone-only use in those maps. Yellow's the next lowest. If you're familiar with Chicago, this looks a lot like the geography of poverty in the city, with the south and the west sides having lower rates of broadband adoption at home. But in terms of the arguments about the role of smartphones, while we find that it does give it gives many low-income and minority individuals some personal access, it's not filling the gap, because we can see from this map here, and this is 2011 data. We have more coming that's not analyzed, but in 2011, we can see that some of the same community areas that have low broadband at home also are areas that are low in smartphone-only use for people who rely on smartphones to go online. There's more variation, but again, it's not completely filling the gap. So I just want to make the point that there's a lot of work to be done, and what I think what needs to be done going forward is to address issues of cost.
Thank you, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I did kind of, at the last minute, get the notice that I would have to fill in, but that's fine. It's interesting being here this morning, because when I first began my career as a policy researcher, I came to Washington, D.C. to do research on Social Security. And at that time, another emerging issue was the digital divide. So it's interesting to see these years later what has happened in both of those spaces. And as John Horgan has already mentioned, we've seen that the broadband adoption rate has sort of stagnated since 2009, but before then there was some considerable increase in the rate. Another thing that we've observed over the course of time is the fact that the digital divide itself, the gap between blacks and whites in adoption of internet, has narrowed some. There still exists a gap. I believe the most recent study I saw from the Joint Center was about 11 percentage point gap, which was down from 19 percentage points. So there's still a gap there, but we've seen some improvement in that area as well. This is important because another thing that we do at the National Urban League, we report annually through our Equality Index the relative status of African Americans and whites in this country across a range of areas, the digital divide being one of them within the economic subsection of that index. And what we've seen is that although we've seen the gap narrow, we've seen improvement in that area, some of the things that we would expect to flow out of a closing of that gap, we have not seen as much narrowing. So when we look at differences in unemployment, when we look at differences in income, when we look at differences in business ownership, we have not seen the results of a closing digital divide spill over into some of these other areas where we would like to see greater equality in America as well. And so last year we had the opportunity to release a report called Connecting the Dots, where we began to dissect this digital divide and to look at exactly what is contributing to this, or what segment of the population in particular has seemed to be more difficult to reach. And what we discovered there, when we broke it down by education, we discovered that the greatest gap in home broadband adoption was among African Americans and whites who were high school dropouts or had less than a high school education. So in that area, we saw about 38% of African Americans who did not complete high school, and we're talking about adults, were not home broadband adopters. That compares to about 51% of whites. So that seems that there's a specific population there and specific issues that we need to target if we want to talk about how to narrow that gap more moving forward, and if we want to talk about how we're going to increase the adoption rate even more, or kind of get out of this stagnant place that we've been in. Another difference that we observed was in the area of income. The gap there was smaller than what we observed for education. So again, education and income clearly are linked because of the impact that education has on employment opportunities. Another thing that I would like to talk about in terms of the research is to come at it from the perspective of, although we have a research and a policy shop at the National Urban League, we're also a direct service provider organization. We have Urban League affiliates across the country in 36 states in the District of Columbia that provide a number of services, education, job training, housing counseling, you name it. But one particular program that we operate within what we call our Project Ready signature program. Project Ready is a college preparation, college readiness program. And we integrated into that program the Digital Connectors program. Now, the purpose of this is to train and prepare young people in urban communities with regards to the internet access and other kinds of technology training. They received about 156 hours of technology training. There's a community service component of that. And then at the end of their training, they have an opportunity to earn a credential. They can get a Cisco IT Essentials certificate. And so through about, I think it was 16 affiliates who operated this program, we had about 480 students who participated. And ultimately, in the end, they were able to provide 35,000 digital literacy trainings in their community. Because this is a peer-to-peer model. So these students receive the training, and then they're prepared to help others to learn how to access the internet and connect and do the various things that they that need to access and do online. So it's a relatively new program that we've been operating, and so we're still in the process of learning from that. But I think that speaks to the point that John Gant made earlier about the fact that access to the internet, broadband adoption, is important because it has to be connected to something else. And for us, as I mentioned earlier about the Equality Index, for us, we know the importance of broadband. We know the importance of internet access. For us, it's important to tie a strategy for increasing adoption to some of these other outcomes that we would like to see improved upon as well. And I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to talk about that some more later in the panel. So I'll stop right there and pass the mic along.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to the FCC and to the Joint Conference for this opportunity to make this presentation. I believe I might have participated in a very similar discussion in the state of California about 7 or 8 years ago, before the broadband plan came out. That was hosted by CPU's or California Commissioner Chong, and very similar to John. When we worked on the plan together, to think in terms about what has changed really in the last 5 years or 10 years in terms of our understanding of this problem. Just a little bit about myself and the perspective that we have. We're with Connected Nation. We're a nationwide nonprofit. We're a grantee, a state broadband initiative, NTIA grantee in 8 states and a contractor in 2 others. And one of the things we do in the context of those grants is to conduct statewide polls of broadband adoption and use, and to really try to understand it at the state and local level. What are the particular issues and concerns? I mean, what's really, if you have the slide, that'd be great to kind of move on a little bit. I could basically say me too to everything that's been said here. But part of our goal is to take that information and make that relevant, say, to the state of Michigan or to the state of Iowa, but maybe just move on a few. What I will focus on here, though, is an interesting data set that we compiled last year, where we focused specifically on people who do not adopt broadband technology. In our footprint, we spoke to 15,000 non-adopters, which is a nice little term of art I wish I could stop using, but people who don't buy broadband at home. and why they don't. Because it's really difficult in a normal survey context to get to that population because it's 1/3 of the population, and you really need to understand in detail, as Karen has already said, that there's a lot of different reasons why and challenges to adoption. We focused. One thing we try to do is put our research in the context of something that's actionable from the context of policy. So the purpose of this line of inquiry in these surveys was to focus in on the price barrier that Karen talked about, and to understand what level non-adopters were sensitive to broadband price. There's no doubt that they clearly are. As we've talked about here, the low-income adoption gap is basically one of the largest adoption gaps we see in terms of its sheer size. We estimate nearly 60 million people are in low-income households that don't have broadband in the United States. It's a significant number. And so understanding to what extent price is playing a role with that population is key, not only to programs we work on, but also to the FCC's Lifeline program. So what we did here is we did a series of questions that focused in on this price barrier. And interestingly, there's some interesting results because some of them are counterintuitive to what you first would appear until you think through the question. The first basic question is what sense would these non-adopters adopt the broadband service at any price? This is a market research tool that companies like Kraft use to decide how many people are in the cheese market, basically. And this here is, it's about a little more than half of people who don't buy broadband today told us in the surveys that they wouldn't buy it at any price. I mean, you could give it away and I still wouldn't want it. Now that's telling us a lot about other barriers to adoption, clearly. But what it's doing is it is helping us size the market for what community would be responsive to price changes, right? So now we've taken this issue and we've chopped it to 39%. And this is interesting because the demographics of these groups are different, as we'll go into in the next slide. And from a policy targeting standpoint, it's important that we know these differences because otherwise we may be chasing our tail. We've done here, this is basically a simple table. This is a crosstab. We did run regressions on this as well. I find it easier to talk about in terms of this, but I'll send a link to the papers at the very back that talks about various odds ratios and examinations of this. But we found all this to be consistent. But in terms of the differences, interestingly enough, price-sensitive non-adopters are much more likely to still have dial-up service, and they're actually much more likely to own a computer. It's not that they all own computers, that's for sure, but from the standpoint of somebody who tells us, I don't subscribe to broadband because it's too expensive, they're more likely than other non-adopters to have a computer and have dial-up service still. It's still a tiny number, but it is out there. I find more interesting here is they're more likely to have children living at home. We see this question about low-income families with children. Our research shows us that pretty much one of the singular reasons they don't adopt is for price. In essence, if you have a child in grade school, you do not need to be told how relevant broadband is to that child's future. You may not understand it yourself, but you're incented to have your child understand it. And we see that in the data. And it's kind of pleasing to see that here. Other interesting thing is much more likely to be employed in terms of price sensitivity. This is, and also, tend to have, the income numbers aren't that different, but it is important that it's consistent and significant that tend to be slightly higher income than non-price sensitive adopters. And what this tells me is that there's the possibility of an alternative use, in terms of people who may be employed, have slightly higher incomes, may just use the internet at work as an alternative, and therefore say, the only reason I'm not buying at home is because I'm working 70 hours a week anyways. Why would I spend $40 a month for something I can do at work? Go to the next slide. Actually, they're also slightly younger, too, which is important to note as well. These are now the top reported barriers. Some of this is almost path dependent because the price sensitive, of course, the monthly cost, is listed as the main barrier to adoption. I put this here because there's a difference between here where the focus is on the monthly cost of adoption as opposed to the cost of a computer or the cost of something else. I think that's an important distinction to make. But for the most part, a lot of these other barriers do remain. Kind of go to the last one. Just skip these next two. if you really want to know how we calculate, yeah, keep going. Actually, someone once described one of the papers I wrote as introduction, credibility, and conclusion. So that's the credibility section of this presentation. Yes, these are the observations. Price sensitivity is significantly different across these vulnerable populations, and that's important as we start to come up with policy responses. And you'll get different results based on how you target your policies. I mean, it does indicate that if you're going to have a policy that's focused on addressing the monthly price, such as the FCC's Lifeline Broadband pilot projects, programs that are targeted more at youth, minorities, and households with children are much more likely to get traction if they combine a price discount component. At the same time, the pricing is only one part of the picture of this, and so to reach the rest of that population, you need to combine those discounts with literacy training, access outreach programs. For other populations that aren't price sensitive, it does point to me that as a nation, we're facing a potential issue of an intractable adoption problem. That there may be, I mean, as Commissioner Landis has put it, the last and the lost. If even if they're not really responsive to price mechanisms, this is a much larger issue in terms of awareness and training and outreach and education. And I think that's something that I hope we can learn a lot during today as to what else we can do in addition to the current levers that we're currently using with regard to broadband programs to see how we can turn that potential for a disconnected underclass into broadband users and adopters. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Tom. So I think a lot of you have hit upon the barriers to adoption, and I think it's helpful to take a fresh look at what the barriers to adoption are and the demographics of non-adopters. So in the National Broadband Plan, it identified 3 major barriers to adoption: cost, digital literacy, and relevance. Based on what you have observed from your own research, as well as the other studies that have analyzed this issue, as well as the results from the BTOP projects, because many of them are concluding or close to concluding, are these still the 3 major barriers to adoption? And also, when you discuss the barriers to adoption, can you also talk about whether there are differences depending on the demographics of the consumers? So several of you have hit upon this issue, so, just kind of open it up to those that would like to comment on it. John?
Yeah, sure. So I didn't bring slides with the other data I have from particularly the project that I'm actually directing in Urbana-Champaign. We're actually building a fiber network to the home. But in our work there, we clearly identified the factors that have been listed here. The issues of getting access to literacy and affordable computers, affordable service, and that type of thing. So I think that, as I mentioned earlier, I think that's only the start. I think the real key here is how do these different levers, like what have been discussed, really drive what are important models of user acceptance of these technologies. When you look at somebody who is in a position where they've got to make this choice about whether or not to pay for broadband service, there's a whole other layer of things that come into play that research is starting to unravel. So it's taken to the next level. And some of the things that we're learning is there's issues around performance expectancy. So in other words, if I adopt this broadband service, I've got certain expectations about how well it's going to work. The reliability of the service, the ease of use of trying to connect to it, and so forth. We see certainly with the cable companies do spend a lot of time and get a lot of payoff for making very easy to get the internet service set up at your home. And that's something that we just can't take for granted, because I often see in our data that we've got people who balk or raise their hands and say, well, you said it was going to be easy to connect, but now I've got not only my computer, but I just got a new smartphone. How do I make that wireless connection in my house? How do I know that it's safe and so forth? So these incentives, these programs that are designed to help enhance adoption, need to be really specific and say, how can we improve the performance expectancy of using the software, and then effort expectancy. Is it easy to use? So what is it about the design of these programs that will make it easy for me to understand how to use it? Social influences are a major important factor that the research is showing. In other words, we learn from our friends and family. We learn from neighbors down the street and so forth. And so then what kinds of incentives can we put into these programs that will make you feel comfortable to go and help a friend, help a neighbor, and that type of thing? It's simply as, we talked about the Urban League program with the peer-to-peer training. That's a model of social influence there that's very powerful. So you train one person, then they, have them go train 3 other people who then go train 3 other people. Or you've got one person who lives in a neighborhood. Maybe provide an extra month of service or 2 months or 3 months of service if you are able to help 6 of your neighbors, for example, learn how to use the computer by coming over to your house and so forth. And so research is showing that the social influences have a major factor over the adoption. And then, of course, the types of resources that you have. And it's not just saying, yeah, we've got resources and classes and computers and so forth, but are those organizations that are providing those really have good service models to really help you out and do that? There's a lot of great folks that are out there providing free computers or very affordable computers, refurbishing those, and so forth. But we can't forget that they need good service models. So, in other words, if I need a computer, I need to know where to get it. The website, for example, that has this information about these computers needs to be up to date and fresh. You call the number and there's somebody there who actually answers it and so forth. A lot of those programs are funded with soft money, and so they are here for a short period of time. How do we kind of institutionalize those types of things? And the other thing the research is showing is that we've got to also not only consider our own skill set and whether or not we're required to use that particular application online to do something. The other important factor is that there's competition out here in the marketplace for broadband. So whether it's a municipally owned broadband network, they're competing with the broadband that's being provided by the cable companies, the ISPs, and so forth. And so we can't just assume that if we've got that the person is just going to select the cheapest. They're also competing based on the value or quality of the service as well too. People want to know that there is somebody who's going to answer my calls if I need help. People are going to pick a service based on whether or not you come out and how quickly you can repair and get this, the internet back up and running and so forth. Those things are very important that also need to be considered when that the research is showing. And the other part of the competition, as was mentioned here, is not only the incumbent ISPs, but the various forms of using your smartphone. One thing I know in my own studies, in looking at Urbana-Champaign, is how much people consider using broadband that is maybe fiber to the home versus continuing to use their smartphone or a tablet and that type of thing. Like, for example, tethering has become really a very popular thing in our community when people realize they can tether off their smartphone, make a little micro hotspot, and so forth. So, I think our research needs to go further, and research is showing that we've got to look at these factors around the user acceptance to really take what's been conventionally accepted and go that next step further. Because folks are really savvy; they're really becoming very particular about their use and so forth. And again, we still have the lost and the others that are out there as well too, that we've got to figure out how to bring those in as well too. But those factors I think are extremely relevant for these critical and vulnerable groups as well.
Thank you, John.
My observation, looking at a survey I worked on for the Partnership for Connected Illinois in 2012, is that the general constellation of barriers hasn't changed a whole lot since 2009, looking at Illinois. So cost still is a principal reason that people don't have broadband, but the important point, which is true today, which was also true from what we found in 2009, is that broadband adoption barriers are multiple in nature. And John hit on a lot of that in his comments just now. One observation I want to pick up from John's comments, which I think is very interesting, is the notion that competition in the marketplace can be a driver to carriers thinking more creatively about increasing the value proposition and the ease of use and other things to get the last third online. And John's example is important because there is that kind of competition in Champaign-Urbana where John does a lot of his research. That's not the case everywhere in the country. So the notion that John's introduced, which I do think is important, that competition can not only do all the things it typically does, lower prices and so forth, it can also help carriers be more creative in thinking about ways to get the last third online.
So in terms of improving the customer experience when they enroll in the service.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No, that's a good point.
Yep.
Karen?
I'd like to show some new evidence we have from a study of the BTOP smart communities in Chicago. And I have a slide. So this is actually, there's a paper that explains these findings that was just posted on Partnership for Connected Illinois' website. They funded the 2011.
Should I keep going?
Keep going.
There
Keep
going.
Oh, no, back with the pink. That's it. Okay. No, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we found with the citywide study that was funded in 2008 by the MacArthur Foundation and the Partnership for a Connected Illinois study citywide in 2011, we were able to compare the smart communities, 9 community areas that are involved in a BTOP SBA program, and primarily that's been treatment. The treatment has been training and outreach. And looking over that period of time up through 2011, there were some initial efforts a little before that in 2009, before the federal funding. But looking at those community areas, we found a substantial increase in internet use compared to the other Chicago community areas. And that's true even when we control for demographic change, for things like gentrification, for whether the population is changing in the smart communities neighborhoods. So even taking that into account, there's a 15 percentage point higher increase in internet use in these smart communities compared to the other community areas in Chicago. That's a substantial change. And so what we noticed, however, though, is that there's no significant increase in broadband adoption at home. There is not a significant increase in types of activities online, like for job search or healthcare search, health information searches. But we do see that increase in internet use, which means that people, while they may not be adopting broadband at home, may be using public access, smartphones. They're clearly from the training. So this would argue that the training is having some effect in those neighborhoods. And the goal of the program has been not only to deliver the training, but to do outreach, to do advertising, to convince people to go online more generally in the community. There's been this goal of creating a community of technology use or digital excellence. So we think that these are important findings, but also they point out that because this program wasn't able to address cost, that that the effect we see is internet use, but not broadband adoption at home.
So Karen, what you're saying, again, it seems consistent with what John and John are saying, is that cost continues to be one of the major issues. And I guess, Tom, that's consistent with your findings as well.
Yes, it is. It's, as John noted, the constellation is about the same. Actually, when I first started working at Connected Nation, I actually thought it was an interesting opportunity because of providing surveys in 9 or 10 states, jurisdictions, I was thinking this is going to be really neat. We're going to do the same survey, so we get different results, right, in different places. And we don't, honestly. I mean, the amount of state-to-state variation that we see among these barriers is significant in some respects, but we still see the same constellation of literacy, relevance,
but
and
it sounds
cost.
like cost is, let's say, from a marker of when the National Broadband Plan was released. It sounds like the data is really telling us that cost maybe is even more of a factor than what we originally anticipated. Is that right? Or
I wouldn't say that.
No? You think it's...
I think we always thought cost mattered, right, John?
Yeah, but...
It's about the same, or?
About the same. If you look at the Illinois data, and Tom has experience in this, I think it's about the same. So,
the really interesting thing that we're seeing is that our latest surveys, which we haven't been released yet, but here's a preview. We've noticed an uptick in adoption in the last year, which I think has to do with as much of the economic recovery as anything. But you're starting to see the pattern of barriers differ as adoption goes up. That the difference between when we grew from 60 to 70% adoption, that population had their certain set of barriers. The barriers that we face is not going to be the same set of barriers necessarily as the people to get us from 70 to 80%. And it's kind of important as we start to look back and think about what worked in the past and what might work in the future to understand those changes and barriers. And we're seeing cost, is becoming one of those. I like to think of them in terms of being, these are almost intractable barriers, right? That the easy ones you kind of knock off, right? And those people adopt eventually. But people who don't know how to use, who lack the digital skills, or who can't afford it, that is intractable and essentially is almost external to a good chunk of the ecosystem we have.
And some of the groups, some of the harder groups to get at, older Americans, the sort of irony, if you will, is that on average they have lower incomes, but they cite cost as a barrier less often and are more likely to point to digital skills. So some of the real
maybe
hard...
relevance.
Exactly. Okay. So again, there are... this is a plural problem.
Sure.
It's not a singular problem.
Sure. No, it sounds like it's multifaceted. So I think before we end our panel and put it out for questions, I think it's important to talk about smartphones and tablets. Just to kind of throw out some points that you've seen. I know both Karen and John have conducted some studies in terms of comparing home broadband adoption versus smartphones. And how does that play into this marketplace of increasing adoption? There's, I guess, to consider the fact that there's significant use of tablets now in the market and increased use of hotspot data plans in the wireless market. Just generally, if you could comment on what you've seen in terms of the smartphone tablet usage in the market. Does that play into the cost factor or just more interest in terms of those that have previously not adopted?
Well, when you look at people who have smartphones, in a very general sense to start out, smartphones definitely do help close the digital divide. For African Americans, for instance, that group trails in home broadband adoption. It leads in smartphone adoption. So when you glue those two things together, the overall access gaps, meaning add broadband at home with smartphone access, narrow considerably. When you ask people who have smartphone only what their barrier is to getting broadband at home, that is where cost is the big deal. They can't afford both. So the good news is that smartphones really help in closing access gaps. The other news to keep in mind is that there are limits to smartphones as access points when compared with broadband at home. And in the Illinois survey I did, I say that the secret sauce of engagement with the internet is wireless in combination with home broadband. That's when people really start to say, aha, this stuff is great for personal productivity, educational purposes, and all those things. But it's those two forces, wireline broadband in conjunction with wireless, that really kicks that in.
So would you say, and Karen, would you say, I'm just curious from both of your perspectives, that if a non-adopter now starts adopting smartphones, that gives them a taste of what broadband is really like, and maybe that's a great introduction to incent them to then invest in getting home broadband?
Well, I would agree that that smartphones offer some advantages of personal access, and comparing people who don't have broadband at home but who have smartphones with people who are just using broadband outside the home, we can see that people who have smartphones are sort of in the middle. They don't do as much online in terms of health and education and so forth on smartphones as home broadband adopters do. When we look at measures of skill, they don't have the same kind of skill that home broadband adopters do on the internet. However, they're still able to do more than people who have no personal access. So it's sort of a midway point. It's an introduction, but I think in terms of public policy, the risk is saying, oh, that's fine, the problem is solved. It's not enough. It's a step in the right direction. It's a positive step, but more needs to be done to make sure that people are really fully online and fully able to participate in society online.
Sure. Tom?
Yeah, to kind of embellish on one of the points that Karen just made, it's not clear to me that this is a technology issue versus a new adopter issue, because those instances of people using the internet for less services is actually a new adopter phenomenon that we've found in another study of ours, that basically of people who just adopted the broadband in the last year or two also, even at home, don't use it for the same level of purposes. So we have to be really careful in breaking this issue down between, is it because it's a smartphone that they're not accessing the medical records, or is it because they're just a new adopter and the new adopters are buying smartphones? It's one important reason to think about how that, as John mentioned, that this is like a multiple problem, that there are multiple barriers involved here. Our surveys show the same thing, that it's still mostly a complementary product, that the number of people who solely rely on a tablet or smartphone for their broadband access is still relatively small. But ultimately, I think that we need to this is one area where I think that a lot more further study needs to be done, and it's really hard to parse out that difference between the technology or the new adopter phenomenon really after only 2 years of this phenomenon.
Right. So we are close to our timeout, but I think it would be helpful for the audience if you could kind of, at a very, very high level, maybe a sentence or two, provide, some advice in terms of what policymakers should focus on within the next year or two in terms of increasing adoption. I mean, based on what you've seen in the data, what you've seen through the BTOP projects, the studies and so forth, I mean, what do you recommend as a next step for policymakers?
So, I'll throw one out. I think there needs to be more work, more incentives, so that when people come up with new applications, like hospitals or schools and so forth, libraries and et cetera, that are targeting particular audiences, that more resources are provided to help people learn how to use those context-specific applications. So, as an example, if you're a major health provider and many of them have these customized health services online, well, then offer some additional classes or resources to help people understand how to do that online. Improve training and improve the online experience, make it more user friendly and more training oriented as well too. Yeah.
John?
Sure. I have two ideas. One is develop a best practice toolkit on broadband planning to help states and localities better engage with stakeholders to improve their broadband environments. And I say that because one thing I've witnessed over the past several years is the tremendous growth and interest at the state and local level in trying to do positive things with broadband. The other thing I found through some other research I've done is that there's a tremendous variation in state capacities to really understand how to leverage broadband. So I think knitting best practices together is very important. This gathering is certainly a sign of optimism on that front, but I think we have to do more. Secondly, we do have to sustain the programs, the broadband adoption infrastructure that's already in place going forward. We've said this a couple times already. Broadband adoption has not been rising. So my suggestion is use reform of the Lifeline Link-Up program to direct a portion of Lifeline funds to state and local planning and program activities to support broadband. And this, I think, will require legislation, so it's a big lift, it's a big ask, but I think it's also very important.
Karen?
Okay. As you might guess, there are two ideas that I have also. So one is addressing cost through things like competition, the Universal Service Fund reforms, municipal broadband. There are various ways to do this. But I also want to mention what I think is an important need going forward. With some support from the MacArthur Foundation, a few months ago in the fall, there was a roundtable, a research roundtable held by a variety of academics and evaluators to talk about the needs for evaluating broadband investments going forward. So with all of the investments in BTOP, there's a need to, over time, look over the long term for how this matters for individuals in communities. And some of these effects aren't going to be visible for a while as people learn how to use the internet and then go out to look for a job, or they go online to look for healthcare information. We don't know whether this has any effect on their health outcomes, for example, for a number of years. So we need some longitudinal studies. We need to invest in that to understand what worked or why. As there are more applications, I think going forward, part of this is going to be not just networks, but how do healthcare institutions use broadband? How do schools use broadband in terms of educational practices? And all of this needs to be evaluated if we're really going to understand what's necessary for best practices, under what conditions broadband makes a difference, how much it makes a difference, what are different options for public policy. And so it's important, as there are new programs also, to build in evaluation right from the beginning. And I just want to make a pitch. There's a handout that we have. It's a policy brief about evaluating broadband, and that's available in the front on the table. Thanks.
Valerie?
I would suggest very simply that we reach people where they are. And this kind of builds upon the point of training. I spoke earlier about the major gap being among those who are high school dropouts. I'm sure for a lot of people in that group, the primary issue is finding a job. So you integrate training in using the internet, you integrate the importance of broadband adoption into a job training type program, similarly to what was done through our Project Ready program and the digital connectors. So you help people to draw that connection between why it's important and what the practical usage of that service is. So that may be done for job search, job training. We know that African Americans are more likely to use the internet to search for a job. It could be related to education, as I said before. It could be related to health. It could be related to any number of things. But I think it's important that as we're looking at how to reach this harder to reach group, that we get to them where their greatest need is, because the priority isn't necessarily for them just to get internet services, to get something else. And you have to help people to draw the connection between why accessing the internet, having broadband access is important to those outcomes, and then to building upon those outcomes.
Mm-hmm. Tom?
Just a few things. I would agree with all the points that were made. I would say from a policy standpoint, just recognize that it's a multifaceted problem that will require multifaceted solutions. I mean, I think that to try and pigeonhole solutions at this point in time, given the challenge that we face, is inappropriate. So I would make the point that we're not just looking at price, but we need to build in digital literacy components into the USF, as John suggested, and also consider that to be outreach as well. Ultimately, if we have the goal, if the Commission have the goal, if the nation has this goal of expanding broadband access, we need to make sure that the money that we spend is spent efficiently on it. And, addressing all of the barriers that people face is actually an important part of that solution. I also think that the BTOP programs are the logical place to start with that. The federal government put significant resources into those programs over the last 5 years, and I think that's they've established a great foundation for us to both learn from and build on top of. I also would suggest to policymakers that don't be afraid of experimentation on this. I think that thinking in terms of ways where we could fund multiple different approaches in a competition style to analyze and assess the effectiveness is an important component, because as we've seen, different communities are going to react differently to different components of this problem. And the last thing I would add is that let's remember the connectivity needs and challenges of a lot of our nation's anchor institutions, which, as we've seen, libraries, museums, and schools are important places that consumers and non-adopters use the internet and learn about the internet for the first time. And being able to, for those institutions to have the tools and facilities to start training those people, to start showing, it's like, you could sell your car, and get a better price if you did it online. And that's usually the first portal, that point of contact with the librarian or a teacher is really important. I think we need to make sure that they are built into this process as well. So I would actually argue that one thing we haven't done is to build a bigger tent even. This is a big table right here. There's a lot of people here. But I also think that HHS, Department of Education, they all need to be involved in these processes, because it affects so many different federal programs.
And I would add community-based organizations, community-based service organizations to that list of institutions as well.
Definitely.
Sure. So we are over our time. We just had so much that we wanted to talk with you about and ask questions. I can probably take one question, one or two. Sorry. I know everyone wants to get their break.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Bracey Sutton. I work with teachers in education with ISTE, and my husband and I chair digital liberty and social justice. In education, we have limited educational allowance based on the understanding of what the technology is and what it can do. So the vendors often get the choices of what to put in the schools based on fear. We have all kinds of wonderful programs. NOAA, NASA, all of the stuff at NCSA, teachers don't know it because school systems are afraid. So there needs to be some outreach to school boards to teach them, to share with them the vision, because they still don't get it. So support ever-changing technology, share the vision, explain digital literacy, and get rid of school system babble. The level of support, as every one of you have said, is so important. Thank you for this. I hope your slides will be available so we can continue to share your voices. Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't think we're going to have enough time here. Well, okay, we'll go ahead.
Good morning. Simran Noor with the Center for Social Inclusion, and I just want to thank all the panelists. Great information. My question is really around, related to cost, but really about infrastructure. So we found, particularly in Native and rural communities, we did a report in Mississippi kind of showing how broadband's being deployed, that, how have any of you done research, or do you know of research that surfaced how particularly community scale or community owned led projects, how they because without access to internet you can't adopt, right? So has any of your research surfaced how policy can support community scale to build out the last mile particularly in rural and Native communities? Thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, that's actually an important component of part of our programs in the state. We break this issue down into three: access issues, adoption issues, and use issues. And we've been principally talking today about adoption and use, but we do have access programs where one thing that we do at Connected Nation is we try to build in local community technology teams. We have a program called Connected, which helps smaller to mid-sized communities really develop a technology plan and to understand where they have an access gap. And what we found is the key there is making sure that all of the relevant consumers of broadband, such as local government, hospitals, school districts, the libraries, if they're all on the same page, they can actually do a lot together to help bring broadband to their community, either by building their own network or by doing things such as putting out RFPs to industry to say, you can use you can put a tower up in the schoolyard if you want to and provide wireless broadband here. But the real key is getting the community organized and lowering that barrier on the demand side and the consumption side, because that actually helps drive. That gets that community a little bit more on the map, which otherwise a community of 10,000 wouldn't really have, a lot of play. But we've facilitated, a number of different, principally wireless, but a number of different network upgrades in a lot of our communities through that mechanism and technique.
Thank you, Tom. So I think we're going to have to conclude our panel. Please, everyone, thank the panelists. So we're a little bit behind. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:05 for the next panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started again. Really appreciate you taking your seats. To the extent you haven't finished your conversation, I know things are really moving. If you'd like to just go outside to the hallway, that would be great. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and call up our second panel.
Tell me how you spell your last name. Okay.
I feel like I'm the school teacher. I'm going to start ringing the bell. I didn't bring a bell with me. Class is about to begin. Please take your seat. Welcome back. I just want to give a quick reminder, and that is we are accepting questions from those of you who are watching on the web at livequestions@fcc.gov. And I know Commissioner Y will do a fantastic job of keeping us on schedule so that we can have a little bit of audience participation, I'd say the last 10 or 15 minutes, if at all possible. So this is our next panel, and we'll just get right to it. We're going to start focusing on specific projects that are addressing the broadband adoption and usage issues. Thank you very much.
Welcome and thank you all for coming. Hello? Is it working now? Okay. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for attending. We really appreciate the turnout today. I think when Angie and I were planning this, we truly did not envision this many folks coming to it, but we really appreciate it. I want to reiterate my thanks. First, to Commissioner Clyburn, Commissioner Landis. This would not happen but for their leadership. So thank you, both of you. You allow folks like myself, Commissioner Sandoval, to have these kinds of programs. So thank you again. I also want to thank my co-collaborators, Angie Cronenberg, Garnett Hanley, Laura Breeden. We spent many hours thinking about this, and it's indeed a reality today. So thank you all. You are great friends and partners. Lastly, I want to thank my staff. They really, really help out every day. And Colin Lee, who is here today, and Joe Tiernan, they were instrumental in making sure that this panel is happening now. So, without further ado, the panel title today is a discussion of best practices learned and implementing broadband adoption programs within different communities. These are the folks who are working every day helping the least, the last, and the lost. They know what these folks actually need. So let me introduce to my left is Deb Sosha. She's the Executive Director of Technology Goes Home. Next to Deb is Kyle Toto. He is Community Manager for the Veterans Portal, Massachusetts Broadband Institute. I do want to make a special note here. Kyle is actually a veteran who has served both in Africa and Afghanistan and is a Purple Heart recipient. I want to thank Kyle and his brethren and sisters who serve our country. So thank you, Kyle. Next to Kyle is Bao Vang. She is President and CEO of the Hmong American Partnership. And next to Bao is Sybil Boutier, who is a Senior Analyst for Public Policy, Programs and Legislation for the San Francisco's Department of Aging and Adult Services. And last is Derek Bulawa, CEO of BEK Communications Cooperative. So welcome all of you. I think the first question we should have is for all of you sort of briefly discuss your organizations and constituencies that you serve. So Deb, do you want to start out?
Sure.
Do we have slides?
Yes.
Okay. Deb, slides, there you
There
go.
we go.
Perfect.
So
Technology works.
It's nice when it does. I'm not going to read the slides to you, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more as we go. So the training in Boston is 15 hours of training. Folks get for a $50 copay, they get a brand new netbook computer. And then we help them sign up for whatever low-cost internet program they may be eligible for. So you can switch. Thanks. We've trained over 8,500 people. It's been really exciting. We actually work a lot on relevancy training and life skill training. So our categories are live, learn, earn, work, and play. That's our training. We try to shrink the net into manageable pieces so folks can actually use pieces of it. What we find is that we're getting 30,000 hits a month on our little site in Boston, so we're pretty excited about that. We think maybe that means we've got a good recipe for making that successful. We are in schools. We're in community settings. We're all over the city. You're actually way ahead of me. Just went ahead. We're actually all over the city. We work with students who are deaf, students who are blind, autistic, physically challenged, cognitively delayed. So we work with seniors. We really look for, exactly as was said several times today, the last and the least. Lost and the least. It's really been an honor to be able to do that. I was also very impressed to hear their data because our data looks just like their data. 66% of our folks say they have access at the beginning. They don't even all have really good working computers, but they say they have access, and by a year later when we ask, 90% of them have access. I think one of the important parts about this, given that we're in as many sites as we are, one of the real benefits to us is the incredible collaboration in Boston. Mayor Menino, the CIO Bill Oates, all of the folks throughout the city, the school superintendent Johnson, everybody works together, and it is done in a collaborative fashion, which makes it possible for us to be so successful. Next. So these are, you can actually tell the outline of Boston by where we have serviced folks. So all of those little dots represent 5 homes we have serviced in that area. So you can tell we've really done quite a lot across the city. A couple of things. Having the training in the neighborhood, what we've discovered, we actually don't just train in the neighborhood. We have a neighborhood person doing the training. So if it's a library, it's the librarian. If it's a school, it's the teacher. If it's a community center, it's community center staff. Housing authority, it's a person who lives in the housing authority. So what we found, the reason we think that's so valuable is because if a trainer comes today, spends a day with you, and is gone tomorrow, who do you ask? So we found that really helpful. We don't have to market to folks in the community to participate at all anymore. We like the new netbooks as an option. I think that really draws a lot of folks. It's great incentive, but it's also a lot easier if you do not have internet access at home. A netbook computer can go in your bag to the library or McDonald's. I don't know if you saw the Wall Street Journal article, Homework with a Side of Fries. Right? So you can take your netbook with you. So that's one of the reasons we liked that option. Internet Essentials is not the easiest thing to sign up for, which those of you who do this work probably also know. The local folks from Comcast have been fabulous with us, but we really struggle to get folks signed up. However, we find that once we get folks engaged, they'll sign up for the full cost plan. So a lot of our folks have signed up for that. Next one. Yep. So part of the reason folks signed up for it was because we taught them how they could save money using the internet. Very specifically, for example, a lot of our folks, when you get your check, you need to cash it you need the money today. And so they would go to check cashing, and it would cost them 30% of their check. We're showing people how direct deposit means your check is available today, maybe even yesterday, and that you'll save all that money. We show folks how to call home if their family's in the Dominican Republic, for example, using Google Phone for 3 cents a minute instead of a calling card for 37 cents a minute. So we're looking for all these ways that technology can save some money for folks. And I will say, two things that we really think are important, and one is engagement. It's all about the relationships. We find that's more important than anything else. We teach the program in 9 languages. We really support a wide variety of people, and we make sure that we're culturally respectful. And the next part of it we really care about is empowerment. Once you get engaged, how do you use the power you have received to change the quality of your life and make changes? Since 80% of all jobs are only posted online, how do we expect folks to find a job if they don't understand technology and how to use it? And so we have found that the program has been extraordinarily successful. It's been an honor to run it in Boston.
Thank you, Dan. Kyle? Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Commissioner, for inviting me. I'm going to talk about massvetsadvisor.org. It's something that we created with the Mass Broadband Institute through the Massachusetts Technology Collaborative and the State Department of Veteran Services. It's a one-stop shop for all veterans benefits. And I think we can show some of the slides. There's your slides. Okay. So it's a one-stop shop for veterans benefits. So why would we look at this? Well, this is a perfect way to get over some of the barriers for adoption. It really is about relevancy. These benefits are extremely relevant to our veterans and their family members. So why veterans? Well, in Massachusetts, veterans make up 385,000 of our 6 million population, and everyone knows a veteran. Everyone is either related or has a friend that's a veteran. Our homelessness, our suicide, and our unemployment rates are all higher than those of the civilian population. And I think that is wrong, and it should be addressed. And this is a way, maybe it's because the benefits aren't easily accessible to those veterans, and getting those online and easily accessible hopefully can drive those down. Why now? Well, our World War II and Korean veteran population are passing away. Our Vietnam era veterans are retiring or getting sick, so they're looking for their benefits. And Iraq and Afghanistan veterans are coming home, and they want to get that first home. They want to get their education benefits. So I think we can go on to the next slide. So the site is a very easy to use website. And what it does is we've listed every single veteran benefit that's provided by the state government, by the federal government, and nonprofits. We launched it this past May. We had about 230 benefits on the site. The site's now grown to 380 benefits. So in the past, for a veteran to find their benefits, they would have to be kind of savvy with the bureaucracy. They would have to know what was a federal benefit, what was a nonprofit benefit, what was a state benefit. Go to those different offices. Maybe have to wait online. Make a phone call, drive far. So now they can go on massvetsadvisor.org and find those benefits. We can go to the next slide. So here's a little bit of what you would expect when you go on to massvetsadvisor.org. You can see, with the VA we have My Healthy Vet, and that's a great program that's available where veterans can have all of their medical needs from the VA serviced online. They can refill prescriptions. They can email their primary care doctor. They can set up an appointment. So in terms of veterans adopting broadband internet, if they don't do it, they're going to be left behind. They're going to have to take a day off of work to go to the VA to do something that they could now do on My Healthy Vet. So we make it easy to find that. We have Soldier On, which is a nonprofit, which does homelessness prevention. So you can see the whole gamut. And we have a number of different search tools, which is on the next slide. So there are easier ways to search on the site, and then more specific ways. There's about 5 different ways. You can see a whole list of all the benefits and just click on them that way. Or you could click on there's like a Google search tool on it that searches the site. So if you were looking for housing, you could write that. We also have a categorized search. If you're looking for education, if you're looking for housing, if you're looking for medical help, you can see every single benefit that's available that way. And lastly, we have a faceted search where you don't have to put any personal information, but you can put in if you're a veteran, a relative of a veteran, which conflict you served in which branch of the military you in, and that will narrow that search down to what you're eligible for. It would highlight for me the post 9/11 GI Bill, which is a benefit that essentially pays for undergraduate or graduate school. I use it for graduate school right now, and I don't have to pay much money out of pocket. Go on to the next slide. So it's, we can't go out and find every single person. We have to train other people to use the site and to get the word out. Massachusetts is unique in that it has a veteran service officer for every city and town in the Commonwealth. We have 351 cities and towns, and the veteran service officer is a veteran who is paid by the municipality, and they are kind of experts. They're a backbone of veterans benefits in the state. And what we've done with them is we've done training with them on multiple different sites throughout the state, showing them how the site works. And I've had success stories where they set up another monitor, so when a veteran comes into their office, the veteran can look at the benefits that are online with their veteran service officer, and they have someone with them to help them. And in terms of being in the military, we were all Type A personalities. It's hard to ask for help, and when you do, if you do ask for help, more than likely you want to talk to a veteran, and that's where the VSO really comes in. But for our next slide, if you want to do it on your own and you're not digitally literate, which I find a lot, where I actually will wait at the VA and talk to people as they're coming out, and they'll tell me, well, I don't have a computer or I don't know how to use the internet. Well, we've set up another site called bridgesbenefits.org, and that site has everything you would ever need to learn how to use a computer. How would you use a mouse and it has all videos, YouTube videos, what is an email, how to send an email, all the way up to something more complex like how to send a fax from your computer. And the next slide, we've done a lot of outreach. Like I said, I'll wait at the VA. I'll go to homeless shelters. We've gone to hospice homes. I work with the National Guard in Massachusetts, so every single group that comes back from right now it's Afghanistan, they get to see me, and I talk to them, and it's great because they'll actually just look for their benefits on their smartphones while I'm talking to them. We also have a monthly newsletter where we talk about the benefits that are out there, and social media, so you can find us at massvetsadvisor.org on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And what's valuable about that and what makes it more relevant to veterans is that if a benefit changes, if new legislation gets passed, if the demographics have changed, any specifics about that benefit may be out there, we can let them know that something has changed, and they're really excited. We've seen it with Agent Orange registries are now more expanded to include more veterans that served in Vietnam. So it's been really successful and something that we're really proud of. And that wraps up my presentation. And thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Kyle. Bao?
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Thank you for having me this morning to share a little bit about the work that we're doing in Minnesota. Before I actually talk about the programs that we administer in Minnesota, I thought that it might be helpful to share a little bit of background information about our organization to dispel the Asian model minority myth that everybody's doing well. As you may have seen reports going out there that shows the increase in broadband adoption and usage in the Asian community without consideration for specific groups within the Asian community. So I am here actually speaking on behalf of those underserved community in the API community. In Minnesota, we are the largest Hmong nonprofit organization in the country. We're also the largest refugee-led organization. And so our clientele aren't just Hmong clients, but comprised of clients from Southeast Asia. So when you look at our clientele, you have the Hmong community who's been here for almost 4 decades. And then you also have the emerging new communities like the Karen, the Burmese, the Bhutanese, the Karani from Southeast Asia that's been here for less than 5 years. And the biggest department at our organization is employment and training. And so 90% of the people that we serve in our employment and training program are recent refugees that's been in the country for less than 5 years. So you can imagine the challenges that we face on a daily basis, not only as we try to address broadband access and adoption within the Hmong community, but even within the emerging new communities that now, as one of my colleagues here just shared, most of the job posting are on the internet. And so within the Southeast Asian community, we have the lowest per capita income. Our educational attainment rate is at the lowest. And we also live in the most crowded housing. And our poverty rate is also the highest. So without considering the important role of education and having income, I think that you would be misleading if you believe that those are not important factors or criteria to consider when it comes to broadband adoption and access. And so the work that we're doing at our center in terms of broadband access and broadband access and I'd say technology literacy spans across 32 programs, and really looking at how we can include or embed all of the importance of internet access and making sure that all of the different programs that we administer have components in place. One of the points that I also want to make is that in the 2010 census data, the Hmong community is the youngest, I think, community within the Asian community. Our average age is 20 years old. So you have a population where 50% of our community hasn't even reached the age of 20. And when you think in terms of the high poverty level that many of our families are in, affordability then to internet access is a huge problem. The other hat that I wear is I'm also the president and CEO of Hmong National Development, which is a DC-based organization here whose primary responsibility is to do research, policy advocacy, data, technical assistance, and capacity building on behalf of Hmong organizations or Hmong community throughout the country. And I don't have a beautiful PowerPoint slide to show you because I just came back from the tri-state in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas, in which we have a growing poultry farmers there, and the need to use technology to do what they do on a daily basis is increasing, but yet access to broadband and financial digital literacy is a huge barrier for them. So when you look at populations in the tri-state area in comparison to populations in the Twin Cities, in comparison to populations in California, the adoption and accessibility rate is very, very different, for these different communities. So I bring that up because of the magnitude of issues and challenges that we have as a refugee-led community-based organization, in which we are often over capacity and not having sufficient training in-house or staff that are equipped to go out there to do the outreach, to raise the awareness, and to have enough people that are trained to do the hand-holding in the community. So some of the programs that we administer at Hmong American Partnership, in partnership with, one of them is in partnership with the U of M. It's their Broadband Access Program, or the BTOP program, in which we are one of the sites in which community members can come to our center to get free training. The BTOP program has been really instrumental in terms of providing free cost training to a lot of our staff, and also members in the community who may not be able to afford it. Unfortunately, this program recently just ended, and now we're trying to struggle how to figure out how to sustain this program in the future. Another program that we are, in partnership with Comcast and One Economy that we've been doing for the past couple of years is really targeting the youth literacy, and it has a really strong service learning component as well. And so the youth will come to our center 2 days a week. And in addition to that, they have a service learning component in which they're out there in the community. They're paired up with mentors. And it has a strong multi-generational approach. And the multi-generational approach is that at our center, we also have an adult daycare center that serves the Southeast Asian elders. And the youth are actually showing elders how to access stuff online in their language and stream it. And the elders are just so amazed at, using Skype to talk to people from Laos, or accessing Skype to download shows that they may have missed. And the youth are also then learning from the elders about their history, their culture, and it's just a really beautiful, nice intergenerational digital literacy program. One of the things that we're also doing is promoting Comcast Digital Essential Program in the various schools that we're in, and we are in 6 schools right now. And the schools that we're in are predominantly Hmong students, and so some of the schools we have as high as 98% Hmong students. And over 90% of the schools that we are in, the kids there are eligible for free or reduced lunch. So if they're eligible for free or reduced lunch, most of the times they would be eligible for the Comcast Essential program, in which they pay a small fee on a monthly basis for internet connection, and would also be eligible for computer at $150. So we're trying to really get out there and do the outreach and raise the awareness to our community, because a lot of times community members don't know where to go to get the information, and there isn't outreach staff, or there aren't resources that's available in a culturally appropriate manner that our community members can access. The challenge for us has been that a lot of times, because family members on a fixed income or unemployed, they have to make a decision on whether they can afford to have broadband access, and that seems to be one of the biggest challenges that we have faced in the last couple of years as we administer these programs. I know that there may be other questions that address to some of the program specific that I'm going to talk about later, so I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Bao. Sybil? And you have slides, correct, Sybil?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Okay, so we can start right out with the slides. So the city of San Francisco, right, with the Department of Aging and Adult Services and the Department of Technology, work together with the city's senior and adults with disabilities communities to figure out an approach to the challenge of bringing these very underserved communities online, and how to help them to become adopters. Okay. So 26 nonprofit partners were involved, 8 of whom became subrecipients, and we strategized together in a series of meetings to figure out how to serve, especially the seniors, who's 19% of the city's population, and a large number of whom live in single-person households. Thank you. So our BTOP sustainable adoption proposal included also digital media, youth technology, and online entrepreneurship components. And the senior and adults with disability part of the program received about $3 million for equipment and implementation citywide. And as computers began to be deployed into the locations that were provided by the 26 nonprofits, the interest started to pick up. Okay, so the sound's not working, but it's captioned.
So I want to know. I just want to learn just the basic. If I get the basic, you get the basic, you can learn it. Otherwise, if you don't get the basic, you're lost.
Tengo 3 hijos en El Salvador, ya ellos son mayores y nuestras comunicaciones siempre han sido por teléfono, que ahora se puede hablar con ellos y se puede ver uno por medio de las computadoras. Entonces,
啲學生呢，佢哋用電子郵件呢，同佢哋嘅屋企人、海外嘅朋友，佢哋都保持聯絡。
I'm a beginner, so little by little I learn a lot now.
It's simple. It's easy once you know it. And that's what I want to learn. How to make my life easier and more knowledgeable with the computer.
Right, so that's some of the population that we serve. And there's more slides continuing. Yeah. So when we started out about 2009 citywide survey showed that only 42% of this population were online at home, which is very similar to the national numbers. And this was contrasting with about 63% of the citywide population at that time. And so actually, the numbers were a little bit lower in some surveys that a very preliminary survey that we took in the senior centers of about a sample of about 1,500, which was conducted in 6 languages. And go on. So about 32% had computers in their home at that time, and 45% were sure that they would like to have internet, and about 25% were not sure. So that's really the population that we were working with to begin with. And then there was the other folks that didn't think they wanted it, but we were hoping that we would be able to move that needle as they saw what the benefits were. And so the top reasons for not using broadband was really not knowing, as everybody really has well spoken about before. It's not knowing what the benefits are, what it meant, why should I, as a 85-year-old person, want to go online. And there was a discomfort with trying to learn something that new, and a lack of literacy, not only digital literacy, but a lot of this underserved population also multilingual people that may not have been literate in their home languages, or folks that just didn't finish school early on, and certainly didn't learn computers at school. So we tried to offer a comfortable environment by setting up labs in 54 locations around the city that seniors and persons with disability already were coming to. These were the senior centers, adult day health care, public housing, affordable housing centers for seniors, and so forth. So we have labs opened around the city, and nonprofit organizations and public housing provided the locations. They didn't receive any funding for this, so their staffs really had to step up and stretch in order to help to facilitate and accommodate this new program and new opportunity. So also in support of housing as well. The city of San Francisco also has installed a community broadband network, which it's in public housing and other locations around the city. 31 of the locations are able to use that network. And the other ones we've had to purchase commercial DSL lines for, DSL service. And so that's an issue going forward as the funding for the initial program runs out. And the San Francisco is really committed to its technology growth right now. There's lots of companies that are headquartered there now, and it's becoming a technology hub. So it's made its fiber backbone available to encourage continuing investment in and in building up a rich information infrastructure in the city. So we hope that that's going to be able to expand to help these nonprofits as well. We put touchscreen computers, about 250 in the computer labs, which we hope will help people to make to bridge the gap between the smartphones that are coming out for those people that go on to adopt those. Lots of different kinds of software in 5 languages. We have programs in 5 languages on the computers, as well as such things as typing and lots of accessibility software and features, as well as brain training programs, Zoom text keyboards, which are easy to see and easy to use and help the folks to magnify what's on the screen. 26 nonprofit community partners have been involved, 8 subrecipients. I'd like to call out especially the Community Technology Network and Community Living Campaign, which are 2 of the subrecipients that have really worked hard to recruit and train volunteers and our location staff and coordinate classes and tutoring at all of these locations. And as I mentioned before, location staff also need to be trained. And so they have to find the time within their ordinary activities of the day, and so that they can continue to support the labs going forward. So with the doors open, we needed to let the isolated and the underserved and the hesitant know that they were welcome. So we had a tremendous all-day kickoff event at City Hall. Next slide. With public-private support, 700 persons spent the day learning what broadband can offer. We had civic leaders, Mayor Ed Lee, welcomed participants, representative from NTIA, from Administration on Aging, our local area, and also popular PBS anchor Belvedere gave words of encouragement and motivation. In the afternoon, we had workshops that covered everything from brain. This was really talking about why you should want to adopt. What's in it for you? How is it have meaning in your life? So the workshops really covered everything from brain plasticity programs and how you can think better, e-resources online that the library demonstrated, health online resources. We had a Wii exercise equipment set up, and so people could see that. Genealogy, research, blogging, how to make video calls, demonstrations of accessible equipment, and lots more. Lots of hands-on practice. Dozens of volunteers and corporate supporters were on hand to help people learn something new. I sent my first tweet with help of folks there. And
we do want to save some time for questions.
We're just about through here.
Perfect.
So I just wanted to say that we then, really had to continue to let people know that this was available. And so up until December, some of the results of this program and getting people involved is about 30,000 training hours have been completed. You can go on to the next slide. In multiple languages with about 18,000 participants, which is not unduplicated. And the broadband adoption by seniors and persons with disabilities throughout the city has gone up significantly, about 40% so far to around 55 or 60% preliminarily from the 42%, which was the number in the citywide survey done by the city controller when we started. So some of the more enduring challenges remain, a lot of which people have talked about before: affordable broadband service for not only the individuals but also for the nonprofit organizations. The Internet Essentials are not available for the single household seniors, single-person household seniors, which are make up a very large percentage of seniors in our city. So that's something that we need to look at. And continuing multilingual volunteers that are consistent is really an issue because we're not paying people, to do the training. Public-private support for the learning centers. These are some of the issues. Thank you very much.
Sybil. Derek, you have slides as well, right, Derek?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Y. The Beck Communications Cooperative is one of North Dakota's older cooperatives, 60 years old, services an area about 6,000 square miles. In that service area, we have about 5,400 members, so that shows that we have less than one member per square mile. And if you look in the rural exclusively, there's about 2,100 members, and that's about one member per every 3 square miles. So it can be pretty sparse in areas. Even given those challenges, we've been able to get our internet penetration up to 71%, which is fairly high. And that was partially due to a lot of door-to-door activity, a lot of sales and promotions, but also educational classes that we offer throughout the year. This would not have been possible without the investments or the investment support from the RUS. We had a 10-year investment cycle utilizing RUS loans to put fiber-to-the-home infrastructure into 100% of our service area. Also, using an ARRA grant from the RUS, we got a BIP grant loan combination to service an area that's outside the nearest big city, which is the city of Bismarck. Bismarck in North Dakota is about 70,000 population, and outside of the city limits, from about the 0 to 25-mile radius, there was no broadband available. In 2010, with that grant, we were able to deploy fiber to the home, and we have internet penetration there of above 89%, and that's just in a 2-year cycle. And again, none of it's possible without the support of the RUS. To give you some more context, that's the state of North Dakota. It's about 80,000 square miles. Beck is a yellow spot in the middle, and the sort of orange-yellow spot directly on the left-hand side near the city of Bismarck is what we would call the CLEC area. So we have two different petri dishes. We have a very rural area, which we can see our results in, and then we have an area that is not necessarily urban, but it's a rural around an urban. Then there's dramatically different demographics, and we did get different results. On the next slide, to give you context, again, what we talked about, the distributed rural nature, that's that roughly 6,000 square miles. And as you can see, there's small clusters in the towns, and a town in our area could be 200 homes. And then the rest of the distributed rural. And really North Dakota, if you know much about it, long winters, short growing seasons, it's pretty cold, and we're all about grain, cattle, corn, and oil up there. And for Commissioner Y, I put this slide in because I thought he'd find it interesting. Commissioner Y has got the state of about the same size as our service area with 6.5 million people in it. We have 18,000 in our service area. Next slide, please. To give you a little bit of anecdotal information about Mary's Farm. Mary's Farm is over 100 miles from any city that can have a Walmart, trauma center, and a college. So that's really, really remote. Now, Mary's an amazing lady. For 5 years, she would commute to the city of Bismarck on Sunday nights, stay in the city Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then commute home. And while she was in the city, she was going to school to get a finance degree, and she wanted to sit for her CPA. And she did that for half a decade. bringing income to the family farm, while her husband stayed home and ran the farm and raised the kids. And after she sat and got her CPA, she was waiting for an opportunity to do a home-based business. We finally got fiber out to her farm, and the year that we put fiber into her farm, she was able to come home and live full-time, and she's making more at her home-based finance business and CPA firm than she was commuting to the city of Bismarck. So it can transform your life. When we look at the statistics that the previous panel talked about on adoption, there's a couple of questions that come to mind. What is the definition of broadband adoption? Is it truly when someone connects a computer up to the internet? Or is it any device connected to a full IP network? Because they're going to give you different penetration results and different statistical results, and also it drives relevance significantly. For example, in our service areas, we do have traditional phone service, but we also have broadband service that can go up to 200 meg, IP-based television services, cloud IP voice services, surveillance services, cloud-based business phone systems, Ethernet transport for all the cell towers, and we do broadcasting over the internet from all the high schools and their high school sporting events. So there's a lot of things that you can do, but you got to look at what is the definition. What we've learned is that if you have high quality, high capacity connectivity, the opportunities will come up. And if you look at a home, the home's needs are slightly different. From a home, you got to have online education, you got to have the ability to do reliable online testing. If you get booted off an online test twice, you fail. So you got to have reliable connections. So there's trust that needs to be built up. You can Skype and Netflix and Facebook and Vonage, and you can play games. You got to have high capacity, low latency connections. So a low speed connection that may be on wireless or on an old piece of copper, that can be a problem because you don't build trust. And what we learned about adopters is there's in 3 stages. The first stage is the early adopters. They'll buy anything at any price because it's cool. And then they'll continue to wait for the product to evolve. And then there's that second third, which we call people that have to develop trust in the product. Those are the people that want to work from home. So they're deriving income over that connection. Those are the kids that are going to school from home, going to college from home. That trusted third has to have reliability.
Derek, we have about 2 minutes before we should do some questions. We already got some actually questions online. So next slide.
Yep, next slide. So to give you some context, this is what our service looked like. We did have the 89% penetration as it's defined, a computer connected to the internet, and 71% in our ILEC. The next slide looks at the penetration if you consider an IP network. For the next slide. In our CLEC area, this new area we got the grant from, there's 100% adoption of IP products. All IP phone service, IP broadband, IP television. In our independent phone company area, currently we have 77% penetration of IP products. And by the end of the year, we'll probably have 85%. So we have to understand that a television is very relevant to a senior citizen, where the computer may not be. And if it's IP-based product, is that considered adoption? So relevance is very important. The next slide talks about the issues of relevance and objections. I knocked on thousands of doors and talked to thousands of customers, and I had doors slammed in my face. And one key example of relevance was I talked to a gentleman that was very, very senior. He was of the greatest generation, spent time in the wars in Europe. He told me that the internet was not useful to him, wasn't relevant to him, and there's bad things on the internet, so he didn't want to use it. I came back 3 months later, and I said, well, we have this new device. If you can get your vital signs taken at home and that can be reported to the doctor can renew your subscription to your medications earlier. All of a sudden, it was relevant to him, and he was willing to pay $50 a month for that service. So that leads to the next piece of thinking, that you will not have good pricing research data without relevance. That's with exception for the people that are low income. And what I called them was the economically challenged, the ergonomically challenged, and those that were emotionally challenged that just didn't want to learn new products. And then the next slide will wrap up. This is what people have done when given the opportunity. A guy got an MBA, started an insurance company, all online. Someone learned claims processing, now process claims for insurance company. Got an online accounting degree. That was our friend Mary. Quit their job from a 112-mile commute to start an advertising business at home. We have electrical contractors doing drafting businesses, medical invoicing coders, work from home for Microsoft, and marketing companies. And if you're really interested in seeing those people and their personal stories, if you have the electronic version of this presentation, click on Everyday Superheroes or go to YouTube, Beck Communications, and search for Beck Everyday Superheroes, and you can see interviews of each one of these individuals and what this meant to changing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. I want to leave some time for questions. We did indeed get a question from the web. This is a question for Deb. Deb, has it been hard to persuade people to see the relevance of internet in their lives? And what are some steps you've taken to show this relevance? I think this goes right to what Derek says. Are you knocking on doors? Are you are you telling them what is it why the internet is so important to them?
I think what gets people to come to our program is this promise of the netbook computer for $50. But it's not what keeps them coming, and it's not what gets them most excited. What we've learned is that each person who comes in has goals and dreams and wishes for their life. And some of them have had difficulty meeting those needs or finding a way to those goals because of either income or disability. And so we've been able to provide most of those folks with a pathway there. So, for example, online learning. I work 2 jobs. When am I going to take a course? Things like that. So I think the relevance piece was actually pretty easy once we got folks through the door.
Sure. Actually, this is probably a good question for all of you to answer. So maybe just very briefly, Kyle, relevance. I know you sort of addressed it in your slides, but you want to just reiterate?
Yeah, a lot of veterans, they'll tell me that they already know all their benefits, or, they may have gone to the VA, they didn't like their experience, and now they've been turned off. So, when I go out and I do my outreach, or we've done advertisements, and we've had people tell us that, because they had that second chance at looking at the benefits online, they were able to find something, or maybe, that what they thought they were looking for from the VA there was something from the state, because we actually will give suggestions on what else they may like on the site on massvetsadvisor.org, and they'll find something that they didn't know that they were eligible for.
Great. Bao, one of the things I really liked about your presentation was that multi-generational training. I think that was so wonderful to hear about the other benefits that you get from that. But, relevance regarding, the internet, what have you learned from your program?
Relevancy, I think, for us, it's really looking at different generations. I think for the older generation, the frustration of being handicapped, of not knowing how to even surf the net, or when they turn it on, where to go and look. So they, with the era, the technology era, where a lot of stuff are online now, it's really getting them to feel comfortable and creating shortcuts or links for them, so that they'll make it, it'll make it easier for them, to access the internet. I think that for the younger generation or the working professionals, I haven't seen huge of an issue in terms of relevancy. So it's mostly with populations with language barrier or with the older generation.
How about cultural barriers, Bao? Have there been cultural barriers to prevent folks from adopting within your community?
Cultural barrier is also one of the huge things that we're also seeing in our community as well. It's just, the distrust of the internet, and, even like online banking. Mm-hmm. People are afraid of who's going to get access to the information, how is that going to be used. even setting up appointments online, or even sending information online. I think that there's a lot of those distrust just because of lack of knowledge and lack of information. And so some of those are some of the barriers that we're seeing. And also getting our parents to even be comfortable at looking at grades online, or allowing their children to go online because they were assigned an assignment from school, and not trusting, whether the kids are actually doing school work or what are they doing on the internet. And again, most of these are parents that are not computer literate and are not aware of the trend of how things are being done these days.
Okay, thank you. We got another question from the web. This one is regarding distance learning. So how do you teach citizens how to get started with e-commerce and telework, and what kind of programs you have for this distance learning? Maybe, I think, Derek, you had mentioned that great story about Mary's farm. Can you maybe elaborate? How did Mary know, and how did you connect Mary to being able to connect to the school, wherever, I guess, downtown?
There's a couple of things that you have to always continue to offer. We offer an educational program for how to use computers with, it's called Tech Time. We do it every month, and we rotate it around our territory. And as you do that, you become more intimate with the needs and the requirements of your members. And in her case, we knew that she was commuting, and one weekend she was home and she told us, I'm commuting to get an education. When can I have the ability to have this technology so I no longer have to leave home for a week at a time? And it's being intimate with your members and intimate with their needs. It's the best way to do it.
Great. Sybil, did you have something to add about that?
Yes, it's a little bit different, but we're actually one part of our program. We're about to launch a website along with National Council on Aging on chronic disease self-management programs. So all over the city, there are these hospitals as well as senior centers and other organizations offer these little small group evidence-based programs on managing your chronic illnesses for folks. And then after 6 weeks, they often lose connection with each other, or with and it's a very pure, moderated kind of a program. So this website is will be available for all graduates, where they can continue to engage with other folks that are learning to manage their health issues, and learn new things about health, access resources, and get answers to questions from each other. And so this is another way. And I just wanted to mention one other thing, and that is a lot of this population that we serve are very isolated, even though they're in an urban situation. And even within their neighborhoods, those that do get out and get to community centers. And so just last week, there was a program where some of the senior centers went Skype to Skype between the senior centers. And it was wonderful because even though they were 5 miles away from each other within the same city, those folks would never have a chance to meet each other and make new friends in that way. And so they want to continue this kind of activity. So it's really very helpful for that as well.
So do we have any questions from the audience here? No questions from the audience. Maybe I have one last question, and I know this is something that Deb and I have talked about in the past, is sustainability, because not only is it important for folks to get connected, how do we sustain that connection? Deb, do you want to maybe add some insights to that?
For us, the only limitation on growing our program is actually financing it. And so sustaining the program itself to encourage more broadband adoption in the city requires more investment. And I do spend a lot of my time trying to figure out how to ensure that we can continue to do the work that we've done over the course of the last several years with the help of the SBA grant. And I think that it's a lot of it is about, as I said earlier, the collaboration and the communication within the city and the support of the political and the cultural leaders in the city, and really seeing this as a value and making it a benefit. But it does mean an awful lot of work to prepare. I am anxious for a time when it is ubiquitous and it's no longer necessary to fight this fight, but I think it's an important one and one will continue.
Sure. Does anyone else have comments about sustainability? So once you get these folks connected, how do you guys try to sustain that connection? Derek, do you have something about that?
Yes. It's really important, as a rural service provider, the Universal Service Fund is critically important to the ongoing sustainability and operation of our organizations. We've taken on significant debt from the RUS in order to provide the infrastructure. Over the next 30 years, we hope to be able to settle that debt and continue to provide service. But without universal service, it would be impossible.
Kyle, do you have a comment about that?
I mean, for us, it's staying relevant with all the updates on new benefits and any changes that may have occurred.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Angie, where's Angie? Commissioner Clyburn, you want to talk to us? Close this out.
Thank you so much, and please thank our panelists. Thank you, Commissioner Y. I trust that you've enjoyed this morning's session. Thank you to the panelists and moderators.
Great. Thank you so much. So at this time, for those of you who have pre-ordered lunch, if you go out these doors, you will see a sign down the hall for break room, and that's where the lunches are. Your names are on them. For those of you who didn't pre-order lunch and feeling, a little hungry, there are a couple options near us. If you go out the main lobby and down 12th Street, there's a little cafe at the corner of Maryland and 12th. Potbelly's is right around the corner, up the street towards the Mandarin Oriental, and Starbucks is across the street too. So there's also CVS nearby, right close to the Starbucks, should you need to pop in there. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you all back here. We're going to start up at 12:40. 12:40. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, please, if you can take your seats. Please take your seats. We'd like to get started. I hope you enjoyed this morning's session if you were here. We've got another great session lined up for you this afternoon, starting with our keynote. Before we hear from our keynote speaker, Assistant Secretary Strickling, I would like to introduce FCC Chairman Julius Janikowski. He's our tireless leader who's created tremendous momentum here at the FCC in our efforts to connect all Americans so everyone can seize the benefits of broadband. As a result of his leadership at the Commission, we have been focused on universal broadband, starting with our National Broadband Plan, extending through the major overhaul of the outdated Universal Service Fund, and continuing with the reforms in the Lifeline program, the Rural Health Care program, and E-rate to modernize all of these programs so that they can be part of the solution to the broadband challenge. Please join me in welcoming Chairman Julius Janikowski.
So I have nothing to say after that introduction. It doesn't get better than that. And the truth is, I'm not going to say very much because the people who deserve the credit for bringing this together and making sure that we have this important session today are Commissioner Clyburn and Angela. And I just want to thank you both very much, for your commitment and focus on this. Commissioner Landis, obviously, and Commissioner Y. But this is such an important topic, something that the Federal State Joint Conference and NTIA, I'll get to Larry in a minute. So first of all, I really do want to thank you for driving this, and thank you again for that introduction. Everything Angela said was exactly right. We need to keep focusing and working on increasing broadband adoption rates in the U.S. In the last 4 years, broadband adoption in the U.S. has gone from about 60% to about 70%, but that's not good enough. And we need to take it from 70% to 100%. Broadband is too essential a service. It's too essential a service for participating in our economy. Many of you have heard me talk before about job postings, right? Job postings are almost all entirely online now. The percentage of Fortune 500 companies that do all of their job postings online now is way over 70%. And very, very high percentage of job postings require online applications. So, of course, broadband adoption needs to be much higher. Broadband adoption is essential for public safety. It's essential for participating in the wonderful advances around education and around healthcare. It's important, critically important for people with disabilities. So continuing to focus, as I know you'll do this afternoon, on how to move the numbers toward 100% in the smartest, fastest way possible. It's of vital importance. I know you'll also look today at trends in mobile broadband adoption. That is a metric that's increasing very rapidly, but it's also not a panacea in addressing the reasons we're trying to drive universal broadband adoption. It's been, as you know, certainly Commissioner Clyburn and has experienced this as well, a very active time here when it comes to universal broadband in general. We've done major overhauls of all of the elements of our universal service programs, the high cost fund, creating a mobility fund, creating Health Connect, which will take a pilot program to connect healthcare facilities to broadband around the country and make it a permanent, much, much larger program, up to $400 million a year. And, of course, we've done major reforms to Lifeline, the primary universal service program designed to help low-income people have connectivity. And as part of that reform, we adopted for the first time Lifeline broadband pilots. I hope you'll discuss that today because what we ought to be doing here is setting ourselves up as the results from those pilots come in to take appropriate action to make sure that we're doing everything we can to drive broadband adoption. I see all sorts of wonderful people here today. My friends from the libraries are here, and I just want to thank IMLS for its just wonderful work and partnership with the FCC on all of these issues. And now let me introduce our keynote speaker for today, who has been at least as active on all of these issues in the last 4 years. My friend, Assistant Secretary of Communications and Information. I'm looking at your full title, Larry. But everyone knows Larry. Larry is the Assistant Secretary who runs NTIA. As I said, Larry has been incredibly active and focused on all of these issues for the last 4 years. I won't cover everything, but thanks to Larry, NTIA did a fantastic job administering over $4 billion in grants as part of the BTOP program. I've been fortunate, as I've traveled around the country, to see some of the projects that have been funded as a result of BTOP. I'm sure Larry will talk about it. This is just amazing. And, of course, many people don't know that BTOP has been funding not only connectivity, but also various adoption-related programs. And we have a lot to learn from the work and the projects that have been funded by Larry and NTIA. I think it's 230 projects. That's a lot of learning to do. But one of the things that both Larry and I have been committed to since we were appointed to these jobs was a close relationship between NTIA and FCC so we can each learn from each other as we pursue exactly the same goals: driving universal broadband deployment and adoption to drive our economy and to empower Americans everywhere in the country. Larry's also, of course, in his spare time, been very focused, as we have, on spectrum. Partnership between the FCC and NTIA on spectrum is critical as we see both this wonderful world of opportunities relating to wireless, the explosive growth of mobile broadband, also having very positive effects on our economy, enormous opportunities for public safety as well as education and healthcare and energy, and working together with Larry and NTIA on freeing up government spectrum for commercial, on exploring innovative ways to share government and commercial spectrum has been a joint priority of ours, and I'm happy to report that there are a number of very interesting, very important initiatives occurring right now that I'm personally optimistic about, that we'll be able to look at and say these were big ideas that change the equation in a positive way on how we both meet the needs of government agencies on spectrum and free up spectrum for mobile broadband. So, Larry, I'm going to give you the floor in a minute. I do want to say one other thing, actually, something else that Larry has been a leader on and that I've been privileged to work together with him on, internet freedom issues, both in the U.S. As well as abroad. And Larry and I and others at the State Department and other agencies have worked very hard on highly important international internet freedom issues. It's not today's topic, but I do want to thank Larry for his excellent and very focused work to preserve internet freedom globally. The last thing I'll say is that Larry's no stranger to the FCC. We overlapped here at this agency briefly in the 1990s. Larry was chief of the Common Carrier Bureau and has also served as associate general counsel here and chief of the competition division. Very few people know as much about this space as Larry does. Larry, we're very grateful that you've taken the time to come over here to the FCC, participate in this important day, and I know you've prepared something for the audience to listen to, and I thank you very much. Larry Strickling, everyone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate that you were able to take the time to come down and address the group and introduce me. And I think we owe him a round of applause for the very inspired... Let me get the homonym out first. His very inspired leadership in the area of broadband, as well as the many other areas he talked about. The Commission has made tremendous progress here in the first 4 years of your tenure here. And I think we look forward to continuing to work very closely with the Commission on these important issues. Also want to thank Commissioner Clyburn, Commissioner Landis, Commissioner Y for inviting me to participate today. We have been very interested in these issues and have a lot to report on in terms of what we've been doing at NTIA the last 4 years. The chairman mentioned that I had been here in the late 1990s, and in fact, I went back last evening and realized that this Federal-State Joint Conference on Advanced Services actually was created in 1999 when I was here as chief of the Common Carrier Bureau, and I remember very clearly the negotiations with Bob Rowe at that time. Some of you may remember Bob Rowe, who was a NARUC president, but at that time was a commissioner from Montana who really drove the creation of this conference, and I'm glad to see it's still very active even today. When I went back and looked at the order, I found it quite instructive in terms of showing how the issues of broadband access and adoption have really changed since 1999. Back then, the emphasis was exclusively on the deployment of broadband, and I actually counted up the words in the order. Deployment is mentioned 25 times. Does anybody know how many times adoption is mentioned in the 1999 order? 0? Well, you're almost right. Adoption is in the order only to reflect the fact that the Commission adopted the order in 1999. But I think it's clear that today, as witnessed by your agenda, adoption has now come to the forefront of the national discussion on broadband. The communications industry, since 1999, has made great progress to deploy broadband. Today, based on the data from the National Broadband Map, we can see that broadband speeds of at least 3 megabits per second are available on a wireline basis to 98% of our population, and advertised speeds of at least 6 megabits per second are available to about 80% of the population through mobile service. There's more to be done in this space, and certainly the Commission's universal service reform efforts are going to help industry continue to expand broadband access to homes and businesses in underserved parts of the nation. But with these advances in broadband deployment, we can now focus on the gap in broadband adoption. The chairman mentioned some data. The last reported data from NTIA, which is based on the Census Bureau's survey of 50,000 households in October of 2010, indicated that more than 68% of households subscribe to broadband internet access services. But what that means is we've got over 30 million households that have not adopted broadband at home. And I think we all agree that this is a very troubling statistic in light of the importance of broadband access to our citizens and to our economy. One thing that is crystal clear is that broadband can be absolutely transformative to the way we live and work. We hear stories every day of people using broadband to get training, to get jobs, and start businesses. Folks use broadband to stay healthy, get educated, and simply stay in touch with family and friends. So broadband adoption is the key to unlocking this transformation, and it is our shared responsibility to advance and encourage adoption to give everyone a chance at the benefits that this access will bring them. Now, fortunately, many organizations and individuals have been responding to this challenge. At the FCC, the creation of Connect to Compete and the work to reform the Lifeline program is going to have a significant impact on increasing broadband adoption. Elsewhere in the administration, the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences, led by Susan Hildreth, I think Susan's in the audience today. There, shout out for Susan. Has been working with state libraries across the country to deliver digital literacy training. And for millions of people, we know that libraries are the only places they can go to learn about how to get online. And finally, we all owe thanks to those of you here today who work at other agencies and nonprofit organizations where you are committed to bridging the broadband adoption gap in the United States. At NTIA, we have been actively involved in working with organizations across the country on sustainable broadband adoption through the grant program that was established with Recovery Act funds in 2009. I think most all of you know that NTIA has provided just under $4 billion in grant dollars to about 230 projects, again, located in every state around the country. Congress set aside $250 million specifically for broadband adoption projects, which are teaching digital literacy skills and providing job assistance to Americans who need this help in urban and rural areas throughout the country. We awarded an additional $200 million in grants to develop or expand public computer centers in libraries, community centers, and housing developments, and to provide training to empower those persons who do not have broadband access at home. Just libraries alone, we have 19 projects totaling more than $50 million to create these computer centers and provide training. At this point, these projects have been very successful. Our grantees have delivered over 9.9 million hours of training to 2.8 million participants. These efforts have generated more than 500,000 new broadband subscribers. Our grantees have installed nearly 39,000 computer workstations in 2,600 public computer centers located in 1,500 communities. So today is an opportune time to go behind these numbers and understand what has made these projects so successful. And then we need to address how we take these teachings and apply them to designing the new efforts that will be necessary to continue to close the broadband gap. At the outset, we need to understand the reasons people do not subscribe to broadband services. And I'm sure you've had a lengthy discussion about that already today. And fortunately, we do have a lot of information on this issue. The Pew Internet Project, and John Horrigan in particular, have contributed survey data on the barriers to adoption. And at NTIA, again, we've teamed with Census in these surveys of 50,000 households to look at these issues as well. Our surveys indicate that the reason consumers give the most often for not subscribing is that they just don't need it or are not interested in it. Cost is the second most frequent reason given, followed by a lack of an adequate computer. A key learning now reported by our grantees actually executing on projects to remove these barriers is that we can't solve the adoption gap by focusing on only one of the barriers. A successful program must address all of these major barriers in a comprehensive fashion. Those programs that combine digital literacy training with supplying a low-cost computer and discounted broadband service have reported that a substantial number of persons going through such a program end up subscribing to broadband at home. And being comprehensive means focusing on all members of a household. This has been especially true for grantees running programs that have targeted students who have realized that they also need to be educating the parents as well. In California, one of our grantees, CFY, has been offering a program in the Los Angeles Unified School District. The CFY program focuses on high-poverty schools. They offer Saturday workshops to teach students and parents how to use the internet and find online resources that promote learning in subjects such as math and reading. And one such parent in this program, a woman named Zoila Perez, signed up for broadband after her family took part in this training through her daughter's school. Perez used to think that the internet was too dangerous, but the CFY training helped her see the value of broadband, particularly for education. She learned about a website that CFY created with more than 1,600 proven educational resources called powermylearning.org, and she acquired a low-cost computer for use at home. Now her daughter can go online anytime to research her homework, explore new ways to learn, and complete her school assignments. But beyond that, Perez herself has begun to use the internet to pay bills and find healthcare information, and even her 4-year-old son is going online to practice his ABCs. CFY has been providing this program in not just Los Angeles, but also New York City, and at this point has helped nearly 16,000 families go online as part of its work. A second key learning has been the importance of tailoring adoption programs to the specific needs of the community and the individual, and providing a personal connection from the program to the people being trained. The paths to adoption depend on a myriad of demographic factors such as ethnicity, income, and education level, and on everyday realities such as work schedules and family obligations. Forging personal connections with persons being trained means understanding how individuals will find the training relevant to them and ensuring that participants will see concrete results from each step of the training. A good example of this learning is Axiom Technologies in Maine. And I believe Susan Corbett was going to be here today, but I didn't get a chance to see her. But Susan, if you're here, wave your hand. Perhaps the snow in Maine has kept her back. But Axiom is using Recovery Act funds to increase broadband adoption by lobstermen and blueberry farmers in rural Maine. Now, think about how you go about designing an adoption project for blueberry farmers. But in fact, Axiom did this. They designed its training to cater to their very unique needs. So they have featured very rugged wireless devices to survive Maine's harsh weather and apps that are tailored to the very extensive state data collection and reporting requirements imposed on farmers there. Axiom is also teaching the farmers and fishermen, some of whom have never turned on a computer before, how to design websites, develop spreadsheets, and use programs like Photoshop to advance their businesses online. So customized solutions offering early wins that demonstrate personal relevance. For example, learning how to Skype on the first day of training have the best chance of success. One community in Ohio, and I know Bill Callahan is here, they require each person taking their training to sit down and complete a personal adoption action plan before they leave the program. And we know that this has had the effect of increasing the amount of subscriptions that would otherwise have taken place. An example, again, of a very individualized approach to getting people online. So developing effective customized solution requires the involvement of trusted partners like One Community and Axiom Technologies. These people and organizations and communities that know their neighborhoods, have their fingers on the pulse of their wants and needs. These trusted partners can help test assumptions about target audiences, craft meaningful programs, and help provide the level of attention needed to get people to take that first step in the door and then keep coming back until they complete their training. And fortunately, through the Recovery Act funding and other programs, our grantees and their partners can provide this type of necessary support across the nation. A third key learning is that we need to take advantage of the opportunity to provide digital literacy training to also focus on workforce training, particularly in areas of higher unemployment. Many of our grantees have found a natural extension of their training for digital literacy to also assist their populations to take advantage of the online environment to find a job. Both adoption projects and public computer centers are reaching people who may never have even turned on a computer, in addition to the ones in Maine. And this is a group that includes a disproportionate number of low-income Americans, senior citizens, and members of minority groups. And teaching them how to navigate the internet, set up an email account, write a resume, and even apply for jobs over the internet. Now, these are skills that many of us take for granted. But for those who are stuck on the wrong side of the digital divide, not having these basic skills can be a significant barrier to employment. Many job listings, as the chairman noted, are only posted online today, and many employers only accept online job applications. Cheryl Colbert, a 49-year-old mother of two in Los Angeles, understands this firsthand. After being released from prison in 2010, she was determined to turn her life around, and this meant finding a job. So she made her way to Chrysalis, a Los Angeles nonprofit that helps the city's homeless and low-income residents find work and get on a path to self-sufficiency. Chrysalis enrolled Colbert in a Recovery Act-funded digital literacy program that taught her how to go online and set up an email account. For Colbert, who had lacked the confidence to use a computer, it was a major step. Chrysalis also helped her land a job with the Skid Row Housing Trust, an organization that operates housing for the homeless in Los Angeles. And today, Colbert manages her own building for the Housing Trust. Her new job requires her to use a computer practically every day, to update rents in the system database, to email county housing officials, and to make flyers for residents. She credits the training she received at Chrysalis for her success. And this is just one of 19 programs across California that received part of the $14 million Recovery Act investment that NTIA made in the California Emerging Technology Fund. And through all of its programs, CETF has helped over 2,600 people find jobs. And I think we have Sonny McPeak, the head of the CETF here. So thank you for your work. So 3 years after the Recovery Act, the projects we funded in 2009 and 2010 are beginning to wrap up. But the survey results show that there is still a lot of work to be done to increase the level of broadband adoption in the nation. And it's a daunting task we have before us. How do we deliver adoption programs with tailored lessons and personalized attention when we're talking about 35 to 40 million households that don't subscribe to broadband today? And I'd like to wrap up with just some modest suggestions for going forward. First, we must assemble the best practices, the programs who have documented successes, and disseminate them as widely as possible. To that end, we at NTIA are about to release a broadband adoption toolkit that harvests the innovations of our sustainable broadband adoption projects. It lays out the steps for effective broadband adoption efforts and provides concrete field-tested approaches to leaping the barriers to adoption. Many of our grantees contributed their detailed and specialized knowledge about what works on the ground. This toolkit will cover outreach, awareness building, training, curriculum, and making broadband affordable to low-income Americans. It'll contain a wealth of information on good project ideas, and we'll be making the toolkit available in the next month or so, and I encourage you to watch for its release. And I'd certainly today like to acknowledge the efforts of our team, particularly Laura Breeden, Karen Hansen, and Gwen Weaver, as well as some help we received from we had a little help on the side, too, and I'd want to certainly recognize John Horrigan and Angela Seifer for the assistance they've provided as well. On the specific topic of the curriculum for training, our grantees have been experimenting with all manner of creative, innovative, and tailored programs to educate and train folks on how to use broadband. Working with 9 other federal agencies, we built a portal called digitalliteracy.gov to share digital literacy curriculum and practical information about how to support new users of computers and broadband. We've been assembling the materials from our grantees and have made these tools freely available to anyone, anywhere, anytime. And we hope that the combination of our toolkit, along with the training programs available on this portal, would enable any community or any organization to develop and carry out its own adoption program anywhere in the country. We've also funded broadband offices in many states as part of the National Broadband Mapping Initiative. We need to find a way to collect the knowledge they have amassed over the years, and we also need to find funding to keep them going after the Recovery Act grants end next year. Second, we need to find ways that the comprehensive approach to eliminating barriers to adoption carries forward in future programs. The FCC has recognized the importance of digital literacy training to adoption and has ensured that such training is included in a number of the Lifeline pilot projects it announced in December. The Commission has raised the issue whether it has the legal authority to use universal service funds to support digital literacy, and this will be an important question to resolve as the Commission completes its reform of the Lifeline program. But in addition to universal service funds, we must all endeavor to find other sources of funding for this indispensable training, whether it be from industry or the philanthropic community. And similarly, to the extent we have opportunities in the future to extend broadband infrastructure to schools or to other anchor institutions, we should make every effort to include community programs to increase broadband adoption in the local neighborhoods as a key component of any such project. Third, we need to explore how to develop a multiplier effect in these projects. How do we build a culture where people getting trained feel an obligation to take that knowledge and help train their family members or their neighbors in the community? An example of this approach is the project by the Foundation for California Community Colleges. The foundation is distributing computers and providing training to minority Latino students enrolled in the Math, Engineering, and Science Achievement Program at local community colleges. What's ingenious about their project is that all participating students are obligated to provide a minimum of 12 hours of computer training in their community. Many trained family members or friends who have been hesitant to learn how to use a computer or the internet, and the foundation is finding that the familiarity and trust that's being built up between the students and those they teach often leads them to go beyond the minimum training requirement and become a community resource. But this is the kind of force multiplier effect and idea we have to have if we're going to reach the millions of non-adopting households with a personal, individualized touch. The good news is that there are lots of very smart and dedicated people in this audience, and and organizations across the country that are committed to shrinking the adoption gap. We at NTIA look forward to working with all of you and serving as a catalyst for continued efforts to increase broadband adoption in America. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Assistant Strickling. I don't know about you all, but I feel like I've learned so much already in this short period of time, and the learning is not going to stop. So the next panel that we have is also going to focus on other local broadband adoption efforts. So I'd like to go ahead and call that panel up. Laura Breeden, as Assistant Strickling had referred to, has been working quite hard on the BTOP projects. And I think this will be a wonderful panel to begin the discussion about what's going on in other parts of the nation to address the broadband adoption issues. See, we have folks are joining us. Thank you.
So thank you all for your attention. I know it's just after lunch, and that means everybody may be a little busy digesting their lunch. So in order to help keep everybody awake, we're going to try to make this panel very interactive. And I've told them all to be brief and succinct in their opening remarks, so we'll see if they live up to that. I'd also like to say, so I've been at NTIA since 2009. I came to work on the broadband adoption and public computer center grants there, and it's been tremendously exciting to see what our grantees have accomplished in the field. And many of them are here today. Some of them are on panels, and some others are in the audience. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize what you've already seen here, which is that there's a tremendous amount of hard work, ingenuity, creativity, and just dedication that has gone into making these programs succeed. Actually, one of the questions I'm going to ask my panel is, what do you know now that you wish you had known at the beginning of your project? Because I think everybody learns as they go, and some of those lessons are the kinds of things that we're trying to capture in the Broadband Adoption Toolkit and the other outreach activities that we do. So you can read the panelists' biographies in your conference materials. I will just introduce them briefly. Tamara Cox-Burnett is the director of the Community Technology Center at the College of Menominee Nation in Wisconsin. The college has a public computer center grant that allowed them to build a new building on the campus of the college. They also participate in a sustainable broadband adoption program that's run by the University of Wisconsin Extension. They're in a very unique situation. Not only are they rural, they're a very distinct minority population and a sovereign nation. So that's a very special perspective on these issues. Richard Abisla is the community technology, the Latino TechNet project manager. He works with the Mission Economic Development Agency, which is based in San Francisco. The projects that Richard works on are actually scattered throughout the country and are joined together as a network of entrepreneurs through the activities of his organization and a national Latino entrepreneurship network. We also have Corinne Hill, a wonderful librarian, director of the Chattanooga Public Library, and a bright light in the field who has some really terrific stories to tell about what's going on in Chattanooga. And you may not know that Chattanooga is a gigabit city. And I'm going to ask Corinne to tell you about how that happened. But this is a city where there's fiber to many homes, if not all homes, and to public institutions, anchor institutions, public buildings, companies, and so forth. So Corinne's library is participating in a national project that's, I believe, supported by the IMLS, Gigabit Communities. And some really exciting results, I think, are going to come out of those programs. And finally, we have David Fletcher. David came up from Arkansas, which is a state that's largely rural and has many, many poor counties and medically underserved counties. David is with the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, and they have been a leader in applications of telemedicine in this very rural and impoverished state, thanks to some terrific leadership at the state level. They have a couple of BTOP awards. One actually went to Connect Arkansas, which is based in Little Rock, and is doing a sustainable broadband adoption program statewide. One component of that is actually training for healthcare providers in how to use telemedicine and telehealth. So we'll hear a little bit about that. They also have an infrastructure award to help build out broadband to more of the rural healthcare providers, and so we'll hear a bit about that too. So without any further introduction, I want to, and we'll just go down the row, But I've asked all the panelists to tell you a little bit about their circumstances and what their project set out to accomplish. Tamara?
I feel like I'm a mile away from this microphone here. So I know this is after lunch. I'm sure everybody's awake, though, right? Okay. I am truly honored to be here today and excited to share with you a little bit about the Community Technology Center, which is on the campus of the College of Menominee Nation. And the college is located on the Menominee Reservation in about central Wisconsin. And it was negative 13 when I left home yesterday morning. So when I got here, I was sweating. It was so much warmer. But we can go to the next slide. That's just kind of a picture there. Since we actually opened the doors August 17th because we got to build this brand new building, and that was part of the whole process with our grant. So August 17th was our official grand opening. We had a soft opening in June, but the grand opening since then, we have served over 3,600 people for over 7,200 hours through December 31st, just in the public areas. In this building, we also have classrooms, and we have a skills lab, which does some adult training. So in those areas, we've had over 3,000 participants and over 9,000 hours through the end of December. So in just a few months, we really kind of built that up. And it's increasing daily. It's really exciting to see that when I walk into that building and it's packed out there, and it's packed in all the areas. So that's really good to see. People need this. We can go to the next slide. This is the success right here. This is what shows us that it's successful. These are the people who come in. These are the people who use it. These are the people who make a difference. They're connecting, they're exploring, they're engaging in the wider world, they're becoming connected. And it's something that wasn't there before. We were able to lay broadband throughout the reservation, which was really exciting. And then, as Laura mentioned, we also get to benefit from another part of the BTOP grant through the UW Extension, and they have an SBA part which went out into the community and did some training into the community and also put the word out that we were going to be built and we were going to be open to the public. So it kind of laid the groundwork for some of what I had to do. So my work was a little less daunting when it came to marketing everything. So that was pretty exciting. Some of the things on the next slide that we focus on are working with the entrepreneurs, working with the elders, working with the youth, different types of things. One of the things that we found is getting them hooked on social activities. It will get them to want to keep coming back and keep doing more. One of our elders has, many of our elders actually, have families around the world. We have a large population that is in the military, and it's hard for them to connect when they don't have internet at home. So we had some elders come in, and they have some family in California, I believe it was, and they were able to connect to that family through Skype, and they were nearly in tears because they hadn't seen them in so long. They had talked to them, but it's really not the same as seeing them. So that was just a great thing. Another thing that we've discovered is doing youth events on the days that school is off. That is really important. And I know one of the other presenters, and I don't remember who it was, mentioned to also train the parents. Every weekend we do activities that have a focus for the youth and a focus for the parents. So we balance that out so that both feel like they need to be there and are a part of it. I think the next slide. Part of our success has come from some of the challenges that we faced. One of the things that we faced is transportation. Many people in our area do not have their own vehicles, so transportation to the center becomes an issue, especially in the winter months when the ground is icy and snowy and all that stuff, and it's really hard for people to get there. So we've worked with the transit to bring people to our front door, which is really a great opportunity. One of the other things that I personally learned is that when we first started marketing, it was, come check out the latest and greatest technology, get connected. And that's great for the young people. But our elders, they don't always care about the latest and greatest technology. They want to know how to preserve their culture, how to connect to people. What difference does it make for them? So I say me more than anything, I had to rethink how I was marketing, and we have to meet people where they are at with what they need. One of the other challenges that we've discovered that we really haven't come up with a solution at this point is that when working with people who have been in poverty for a long time and struggle to make ends meet, adopting internet at home is not a priority. Putting food on the table is a priority. Making sure the kids have clothes for school is a priority. So we have to remember somehow to balance practice and policy and keep the people in that equation somewhere. And I know that's been a good lesson for me to remember that that's something that we definitely need to do, is remember that the people are really what we're focusing on. Even though we keep talking about broadband all day, it's really the people that we're focusing on. And that's about all I have.
Terrific.
Did I meet my time? Okay.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Richard?
Great. Thanks, Laura, and thanks for having us, to everyone at FCC and NTIA. I have some slides as well. Well, Meta is the prime recipient of a $3.7 million BTOP grant. We have 11 subrecipients across the country that all focus on asset building in low-income Latino communities. And for us, what asset building is developing the assets that allow people to stay in their neighborhoods and prosper. In the local environment in San Francisco, what that means, we're in the Mission District, which is a hotbed of technology innovation, but it is also the landing pad for a lot of people who come from Mexico and Central America. And so what's happening in that neighborhood right now is happening in a lot of neighborhoods across the country where the rents are rising fast. And in our case, a lot of people who have very high-tech jobs who get paid a premium are paying a premium to live in that neighborhood and are pushing out the communities that have lived there forever. Well, not forever, since they arrived. So for us, it's important that for all the groups that you see on the map, it's important that we're developing skills in the communities that allow people to stay there. And that is done through a small business development, largely. We are a network. The Latino TechNet is a network of other nonprofits that work in Latino communities that have small business development programs. And so and we have created public computer centers in all of these areas. It's a broad reach across the country. We're in 10 states, and it's a mix of urban and rural, and it's a very heterogeneous group. For example, it's mixed. In some cases, we're doing most of the training in English. For example, in Philadelphia, we work in a Puerto Rican neighborhood where people are mostly bilingual, but it tends to be English dominant. As well in the San Luis Valley in southern Colorado, we're doing training mostly in English there. Because there are Latinos there who have been there for many generations. And in other places like San Francisco or in southeastern Idaho and Blackfoot, Idaho, we're doing training mostly in Spanish, as well in Minneapolis or Los Angeles. So kind of the innovation that we brought to this, the Public Computer Center situation here is that we do all the tech support centralized. We have one tech vendor, one consultant who works out of San Francisco and is able to fix any network problems from there, which in my past work in public computer centers in Chicago and New York, that was always a problem about what happens when something breaks. We can't afford a $150 an hour consultant to come in and fix it. So we're trying to take that out of the equation. As well, we found some really interesting techniques similar to Tamara. We have transportation as an issue, particularly in the rural areas. So we had a satellite site created in another small town in the San Luis Valley, and our partner in southeastern Idaho actually, instead of having a whole group of people drive 40 miles to the training site, they send one person out and they do kind of like a mobile lab where they take over a school computer lab and do training there. But really the heart of what we're doing here is we have a specialized training curriculum focusing on integrating technology into small business development. So we want entrepreneurs, low-income Latino entrepreneurs, to be more savvy when it comes to marketing themselves, doing their own books, using QuickBooks, online banking, anything that you can think of that you could apply to a small business. We want people to be able to do that themselves and harness the power of technology to to make efficiency gains in their business. Can we go to the next slide? So this kind of shows some of our successes. You can't see it. We have 21 public computer centers across the country, over 350 workstations, over 8,000 people have been trained. Most of those are multi-week courses, and over 25,000 computer lab users. If we go to the next slide, we did a interesting survey where we found, and this is in the local situation in San Francisco, where we have, after training, 70% of our entrepreneurs, our Latino entrepreneurs, have integrated the internet into their business and are using it for different parts of running their business, and 64% have reported increased revenue, and 48% have reduced their costs due to adopting broadband. So we are a public computer center project, and but we have noticed that this is actually, we think that this is driving adoption in the home. We know that people are now using the broadband in their business, and so they are getting connected there. So we think that the training is driving adoption in the home. One thing to note is that our best outcomes come from the situations where training is coupled with one-on-one assistance, with one-on-one counseling, particularly in the business environment, where you go to training, but then you also work with a business counselor that can help you and answer any questions. Similar to what one of the presenters had said earlier, I think it was Deb Sosha, had said earlier about you then know who to ask. When somebody in the community has done the training, you then know who to ask when you have questions. And for us, what we think that the major barrier to in-home adoption is cost right now.
Great. Thank you, Richard. Corinne Hill from Chattanooga Public Library.
Hi, good afternoon. It's great to be here. I want to tell you a little bit about Chattanooga, Tennessee. It is my new hometown. There's about 170,000 people, and it sits in southeast Tennessee, just north of Atlanta. And it sits right there in the Tennessee River and the Georgia border. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's amazing people, and there's this vibe there of, we can do that. Absolutely, we can do that. Don't worry about it. It has a fabulous, fabulous vibe. I kind of liken it to a combination of Boulder, Colorado, and then maybe a little bit of Silicon Valley. And Outside Magazine actually declared it the best town ever, and I have to tell you, I kind of agree. Okay? So Chattanooga is actually the first city in the Western Hemisphere to offer 1 gigabit per second fiber internet service to all of its residents and businesses. So that's 1 gigabit per second available to every home and every business in a 600-mile area. It's pretty phenomenal. The fiber network was installed by Chattanooga's publicly owned electric power system, also called the EPB, or the Electric Power Board. And I think they did it for all the right reasons. They did it because Chattanooga's electric grid was shot. You could sneeze in Chattanooga and the power would go out. So they knew that it was shot. They knew they had to fix it, but they had enough sense to know that if they were going to replace it, they were going to do it right, and they did. EPB installed the fiber network to support the most advanced smart grid system in the nation, which makes the smart grid, this part I love, it makes the smart grid the first killer app for Chattanooga's gig network. So it all fit together. I think it's brilliant. So here we are sitting in Chattanooga with this killer app riding on smoking hot speed, and then everybody sat back and said, now what? Now what do you want to do? So I blew into town about a year ago as the new library director, and basically my thought process is that public libraries are places for personal fulfillment, content creation, and community engagement. And frankly, I couldn't have dreamed this up if I tried. I'm in the library business, which has been around for about 3,000 years, and our mission really hasn't changed. We're an information and knowledge-based business, and we've survived all these years because we've adapted. And so here we are in the second decade of the 21st century. We've got a knowledge-driven economy. We've got an information system that's being delivered electronically. And I'm living in a city with the most broadband access in the country. That is sweet. Okay, for a librarian, that's the dream job. So what I really want to offer my community and what I want to offer Chattanooga is access to the next generation internet and access to technology that's impractical for you to have at home. I want to create a maker space where people can collaborate, where they can build things, where they can create, where they can be innovative. And what we've done at Chattanooga Public Library is take our fourth floor, which for the last 30 years has been storage, cleared it out, and we now have 14,000 square feet of raw space with gig wireless access, which is phenomenal. We're basically using it like a community lab and also as a space for us to test different services that we think we may want to provide. I've got an amazing team in place. It's led by a librarian by the name of Nate Hill, who came to us from San Jose. He's amazing. And he and his team have pretty much embedded themselves in Chattanooga's geek and entrepreneurial community. And we're finding that the community is really making a lot of use of the space. We're thinking what we're doing, what Nate's team and how I think about what we're trying to do in Chattanooga is that we're really thinking of ourselves as a startup. We are a startup business. And one of the partners that we've developed in town is with a company called CoLab, who's actually considered a local startup accelerator, and they're treating us like a startup. So it's a terrific partnership. We've recently hosted things like AIGA's Creative Citizenship Series that focused on why voting is your first step in getting involved in your community. Digital Public Library of America held its first App Fest on the fourth floor. So we're really watching this fourth floor evolve, and it's evolving based on how the community is using this space. We didn't close off the space, bring in a designer, bring in a contractor, put everything in place, cut the ribbon and say, here you go, guys. We put everything in here we think you want. It really, truly is raw space, and every time a community group uses it, the space changes and it evolves, and there's a different thing left. And it's really actually really cool to watch what's going on. But there are some things that I worry about in this business, in library business, and especially being so immersed in this kind of speed and having this kind of access. Pew Research reported not too long ago that the lower socioeconomic populations is where they're seeing the deepest penetration of low-cost portable devices. And they can't afford the data plans. One of the programs that we did hold on the fourth floor as part of that creative citizenship series was the two gentlemen, the developer and the designer for Obama's campaign, came and spoke with us about how they helped Obama win. It's a great title. But they talked about how they were able to penetrate the Latino and the African American market because they were able to do it mobily. That's how they got those contributions. That's how they reached that community, was through mobile access. It was no other way. That's how they did it. So there's definitely credence to that information. I've also watched access to computers in libraries level out. It used to be, they stood in line to get access to that computer. Now what we're seeing is that they want demand of the Wi-Fi access. They're showing up, it's BYOD, and they really just want access to that Wi-Fi. So one of the things that I'm working on right now, I told you I've got gig wireless on that fourth floor. So what I'm working on right now is getting that extended to all the floors in my building at the main library, plus my neighborhood libraries as well. So we've got that gig wireless out there to the whole community. The bottom line for me, I think, is that broadband is the new digital divide, and I also think that digital literacy is chasing it as a close second. So basically what I'm saying is this really isn't about downloading a whole season of Mad Men really fast. It isn't about being able to stream Homeland. And I'm telling you, that's the first thing people say to you when you say, oh, I've got access to a gig. How fast were you able to download the whole season of Mad Men? It really isn't about that. It's really about providing access to job information, government information, health, local, national, international news. It's about being engaged in your community. And if you don't know what's going on, you can't be engaged. But I also don't want people to forget that the Internet's really a baby. It's really in its infancy. And I think that the public library is really uniquely positioned to support our communities through this internet and technology evolution. I really think we're positioned to do that. And that's my goal at Chattanooga Public Library. I just want to help my community succeed, and I want to do it through a culture of digital excellence. That's how I want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. So who'd like to move to Chattanooga? I'm ready to go. David, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm really very happy to be here today to be able to talk about some of the things that we're doing in Arkansas. And so I'd like to kind of start out, just give a quick overview of kind of the medical landscape in Arkansas and kind of the need for some of these things, and then how we're using broadband and some technology to try to address some of the problems that we currently have. And so you can see on the map that we've got 73 out of the 75 counties in Arkansas have been designated as being medically underserved. And it's particularly true for, kind of specialists and things like that. Those are hard to find in some of these rural areas. And we're ranked 50th in terms of internet access to the home, and we've got, just a lot of access issues. And so this helps to contribute to some of our relatively dismal healthcare statistics. We're third worst overall in the nation in our healthcare. We're, I think, 44th in stroke, 45th in cancer. The list goes on and on. And so to try to do something about some of these issues, Dr. Curtis Lowry at UAMS has kind of spearheaded this effort to try to use technology and broadband to, start to make a dent in some of these issues that we have throughout our state. And so one of the ways that we were going about doing that is to try to get funding. And fortunately, we were able to get the FCC to fund, through the Rural Healthcare Pilot Program, broadband we've got over 100 sites throughout Arkansas getting broadband through that. And then we also got a BTOP grant from NTIA which allowed us to get telemedicine equipment to those sites, and then also broadband to several hundred more sites, and telemedicine equipment to those sites as well. So our grant was $102 million, the BTOP grant, and we've got, broadband access largely through leased circuits, because we were trying to get as much bang for the buck as possible. We have some fiber for some of our colleges, and then also telemedicine equipment, so that these healthcare sites throughout the state can interact with our specialists in the larger urban areas in a real-time fashion. And then we also put public computers in a lot of these clinics, because some of these counties, they really only have just a handful of kind of anchor-type institutions. And so we can put a public computer there that has access to the internet, and they can go and look up some of their own health information, something that I think many of us might just take for granted. So this gives them kind of a central location that they can go if they don't have it available in their home. And so in order to kind of, get this project going with this grant funding, we've partnered with a lot of different type of healthcare institutions throughout the state. We've got virtually all of the public hospitals. We've got rural health centers. We've got human development centers. We've got almost all of the health department local health units, and they have a unit in every county. And so the map, actually about 5 or 6 slides ahead. There we go. If we can, go ahead and cycle through till you get to a map. We've got every county in Arkansas is now connected to the healthcare network. Another couple slides. There we go. There it is. So you can see we have a very robust, well-connected healthcare network throughout the entire state. And we're very proud of the fact that every county at least has one site, and most of them have multiple sites that are connected to this healthcare network. So the next slide just shows a picture of the equipment. After we got the broadband, then, what can they do with it? Well, we've got those telemedicine carts at just about all of the healthcare locations. You see there on the left, and that allows them to, in real time, interact video with specialists wherever they are, often in Little Rock, where kind of the largest concentration of them, and they also have peripheral things that will allow them to put send vital signals and things like that. And then on the right, you see kind of the desktop unit, which the physician can have in the clinic, or theoretically, the grants just paid for the clinic. You could also have it in the physician's home, where the specialist can make a consult wherever he might be, and just on one of those desktop units. So then, now that we've got all this broadband and equipment out there, how can we apply it? What do we do? So we've got a couple programs already in place. I'll just real briefly describe. We've got the ANGELS program, which Dr. Lowry initiated in 2003, and it's geared largely toward high-risk pregnancies. We have just a handful of board-certified maternal fetal medicine specialists in Arkansas, and at least at the time they started the program, they were all located in Little Rock, Arkansas, which is the middle of the state. And so, women in rural areas that might have a high-risk pregnancy didn't really have access to these kinds of specialists. And so, with the ANGELS program and with this network, the broadband and the telemedicine equipment, they can get access and get consultations with some of these specialists. And so you can see there on the left, that's Dr. Lowry, and he can talk to doctors throughout the state. That's part of the process, is informing doctors of even when they might have symptoms that indicate that they could use a maternal fetal medicine specialist. And so there's a lot of kind of provider education that we can do with this system. And then in the upper right, you can see, then that's in a nursery. You can have equipment there, and they can talk to pediatricians after the child's born. And then you can see in the bottom right, the distant hospitals can do their regular ultrasounds, but they can send those images in real time to the maternal fetal medicine specialist in Little Rock, and he can kind of help guide them, and here's what I need to see, and then also help kind of put a plan in place for how to care for that pregnant woman. And it's particularly important in Arkansas. We're 43rd in infant mortality, and so this is one way that we can try to make a dent in that process, because of course a lot of it comes from these high-risk pregnancies. Another program that's particularly well suited to this kind of telemedicine network is our stroke program called R Saves, and it works perfectly because there's the clot-busting drug called TPA, and if it's given for a certain type of stroke within a certain amount of time, within 3 to 4 hours of initial symptoms, it can wipe out just a lot of the effects of that stroke. But if it's given for the wrong type of stroke, it can have disastrous effects. So a lot of doctors are reluctant to give it if they don't have access to a neurologist or something to kind of help them determine, is this the right type of stroke, is the timing right, all that kind of thing. And so you can see we've got over 30 sites now that are part of this program. Those are hospitals throughout the state. And we went from those sites giving TPA, that drug, less than 1% of the time to now 23% of the time. And it just, makes such a huge impact on the lives of the patients that they see. And so I could talk all day about our programs, but Laura made me promise not to. So I'll wrap up and just say it's just kind of a tip of the iceberg of kind of how broadband and this technology can really make a difference in people's lives on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of the panelists. They were very observant of my request, which I appreciate. I don't know if we have questions from the viewing audience on the web, but I'd be happy to take some, or if we have questions in the room. And if not, then I have some questions that I'll just prompt our panelists with. But first, are there any questions in the room? Commissioner Clyburn.
The general person from Arkansas, I don't know if you have these figures, but I'm wondering about cost savings. Oftentimes people focus on the cost of the delivery systems when we talk about deployment, but they often do not speak about the benefits, the financial benefits that are realized, especially through the prenatal program. I'm wondering if you have some hard data Medicaid savings or anything else that you could share with us today?
Right. So the Angels program is funded largely through a contract with our Arkansas Medicaid. They've been very strong partners for us. And so we've tracked the costs. And, of course, a lot of the cost savings will accrue throughout a lifetime. So if you prevent, so intraventricular hemorrhaging is a common issue with these really, really premature babies. And if you can prevent that, they may not end up with, say, cerebral palsy or something like that. And so you get these lifetime benefits of them maybe not even requiring Medicaid services when they get older and things like that. Now, our data evaluation is essentially looking at just the first year of life, so we don't capture all of those costs. And then also, of course, we've had a marked improvement in mortality in Arkansas throughout the time period of the Angels program. And so in a perverse way, it kind of works against you in that, of course, the baby who dies immediately has no further costs, and so the ones that you kind of shift the whole curve, so the ones that you may have died previously now survive still have some medical costs. But so all that said, the costs that we've tracked have generally, we've shown that the costs have not gone down, but they haven't increased significantly either. They basically tracked with healthcare inflation. And so for the trade-off of having, the better mortality and things like that, we think it works well, especially given the fact that we're only looking at the first year of life, and a lot of the cost benefit will accrue well beyond that.
I also know from conversations with Dr. Lowry that, for instance, there was a stroke patient who was, I believe, 43 and a mother of 5 who had a massive stroke in a rural area, went to one of the hospitals that had the telemedicine equipment, was able to be correctly diagnosed by a remote neurologist. And now you have, instead of someone who's crippled or not alive, you have a mother of 5 who's still a mother, who's able to work, who's not compromised. And, I think we have to learn to count the cost of things like that when we're talking about what do we expect from healthcare outcomes. I'll just mention that the project in Arkansas is one. So we funded some broadband adoption programs that were sectoral, that is, in healthcare, in human services, it seems like there's one other that I'm forgetting. But the idea here was that we need some proofs of concept in these arenas, like healthcare, because we have to understand the cost benefit. We have to have the conversation about how do you handle, first of all, there's some barriers that have to do with, what's reimbursable and what's not. And I think the Arkansas project has been very creative about working with Medicaid to overcome some of those barriers. Intrastate consultations between states. Well, if you're licensed in one state, does that mean you can consult in another state? So there are some barriers to making this happen that we need to understand in practice so that we can do something about them. We funded healthcare projects in California, in Georgia, in Iowa, and so we have a small but very interesting test bed to help us understand what's going on in these areas. Other questions from the room? Sure.
Ms. Hill, you mentioned the new digital divide, that broadband and digital literacy is the new digital divide. It's something that our team often talks about here in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to hear from someone who's working, with your sleeves rolled up, I'm sure, to address it, how you see that.
I've been in the business long enough where, like I said, I remember the installation of the first OPAC computer at Dallas Public Library and providing access to all these computer terminals. And I remember standing next to the IT guy, and he just looked at me and he said, welcome to the world of upgrades. And it was one of those things where no one had access to the equipment, and then Gates came in, and all of a sudden libraries started getting the PCs and the desktops, and we could provide the access. And no one really talked about the nuts and bolts of what was happening in the box. It was the box we wanted. And boy, that's changed, and that's changed dramatically. And so, all of a sudden, like I said, it's BYOD. Everybody's bringing their own device in and looking for wireless access so they can run their device because they don't want to pay the $50, or they can't pay the $50, whichever, it doesn't matter. But then you also have the same folks who are coming in, and this stuff is just moving in leaps and bounds. And then you have a person standing in front of you saying, "What is this mouse thing? What's the ball on the bottom? What does that mean?" I mean, we have, the literacy component of it is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I really think, again, with public libraries, we are so positioned to take this on because we're all about literacy. Pick one: reading, finance, health. We're there for you. So digital literacy, it's just sure, we're going to, of course we're going to do that. But it's changing, and it's changing really rapidly. And we're even seeing it in young people. Like one of the things we're talking about doing this summer on the 4th floor is having code camp. Because literacy, knowing HTML at a young age is just as important as knowing your mathematical tables and your alphabet and all of these other things. So it's really taking on that level of importance.
This is real quick. Bonnie Bracey from NCSA this time. I studied at University of Arkansas on Diamond. Nobody has mentioned supercomputing, and you just brought it up. We have workplace readiness that will be a part. If people know where their GS and these weather forecasts, people somehow have not been able to see that the visualizations for a tsunami or science on a sphere, we're not teaching them. We're looking at squirrels doing water skiing, but the media is not telling us how we get our data for the storm that's coming, for what happened when we use crunching data from Diamond, from Oak Ridge, from all of these places. And you know what? Most of our people are not digitally literate to understand where we get this big data and information from. So how do you help make the public know about those things?
Oh, okay. I know letting the public know. I mean, we have all of our outreach and we do all that sort of thing, but I think society and our culture is really pushing it at people. I was talking with a friend of mine this week, and her mother-in-law, she has to help her mother-in-law with her Medicare stuff every month because it's all online. Her mother-in-law is in a home. She doesn't have access, and even if she did, she doesn't know how to do it. And so many, finding a job, the days of sitting down in the library and opening up the newspaper and writing it down, it's gone, and it's been gone for a long time. And we're finding that certainly since the Great Recession of 2008, that, the people are out of a job who haven't looked for a job in a long time. And so they're really taken aback at how this works now. And so they find themselves in libraries. It's a natural, I want to say it's a natural place that you go to when you got a problem to solve. That, I think, is inbred in our culture. I think we learn it as children, and that's when they show up on my doorstep. There's a problem to solve. Can you help me solve it? And we're there. And that's really how we're helping them maneuver it. We're helping them figure it out. And what is the next step in helping them do that? But it's about problem solving.
Anyone else want to respond to that?
Yeah. One of the things that we've discovered is really collaborating. And that's one of the huge ideas. We can't possibly know everything. We're human, so that's just not possible. And so we need to really be connecting with the organizations out there. For example, we had a veteran up here before who talked about the website that they have. So we work with the veterans organizations. We say, what do you need? How can we make this accessible for you? And they come in, we talk. We have the Job Center who's coming in and doing some open lab time with one-on-one help with resume writing, job searching on the internet. How the heck do I use this stuff? Where is my information secure out there? I put the stuff out through the internet. How do I know that I'm not going to be hacked or something like that? So collaborating with those different organizations, but also collaborating with the schools. And I do a lot with working with the schools to develop the programming that will coordinate with what they're doing and that kind of stuff. So talking with them about what are the things you're doing, what are the technology you need, what type of activities can we do here, but also talking with the kids in what do they want to do. Some of our biggest things have been social things, Angry Birds tournaments on the weekends. It brings in kids, but it brings in the adults too. Kids can't drive. They can't get there on their own. So the adults come in. So then we do, we've got the adults, they're a captive audience. What can we do to help them become more digitally literate? When school was off for winter break over December, January, we did a video game making camp for the kids. And then we also had stuff on internet safety for the adults. So balancing that out and really collaborating and trying to figure out, what can we do and how can other people also do at our center?
Richard, we talked earlier about some of the differences among ethnic groups and income levels and age groups in adoption. And I'm wondering if from your work in the Latino community you have any observations that you would like to share about outreach to Latinos and adoption in the Latino community.
Sure. We see a few different things from our experience at MEDA and the Latino TechNet. One of the major things that's notable about our project that we didn't necessarily anticipate when we applied for the grant or when we started was that our training group really has bifurcated into those people who are looking for specific services relevant to their business and developing their business, starting a business, whether they're in pre-startup or startup mode or really in the development or expansion mode. And those people who are looking for basic digital literacy, people who have never used a computer before, never touched a mouse, never turned on a machine. So while you may walk into a room and they may look similar, they're very different in our minds. And we have one that usually has internet in the home or in the business already or is adopting it now and understands the value proposition. And then the other group, which isn't as savvy, really needs to be led to the value proposition of why this is important for your child's education and your family and what you can do to harness that. So that's the major divide that we see is where people are coming from. Somebody had mentioned earlier about I think it was the person from the Urban League talking about meeting people where they are, and that's our major strategy in the Latino TechNet as well, is really finding out what people need and addressing those needs. It's the network on a whole is a big mix of centralization and decentralization. We provided a curriculum. Groups, the subrecipient groups use that curriculum, but they're free to teach other courses as well. And really that is driven by the local communities. So in Philadelphia, for example, there's a storytelling class that integrates digital literacy into an alternative high school that's on the site of the group that we work with. Or we do web design all over the country, but some groups have a higher demand for it than others, as well as QuickBooks. Some people are ready for that, and other groups haven't had any demand for that at all. But really, we see a big divide between those who are just starting to use the computer, which has turned out to be the largest portion of our population, even though we really market towards and look for the Latino entrepreneur that wants to expand their business or start a business.
I have a question from the internet audience that anyone could take. Are tablets a useful device for digital literacy training? Anyone?
I think they're great. I have my iPad right here. One of the things that I thought was really interesting, I was talking with the city of Chattanooga's IT director, and he was talking about there's a park in Chattanooga, and the kids from the school were out, and they all have iPads, and they were taking pictures of nouns, nouns. They were on a class assignment, and they were taking pictures of nouns. And it's like, that's brilliant. That's so that's so great. I think it's a great way to certainly, for younger people with literacy. And I think also I just like the feel of it better. I mean, I have a big laptop back at my hotel room that it just kills me to pull it out. I mean, it's heavy. I don't like how it looks. I don't like how it feels. It limits me to where I can do anything. You know, it's just I don't have that flexibility that I can get from a tablet. And just basically how you handle it is so much better. So I think it's a great literacy tool.
Any other thoughts about that?
I think that, what we've discovered is that the tablets are sometimes a breakthrough for people. It's a little less intimidating than a mouse. Those are the things that I jump on a chair and avoid, not I touch with my hand. So getting people to begin with a tablet has been a great tool for us. One of the other great things is that because we built a new technology center, we've been able to purchase some of those things. So we have a variety of tablets. So what we've discovered is that people can come in and say, well, what's this tablet thing? What's this laptop thing? What's this computer? What is the best for me? So they can explore different things based on that. But we've had specifically iPad classes, or I have the Motorola Zoom. I love that one. And so we've had classes on that. We've had classes on e-readers where people just get to kind of explore how to use them. And it's been a way for them to begin to experiment with using mobile technology.
For us, we haven't forayed into using tablets, mostly because we are trying to teach industry standard softwares, mostly at the basic level, Microsoft Office, either for workforce development or the small business development. And because the apps aren't, they don't exist particularly for Office. I mean, they're the online versions for Google Apps, for example. But we haven't done that because we want people to be able to, if they're looking for a job, to be able to say that they've been trained in Microsoft Office.
Thank you. David, did you want to add anything?
It's certainly, kind of an emerging piece of the telemedicine market as well, that it's moving more and more toward that more mobile kind of modality, and especially for, the home health type, as that mHealth and all that really starts ramping up. I suspect, we'll see a lot more on those kinds of modalities.
More FaceTime sessions.
Exactly. Exactly. If you can get the privacy issues, of course, are always a concern on the healthcare side.
Right. So we have a question from the audience, and if you would just say your name and where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Tony Sarmiento, and I'm with Senior Service America, a nonprofit that provides jobs for low-income older people. I have a question for Corinne, who I thought your presentation about the evolution and the adaptation of libraries over 3,000 years was a terrific comment. And I think so the question is that I wonder your comment about sort of linking digital literacy with adult literacy. And in particular, what does that mean then about how libraries might address that adult literacy and digital literacy gap among older adults? So yes, baby boomers generally have better education than their parents, but we still have about maybe 7 to 8 million that dropped out of high school and never went back. And it seems to me that libraries have this interesting role because, as we know, older adults have a special sort of relationship with libraries, and the users of libraries often tend towards older people. So are there interesting examples, not just of your library, but other libraries around the country that have really started to address this intersection of adult literacy and digital literacy?
I really think that it's just like what I was saying before, when you've got a problem to solve, all of a sudden you're real interested in how can I do that through this? And again, the generation you're talking about is a generation who loves us dearly, who just adore libraries, and have just wonderful memories from that. And so they do trust us. They trust us immensely. And what I find, the conversations that I have with the generation you're speaking of, interestingly enough, is, are you able to help me use that Skype thing so I can see my grandbaby who lives overseas? And I have to go to my daughter's house, to do that, because I haven't figured that part out yet. Again, this problem that's incredibly personal to them that they want to solve. Can you help me do that? And that's where I'm seeing some of the connection. I'm seeing them wanting to connect with their grandkids, and they want to download the pictures from their son or daughter with the grandbabies in them. They want to be able to have those face-to-face conversations. I'm not sure they're necessarily motivated to come in and we have some folks who are really committed to Value Line. They don't want to see it online. I can promise them everything in the world. They want it on paper. But give them the grandbaby pictures, and that's where the connection starts to make it becomes really important to them now. And that's where I really see the connection for that generation is to really, and then the rest of it'll come. Filing the Medicare form all of a sudden is not that big of a deal anymore. Instead of complaining, why can't I do it in paper? They've already had the Skype experience. They've already played, and they've had fun, and they've made it work. So now the rest of it kind of starts to fall into place for them. That's been my experience on how that works.
So it seems to me, I guess just to push it a little bit, there are plenty of uses of going online for older adults. But it seems to me, again, if we're trying to deal with the long-term effects of cumulative disadvantage, and it's there seems to me there's a need for public policies to intervene so that it isn't just people who already have it continue to get more. And I think with adult literacy in particular, there's been an underinvestment in teaching adults the basic skills. While there's been an increase in our concern about increasing the literacy proficiency of students, it seems to me between the underinvestment of public libraries and the underinvestment in adult education, we have lots of people who are going to be left behind at a time when more and more of them are going to have to go back to work because of no more pensions and 401ks not performing as we hoped.
Exactly. Yeah, bingo.
Thank you. Angela.
Hi, I'm Angela Siefer with OCLC.
Could you say that again? I don't think your mic was on.
I have to get really close. I'm Angela Siefer with OCLC. Can anyone give examples of cross-sector collaborations or partnerships? So like libraries working with nonprofits or nonprofits working with local government, or just to show that you're not doing it in a silo?
No, they're all doing it in silos.
No.
So we have about 10 more minutes, and I have a couple of more things I want to ask the panel. So we're going to answer this question. I've got one from the web. So let's move through this quickly. So you can each give one example of a cross-sector partnership that you would fall on your sword for.
Absolutely. So our real hope project is collaborating and linking up existing locations. So we've got, government, we've got state government, we've got health department, and we've got also private hospitals and four-year colleges, two-year colleges, and it's that has given us so much more strength in terms of political issues and everything else. Just the fact that we have everybody involved, and we have a group called the ADAM Advisory Committee, which kind of oversees all of this. And we've gotten stakeholders from across the state to help sit on that board, and that's really been very helpful for us.
Great.
I think first and foremost, the city of Chattanooga, the government sector for us has been huge. The support we've gotten has been incredible. We partner with nonprofits. I partner with corporate. Right now I've got staff in training, customer service training with Sandler Corporation, which I couldn't afford for ever if they didn't partner with me and help me through this. I've got it just got CoLab, which is the startup accelerator. We're partnering with them. It's just, and a community that's incredibly supportive. People show up in my office and just say, how can I help? How can I be a part of it? So it's really is collaboration. You can't do this by yourself. It's impossible.
I would agree with you. I think because we're a network of 12 total organizations, we leverage all the relationships that the other 11 organizations, in addition to Meta, bring to the table. But one in particular I want to mention is that at least 4 of the 11 other organizations that we work with have had the local small business development corporations come in, the SBDCs come in and do some classes to augment the classes that are offered locally. And some of those have been in Spanish, some have been in English, but that's been a fruitful partnership with the local communities.
I guess I can ditto what both of them said, that really it is about collaboration, and I mentioned that before, but one of the other unique things about where I'm at is also the community library has now merged with the college library and is housed on the college campus also. So, and that just happened. So we are actually working on collaborative activities where we can engage each other in the community service part of it. But not only that, we are a community-focused center on a college campus that has tons of expertise right there on campus. So collaboration is really the key, not only with other organizations, but within the organization. We have experts right there. There's no reason to go outside and hire somebody to do what we have the expertise right there in-house to do.
Great, and I'll take the moderator's privilege of just saying that it's when you talk about digital literacy or access or adoption, people tend to think it's somebody else's problem, like, oh, the NTIA will do that, or the libraries. The libraries are everybody's favorite. It's their problem. They'll take care of it. When you look at all the applications that are online, this matters to the private sector. If they want to have the pick of employees, if they want to be able to locate where they want to locate, it matters to the public sector, which is investing in all these online applications, which is setting up online health exchanges, which expects the Medicare people to do their business online. It matters in education. It matters in healthcare. This is not a problem that just belongs to one segment of society or one sector, and I think that ownership problem is one that we need to surface and we need to talk about, because it's not going to happen without an investment of time and energy and creativity by organizations that span those sectors. So I think we see that over and over. I think that's one of the things that's been exciting about being at BTOP is seeing how state agencies have worked with local people, have worked with university systems, have worked, and it's not going to happen if we don't work across sectors, because there are too many funding pressures that work against it because of funding silos and legacy rules and funding restrictions and things that were really not designed for the 21st century. But their legacy, you can see this happening with the FCC and universal service reform. So I'll just make my little pitch for that. We have about 5 more minutes. I did have a question from the internet. Has the corporate or commercial or small business communities, have you approached them on a local basis to help in adoption? So this would be the for-profit sector, basically. Corporate, commercial, small business.
I can talk on that. We are working with a lot of entrepreneurs in our community and helping them to learn how to use the internet to promote their business, to sell their items, just to be a part of it. We're actually, I know National Entrepreneur Week comes up next week, the week after. I don't have the exact dates in my brain, but we're working on developing some stuff and collaborating with the local business center to put some things on with that. And one of my staff is working on that, so I don't know the details of what's actually planned at this point. But focusing, a lot of the small business owners come into the center to actually do their work, to build their business plan, to create their website, to put their products online. How do I take a picture of something that I made and put that online? How do I manage selling online? How do I get that tiny little tabby thing to hook to my smartphone so I can collect payment right away from a credit card? So all those types of things are things that if we're not experts at, we have to become those experts so that we can guide those small business owners to actually learn how to do those things.
Any other panelists want to comment on that?
Well, just briefly, at the Avenida Guadalupe Association in San Antonio, Google came in and did a Get Your Business Online event there, which was great, using Google Places to make sure that people can find you when they do a Google search. And so we've created a curriculum that has been pushed out to all of our branch sites as well, modeled on that.
So the last question, which we'll have to ask really quickly, just you can pick whether you want to answer one of these questions or not. What do you know now that you wish you had known when you started your project? Or what really sticks in your mind about today's program and comments so far? Last word from the panelists.
Okay, what I wanted to know before is everything that I know now. That would have made it a lot easier if I would have known everything beforehand. But I think what really sticks is that we're at the beginning stages. We're not at the end of broadband adoption. We are at the beginning. We're not there. There's too many communities that are not served. I live in a rural community in north central Wisconsin, and I can't get decent broadband out by me. There's no fiber out there. I'm stuck with a hotspot, and yeah, it's faster than dial-up, but it's still not great. So, and my kids hate me because I give them a limit. So,
the first panel that talked a lot about cost of internet really spoke to me today. That's a major issue amongst the population that the Latino TechNet serves. It's a major barrier. Understanding why you need a phone and a smartphone at that is very easy, but understanding why you need a connection in the house so that your kids can use it to do homework and that you can use it to develop your business or personal development or go to school is harder, especially because where we live, I was chatting with Sybil, we pay about $70 a month for internet access. So that's why we're happy to be extending the community broadband network that goes to the senior housing that Sybil was talking about earlier, to the home. So this year through Promise Neighborhoods funding through the Department of Education, Meta is excited to push our fiber, the San Francisco Department of Technology's connection that Sybil was talking about earlier, and actually be able to put that in the home this year.
Kind of answering both a little bit, but I think what's really struck me today is, and I knew this, but I think it's the first time I'm really saying it out loud, how really complex this problem is. It's huge. There isn't one organization, there isn't one agency, there isn't one group that's going to solve this. It's ridiculously complex. The other side of that is what I am discovering in my experience in Chattanooga is how really important it is. I am watching and living with these folks who are so smart, who really, really understand how to do this stuff. And I said it earlier that the internet is in its infancy. It's a baby. We haven't seen anything yet. I mean, this is nothing. And if we're having trouble wrapping our heads around this, wow. I mean, it's mind-blowing. I was telling Laura earlier, I was in Helsinki last summer, where 99% of the people have a mobile device, and where Finland's declared that access to broadband is a basic human right. They're doing it. I mean, you walked anywhere in the streets of Helsinki and you had free access to Wi-Fi, and none of this, do you accept the conditions, check this box, I need to put a code. I mean, we put so many barriers in place to deliver access even when we have it that it's crazy. So my experience here today has been it's incredibly complex, it's incredibly important, and we've got to figure it out. We are just going to have to figure it out, and we may have to look to the Northern Europeans to help us work through it.
I think one of the big things that I've learned throughout kind of the whole process of our projects has been just how crucial training and outreach is, even in cases where you have what you think is kind of a sophisticated end user. You know, we're strictly middle mile, so we're working with hospitals and clinics and things like that, and they are sophisticated. It's not as if they're unaware of broadband or anything, but you're still trying to drive some kind of change in the way they do things, and there's always that initial push that's required to get that done. And so, like when we got the SBA grant, I truthfully didn't really see how crucial it was going to be. Fortunately, Rachel Ott, our grants director, knew better, and we got it anyway. And as we've gone along, I've seen how just vital that really is to our project. I mean, otherwise we'd run the risk of just having all this broadband and equipment just sitting out there and basically unused. It doesn't people don't just immediately see and start picking it up and using it. You really have to make a concerted effort to show the value, and it's been very helpful for us, no doubt.
I was really glad we put that in the program rules for BTOP, that you had to offer training, not just equipment. I want to thank all of the panelists. I think this has been great. And also all of you who asked questions and submitted questions over the internet. So thank you very much.
We're going to break, and then we'll be back about 2:40. If you can come a little bit early, I have an additional federal commissioner that wants to come down and greet you all. So Commissioner McDowell and Commissioner Rosenworcel will both be coming down at 2:40. Thank you. I know the breaks, they seem like they just don't last long enough. But we'd like to go ahead and get started again. If you wouldn't mind taking your seat, or if you're in the middle of a very hot discussion, if you could take it to the hallway so we can get started. I feel like I'm the teacher, like banging, or the judge. Time to come to order. Need a gavel. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's really been an interesting day so far. I hope everybody's enjoying it. So we have an added bonus to the program today, and that is the Federal State Joint Conference is actually made up of all of the federal FCC commissioners, and then we have state commissioners as well, many of which were here earlier this morning who stood, and we were able to persuade Commissioner McDowell to come down and join us and say a few words about broadband adoption and the issues that we've been talking about today. As I mentioned earlier, the Commission has been focused on broadband deployment and broadband adoption, for a number of years, starting with the National Broadband Plan and then also culminating in various reforms, mostly on universal service. And the Universal Service Fund, the high cost piece of it was very important to address the deployment. We heard one of the panelists just a moment ago talking about, she still doesn't have great broadband available to her. So that's really important that it's just available to consumers. And then also that we encourage the adoption. And so much of what we've been able to do wouldn't have been possible without Commissioner McDowell's work and his aide, Christine. Their contributions to the thought process of how we could make the Universal Service High Cost Fund even better and more effective was really important. And in addition, other changes that we've made to E-Rate and to Lifeline and to the Rural Healthcare Connect Fund that we just voted in December, This was really a bipartisan effort, which is so important for our nation. And so was thrilled that he was able to join us today and speak to us for a few moments. So please welcome Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Angie, and we'll make this very brief, and that's probably a relief for all of you to hear that. I do want to thank Angie, though, before I congratulate Commissioner Clyburn and Commissioner Rosenworcel in succession. Having been in the commission here for 6.5 years, I know very well how much work our 8th floor legal advisors, our legal teams, do. And they are really the unsung heroes, so I'm here to sing. Don't worry, not literally, but to sing their praises, and Angie in particular for all of her tremendous, thoughtful, intelligent diligence throughout. And I know, keep more adjectives, okay. Madam Chair, I will do my best. But and the Commissioner Clyburn and the Clyburn office have been the chairs of so many of these joint committees over the past 3.5 years or so. It's an incredible amount of work. The challenges defined by statute and commission precedent are really voluminous, and it's not apparent to the untrained eye exactly all the work and sweat and love and affection and other emotions too, probably at times, goes into all this. So I wanted to, I was going to say tears, but hopefully it doesn't come to tears, but maybe something. But Angie in particular has been just an incredible stalwart. And of course I want to thank Christine Kurth as well, and all the legal advisors who worked on the once-in-a-generation historic universal service reform that we did a little over a year ago, year and a quarter ago or so, I guess. I also want to congratulate Commissioner Rosenworcel, who I saw a minute ago. Hiding. You see, you didn't want to be. You do have big shoes to fill, but I know you were more than up to the task, having seen these issues from your earlier days at the Commission, and then your subsequent days on Capitol Hill, and helping craft legislation that speaks to a lot of these issues. And now as a very highly qualified and incredibly capable commissioner. These are intricate, delicate, and challenging issues, and it's sort of like threading a needle from hundreds of yards away, but I think you've got the arm and the brains to do that, so very much looking forward to working with you going forward. But so the topic of today obviously is focusing on broadband adoption, and it really increasing our broadband adoption and usage rates in America is a very noble endeavor, which does, and will improve the everyday lives of many Americans, and I certainly hope very soon, eventually all Americans. But not all Americans are there yet. But there is some good news. Well over 2/3 of Americans currently subscribe to broadband services, and perhaps 94 to 96%, depending on how you want to measure the number, have access to at least one form of broadband. First of all, we've been working hard in my 6.5 years to close that deployment gap that still exists of, let's say, 5% roughly, but also with a new emphasis on adoption. It's one thing to have it available to you, but it's another to actually take it, and there are a variety of reasons why people don't. But recent studies do show that some of the demographic groups who 6-7 years ago we would have thought might not be the leaders in adopting new technologies actually now surprisingly are the leaders. It could be school kids. It could be low income. It could be minorities. And part of that is because we've seen tremendous economic progress in innovation and investment in new devices to now where we have what we misname smartphones. They're far more than phones. These are computers, which have far more computing power in the hands of the average American than the entire Apollo program had at its disposal to put people on the moon for the first time. And that is just incredibly powerful for those of us who can remember Neil Armstrong's first steps on the moon. I was a little kid, albeit, but I do remember it. And to think that the power that now can essentially be bought through just a subscription, monthly subscription, is in the hands of people all over the globe. And a lot of the demographic groups that we would have thought might have been lagging, let's say 6-7 years ago, are actually leading the way. Now, there's still a long ways to go, but we need to observe what trends, what factors have gone into this success, and make sure we allow those to continue, but also try to figure out what hasn't happened and what can be done by the private sector and the public sector. So the private sector's leadership has been, of course, vital to all of this success. And as we will discuss here in the panel coming up, and I don't know if this is a segue because I'm not quite sure who I'm segueing to next. Commissioner Rosenworcel? Commissioner Clyburn? Okay. Wait a minute. I'm not done with my segue here. But you why would you say if you weren't ready? I was saying, who am I? I'm just I got to still have a transition sentence or two. But the private sector has been working diligently to increase adoption, especially among school children, our low-income communities, and hard-to-reach places on tribal and Alaska Native lands through a number of innovative programs. And we want you all to have the freedom to continue to think creatively and the flexibility to implement these things. And we want to make sure we're not in your way, that we're supporting these efforts and that we're working together as a true partnership. So thank you for your creative spirit, and I look forward to hearing what success stories can be replicated throughout our great nation. I can't stay long, however, because I have a meeting with the chairman in 3 minutes, and these are important meetings with the chairman. We have lots of things to discuss, and hopefully moving the ball constructively down the field on a number of key issues right now. But thank you all very much. And now, without further ado, my favorite commissioner from the Palmetto State of South Carolina, the soon-to-be emeritus chair of all these wonderful panels, the Honorable Mignon Clyburn.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. A lot of people ask me, how do you guys get along? Do you guys really get along? Because if you were to listen to all of the, absorb all of the headlines about what's going on in D.C., you would just think there's just all of this partisan friction. We actually do like each other, right? Okay, I just had to check. No, he has been a joy from before day one, because you reached out to me to congratulate me and offer any help, and I'll never forget that. As you have heard, today marks my last as chair of the Joint Conference. However, I am pleased to present to you and introduce maybe to one or two of you Commissioner Jessica Rosenworcel, who has so graciously agreed to be our fearless leader on the Joint Conference. Commissioner Rosenworcel has been a wonderful friend and colleague. With an extensive background in private practice as a member of the FCC staff, Commissioner Kopp's senior legal advisor and chief of staff, and senior advisor to Senator Rockefeller in the Commerce Committee, the president was absolutely right in choosing this incredible person to serve on the FCC and now to serve as chair of the Joint Conference and Joint Boards. Congratulations. Thank you. I am so pleased that she has embraced this expanded capacity and is with us today to say a few words. My friend, Jessica.
Good afternoon. Well, for starters, don't believe everything nice you just said about me. And you have my sympathies that you get the three of us pontificating in a row. With that aside, let me say it's terrific to be here at the Broadband Summit, and I really do want to thank Commissioner Clyburn and her staff for all of their efforts to work on the issues with the Joint Conference in the last several years. So, when it came to looking at the Joint Conference, the first thing we did was try to see when the Commission first began. And it was first set up in 1999, which is 14 years ago. 14 years ago was a very different time when it came to technology. And if you will let me, I just want to tour through some of our facts that show you just how different it was. 14 years ago, video meant movies and television. We were mesmerized by the Matrix in theaters, and when we wanted books, They were exclusively on paper. And we were introducing ourselves for the first time to Harry Potter and his wizard friends. When it came to technology, we were all worried about the looming doomsday of Y2K, when we feared all of our computers would fail to make the transition to the new century. And while we're at it, when we sought to move around, we pumped ourselves some gas that was just over $1 a gallon. It was a very long time ago. So let me give you some other statistics that are closer to home, and they demonstrate this point. This commission put out its first Section 706 broadband report in 1999, where we proudly announced that 1 million households were subscribers to broadband at 200 kilobits, no less. We beamed with pride, 1 million households. So let's fast forward to today. Today we have 88 million households subscribing. More than 50 million of them subscribe to services that are fixed at more than 3 megabits. 80% of the country can now get, through DOCSIS 3.0, service of 100 megabits. And add to that the new possibilities of wireless broadband, which today has 142 million subscribers. So, by any estimate, we have seen extraordinary growth. More than that, this connectivity has remade our world. It is remaking our business life. It is remaking our civic life. So this is very exciting, but by the same token, it puts those who have no access in a more perilous position. Because without broadband, over time, they may be consigned to the wrong side of the digital divide. And I think everyone in this room agrees that in the 21st century, you do not have a shot at prosperity without access to broadband. So that means we're going to have to double down our energies and focus on communities across this country that lack access. You know this, that's two different pieces. The first is deployment, the second is adoption. So with deployment, according to the Commission's Section 706 report last year, 19 million Americans lack access to broadband. Of those, 14.5 million live in rural America. So the agency is working hard to update its universal service support system to help address this problem. And I salute my colleagues for the work they did about a year ago to try to put a new system in place. Now we have to monitor those reforms, and we have to make sure we make progress. But we're going to have to also follow that up with adoption, which brings us to all of your efforts here today. 1 in 3 households, as you've undoubtedly heard, has yet to adopt broadband service. So how are we going to work to improve those numbers? Well, for starters, we're going to talk to all of you and learn about what's going on in different communities and states around the country. Here at the agency, working with industry, we also have the Connect to Compete program, and we have a $14 million Lifeline program designed to bring broadband access to low-income households. Add to that, we have the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, which I was privileged to work on Capitol Hill, which has $250 million for sustainable broadband adoption programs and $200 million for public computer centers. Even better, in the not-too-distant future, we are going to have the Government Accountability Office produce a report on the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act and help identify which of those sustainable broadband adoption programs were truly sustainable. I think we need to study all of these efforts because it's time to find out what works and what does not. And going forward, we are going to need to approach adoption with a little bit more nuance than we have in the past. And by that I mean we're going to have to approach adoption with more data. We need to add up anecdotes, create metrics, and then develop policies that truly do work. And I think we're also going to have to explore how to quantify how much can be saved when services migrate online and how citizens and consumers can help by sharing in those savings. So those are all big ideas, ones you are undoubtedly familiar with. And though I've got someone waiting for me in my office right now. I know you're doing important work here today. That's what the summit's all about. It's my great hope that we get the opportunity to learn from you and record some of your ideas. I am already thinking about the good things we can do and the progress we can make. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who came before me for all of their really good work. And I'm really excited for this opportunity, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the commissioners for being able to come down and give us their wise thoughts about how we proceed. And I'd like to go ahead and proceed to our next panel. Commissioner Landis, who is with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, is going to be the moderator for this panel. And then we have a number of industry representatives here that are going to be talking about what it is that they're doing at their companies to help address the broadband adoption issue. Thank you so much for joining us. I will let Commissioner Landis do the honors of introducing our various panelists here. Thank you.
I feel a little bit like my fellow Hoosier, David Letterman, running across the stage at the last minute to greet you this afternoon. And it is afternoon. I can't help but pause for just a moment to think about the panels that we've already heard from. And it struck me as I was listening to the various speakers that there's a common thread through all of the speakers, and it's not necessarily what you would expect. Until today, I'm not sure that I would ever have considered, for example, individuals from some of the sectors that we've heard from as entrepreneurs. But that really is what each of the individuals that we've heard from is in their own way and in their own space. And so to some extent, the distinction between the industry panel, the private sector panel, and the other panels that we've heard from is a distinction without merit, because they adopt the same sorts of approaches that an entrepreneur does. They take the risk, they take the effort to craft an organization and to reach out to other organizations in a way that really advances, our community and ultimately our way of life. And they're also every one of them, passionate change agents. So we're at the end of the day. This is the last panel on the agenda. And all that separates those of you who are in this room from transportation warfare, whether it's in the form of the oxymoronic leisurely dash to Reagan International, or in the form of vehicular or metro warfare with the surface transportation mode of your choice, all of which makes the notion of home sourcing more and more attractive. And perhaps the folks who really had the insight are the ones who are watching us on the internet this afternoon. But that's a topic for another day, home sourcing. The topic for this final panel is industry best practices to increase broadband adoption, surveyed across various modes of communication. So my task is to frame the discussion briefly, introduce our panelists, and for the most part, step out of the way, following Franklin D. Roosevelt's advice on speech making. Be sincere, be brief, be seated. So I'll ask each of our panels to highlight and describe his or her company's program in about 5 minutes, covering at least the following. 1, describe the business or strategic plan, including goals and objectives. 2, identify the target audience or audiences for the program. 3, describe the mechanics of how the program works and some of the key components. 4, identify various organizations with which you've partnered, thinking back again to the prior panel and the importance of partnering or propose to partner with in order to expand the reach and elevate the performance of the program. And 5, to briefly describe, if it's appropriate, the results to date. Now, at that point, we'll have about 25 minutes into the panel. As your moderator, I'll pose a couple of questions to get things started. Then we'll invite, if there are commissioners who wish to pose questions, with the intent of hopefully reserving a good chunk of time at the end of the session for Q&A from the audience. So, if you're ready, seat backs and tray tables in their full, upright, and locked position. Good. In keeping with today's practice and our commitment to content over credentials, let me refer you again to the program where the considerable accomplishments of our panelists are listed in detail. And let me introduce them in alphabetical order. You can review the bios later. Dave Davidson is Senior Vice President and General Manager of Frontier Communications for the state of Ohio. Elaine DeVilbus is Director and Senior Counsel for the Sprint Nextel Corporation in the Government Affairs Department. Dale Merton began his career in rural telecommunications over 35 years ago as an installer and repairman, and today he serves as Chief Operating Officer for Toledo Tel in Toledo, Washington. Brent S. Perkins is Vice President of External and Governmental Affairs for Comcast Corporation. So without further ado, let me ask our panelists to speak in reverse order. So Brent, Dale, Elaine, Dave, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. So I know our goal is to keep this within 5 minutes, so I'm going to do the high-level overview, addressing all of those, expecting that we can drill down on any one of the component parts of it. So forgive me for the brevity. Internet Essentials is Comcast's broadband adoption program. It is intended to close the digital divide in our market across the country. We launched this a year and a half ago, so 18 months ago in July, and the highlight is that back this past July, when we announced our numbers, we had surpassed 100,000 homes that had been connected to the program, so figuring that somewhere around 400,000 low-income families that have been connected, and sold over 12,000 computers, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in my brief time. It really built on the work that we had done previously with other organizations, including the Digital Connectors Program with One Economy. When we launched this, we knew that we had to resist the temptation to try to oversimplify the barriers to broadband adoption. I know throughout this day, that's one of the themes that we have heard in the discussion here, that there is cliche-like no silver bullet to solving for this. The program, very briefly, is targeted specifically to the free and reduced price lunch population. When it was launched 18 months ago, it was targeted specifically to free lunch, and then about 6 months later, we expanded it to the free and reduced price lunch. And so for those families who meet the eligibility requirements, there are 3 things that they're eligible to receive. The first is our broadband internet service for $9.95 a month. There's no installation charge, no cable modem charge, no roll-to price for that. The second is the ability to purchase a computer for under $150. And then the third is access to digital literacy materials in print, online, and in person. So the general approach in terms of outreach, and I know we talked about this in our prep, for us it's been pretty much anyone and everyone with whom we can partner on this, we have attempted to work with. And if there's one thing that has helped make this a success, it's been that in the last 18 months, it really hasn't been about Comcast folks alone. I think if you talk to any Comcaster, they'll tell you the last 18 months has been very different for them in terms of the amount of time they have spent on this. But they would also tell you that in every single one of our 39 states and every one of the 6,400 plus communities in which we work, there are folks who are working probably equally as hard as us on closing the digital divide and partnering with us. So it's literally been thousands of school districts, community-based organizations, national partners, local partners. I saw Arun from the Freedom Rings, which was a BTOP-funded group here in Philadelphia. They have been phenomenal. We have worked with all of our national partners and local partners. And our employees have adopted this. So we've got now crossing several hundred employees around the country who make this their mission to connect the dots for low-income families. So a couple other things that I want to hit on before I wrap up. The first is, I think, from a lessons learned perspective for us, we definitely have been able to validate in our experience this notion of it's got to be a real grassroots effort. Why it's so important for us to connect with, whether it's a BTOP-funded organization locally, a church group, a school district, is that this is not the kind of thing where we can just throw lots of advertising at it. Really important for us to make sure as many people know about 995. Clearly, that's important. But once you get underneath that, it varies depending on the community and the person that you're working with. And we know that we can't treat Chicago and the south side of Chicago the same. We might treat North Philadelphia or, a community in South Florida. And so the idea that sitting in Philadelphia in my office that I might be able to lay out some grand strategy and figure that out was ridiculous. So what we ended up doing was developing very localized plans using our people in the market, working with organizations in the market. School districts have been incredibly helpful in that regard. And one of the very simple things that we did was say, free school lunch program has a very straightforward mechanism for communicating with parents. It's an easy way to identify your eligibility, but there are also a bunch of processes that are built up around back to school. And so starting with back to school, we'll begin to communicate out using that process, working with school districts and really all the organizations that get children and families prepared for back to school. And then throughout the year, it's going back. And every single month, we're learning something new. If there's another top-line theme around this, is that you really don't and can't know it all. So you have to approach it with, some humility around you're going to learn something new every day, and you're going to have to adjust. So all along the way for us, starting from 18 months ago, we've had to make adjustments. We announced back in January a series of enhancements, and quite frankly, most of those enhancements came from conversations that we had with our partners and with customers who said, here's something that I would do differently. An example of that is the expansion from free to free and reduced price lunch. We heard from school districts loud and clear, you may distinguish the difference here, but the children with whom we work with, it's hard for us to distinguish it. We learned a lot in the beginning, and we realized that we could manage the program, so we expanded it. And by the way, it was one of the things that, our commissioner, outgoing chair commissioner said to us, right up front when we started the program. And, true to what she asked us to do and in our learnings, we realized, okay, we can handle this, and we expanded it. Similarly, the online content for learning. We heard a lot about the need for more interesting content, and we worked with partners, including folks at NBC Universal, to improve the content. So I think, the most important thing for us going forward is that you really can't stop on this. It really is every single day you're working in the trenches, finding the way to work with a particular community to narrow the gap. There's a lot more to say on it, but in respect for time, I'll close there and wait for Q&A.
Theo.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Could we cue up the slide that I've got? No slide? There we go. Thank you. So our program, Sustainable Broadband Adoption, is focused. We try to focus it really sharp in a small control group. We don't have a large area. It's a small program, $2.8 million. And where we live in Western Washington, we have a very low income level, very high unemployment level, and a very low education level. And we knew that, at least within our serving area, our telephone serving area, 100% of our telephone customers could get really good broadband, but only about 40% actually subscribe to it. So this program, next slide please, was designed to overcome all of those barriers to adoption and come up with a straightforward solution to each one of those. And really my goal was to go from 40% to 100%. Now, is that realistic? I'm still pushing. Next slide. Now, we wanted to do a holistic approach. And really, our only requirement to participate in the program is that you did not currently subscribe to broadband for whatever reason, any of those reasons. Didn't matter your income level or your education level, your physical abilities, completely unimportant. All I wanted was somebody that's willing to participate. So we wanted to cast a very wide net. Next slide. Now, how the program works, what's in it for the participant? Removing the barriers to broadband was the cost. One of the barriers is the cost. Another barrier is, well, I'm afraid of computers. I've heard the horror stories. I don't know anything about them, but my neighbor bought one, and then 6 months later she had to buy another one because it was outdated. So we provided a free laptop, free broadband subscription for 2 years, free installation. We hold the customer's hand and make sure that they are comfortable with it in their home, and at least 40 hours of classroom environment to teach that customer how to use that laptop, all the way from soup to nuts. Now, some of our participants already knew how to use a computer. That's fine. But we have a test out option, so we're not going to bore you to death. But if you're interested in the higher level classes, we have something for you. A lot of our participants had never touched a computer before, so it was, eek, this is a mouse. And we built up from there. And then we enhanced the programs because, as I will speak later, one of the things that I wish I'd have known then that I know now is relevance of the program. So we ask our participants, okay, what do you want to learn? What intrigues you? You want to learn how to use eBay? We can do an eBay class. Social media? We'll do social media classes. You want to do Angry Birds? We've got an Angry Birds class. And one of the nice things about our program is, I heard it mentioned earlier today, is transportation was an issue. Because of one of our partners, transportation was not an issue. We were able to go out and actually go to our subscribers' homes and pick them up and bring them to the class. Next slide, please. Now, our partners. We could not do this without partners. One of our primary partners was the Cowlitz Indian tribe, and through their business, Cowlitz Tribal Housing, they were able to provide the classroom environment for us. They years ago bought a Catholic school and remodeled it for tribal elder housing, but had the good sense not to take out all the classrooms for community functions, and we were able to use that classroom environment for our program. Centralia Community College loaned us an instructor that was absolutely wonderful. One of the things I think was the key elements to success in our program was Mary. People engaged with Mary. People felt alive with Mary, and she was able to take those people that were afraid or scared or humiliated because they felt like dummies. And she held their hands and she brought them through the classes, and they loved Mary, so they kept coming back for more. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of a good educator to make your program successful. The Chehalis Tribal Council, we expanded our program about halfway through in order to cast a wider net. So we reached out to the Chehalis tribe. And through their efforts, their outreach efforts, and the ability to use their facilities as well for classroom training, now we have 2 classroom environments. So we're reaching a much broader distance. We're now focused on over 4 counties, and one of the counties is 2,500 square miles. So a very wide net. And of course, NTIA. Without the funding for this program, there's just absolutely no way we could have even began to start a program that's so successful. Next slide, please. Now, the program was designed to fund 750 subscribers, and we're almost there. We've got just over 600. And what we've learned is all age groups, all income brackets, all ethnic backgrounds, education levels, income levels, it doesn't really matter. We're getting a good mix of everyone. Now, we do have probably more low-income people in the program, but that's where we live. We have a little higher level of elderly people in the program, but that's where we live. Those are the people that we serve and live in our communities. But by and large, there isn't one group that stands out more than others, so I'm encouraged that everybody participated. Now, most importantly is the difference we've made in people's lives. I won't read the letter, but there is a handout over there on that table written from a Robert Smith to Sheila Richardson, who is our marketing director. When I initially had the idea for this program, I was talking to my wife about it. She said, well, what's your overall goal? And I, all the highlight things that we just talked about. And she says, no. What do you really want out of this? And I said, you know what? I want to make a difference in at least one person's life. I want to know that somebody said, because of this program, I got a college education. And because of this program, now I have a job. This letter says that better than I ever could. So I encourage you to read that. Next slide, please. So what did we learn? Well, we spent a lot of money on outreach, and we spent a lot of money, unfortunately, I think, in places that didn't turn out very well for us. We did a lot of direct mailers. We did some radio advertising. We don't own a cable franchise, but so we didn't do any TV advertising. But those things didn't work. We spent a lot of money and got very few results. Grassroots worked. We started going door to door and literally knocking on people's doors. And if they're not home, we'd come back at a time when we think they're going to be home. Sometimes we'd visit that household 3 or 4 times until we actually got somebody to answer the door. That's when we really started to see participation come up in the program, because we had somebody from my staff be able to explain it to your grandmother why it's important that she needs to look at her grandkids on Skype. So the face-to-face, the human touch, the interaction, that's what really helped with our outreach efforts. We went to schools, to churches, and to libraries, and to senior centers, and when we could touch somebody, look them in the eye, we could gain their attention and get them interested in the program. Next slide, please. Now, here's the toughest nut to crack, and I'm not there yet, but we knocked down the barriers for cost. We knocked down the barriers for education. We knocked down the scary computer barrier. And oh my goodness, I forgot to mention what happens if it breaks. Well, the computer we'll fix it for 2 years for free. So we knocked down all those other barriers, but the one that I still struggle with is relevance. Broadband adoption, I find, is a very personal thing. Every one of us adopts broadband for an entirely different reason. Something that intrigues me doesn't necessarily intrigue you. So back to the face-to-face, I think, is very important, and I encourage all of us to continue to do this, to find out what it is about that individual that would get them to adopt broadband. Now, history, I'm encouraged by history in that in 1990, very few people had one of these. Nobody had a smartphone, but very few people had a cell phone. Now, how many in the room already have 2 of these? Yeah. So I'm encouraged that over time we'll see broadband adoption increase, but I hope it doesn't take 20, 25 years. I would offer that at this juncture in time, I'd have to say that maybe it's okay for us to acknowledge that 100% of the people aren't going to take it, but I will say 100% of the people should have access to it, because what I can't guess is where to put the fiber. Do I bring it to your house and then find out later you're not interested, and then you move and 6 months later somebody else moves in and they're interested? I have to bring it to everybody. And if it wasn't for programs like the BTOP, NTIA funding, Universal Service, or Lifeline, especially in rural America, none of us would be able to bring the fiber to anybody.
Elaine.
So a little over 3 years ago, maybe 3.5 years ago, before it was acquired by Sprint, Virgin Mobile launched this little product under the brand name Broadband to Go. The goals, the objectives, to make money. It's a retail product in the marketplace. The target audience, existing broadband users. In fact, people who love it so much they can't live without it. They're in airports, they're on trains like I was today, and anywhere they go, they need broadband access. Today, for example, I jumped on Amtrak for $5. I have access for the entire day. And so that was the target audience for this product. Maybe 6 months or a year into the launch, Virgin Mobile made available an unlimited offer, a monthly offer. So at the time, I think it was maybe for $40 a month, customers had truly unlimited access. By making the access unlimited on a monthly basis, Virgin Mobile became an unwitting contributor to efforts to close the digital divide. It became clear quite quickly that a number of those unlimited users were using this little USB device as their sole form of access. Looking at the patterns of usage, it became clear that in rural communities, this was a very, very popular device. If you can get Sprint wireless access, you could use this device to get truly internet access that any home could make good use of. Students could make good use of in education. Job seekers could make good use of. And a wonderful thing about this product is it's also prepaid. So as I said, I paid $5 on the way down today. I probably won't use it again, maybe for another few weeks until I'm traveling and I'm sitting in an airport. I pay $5 again. By the same token, a user of the unlimited monthly service can pay $40, use it for a month, for example, if they're doing a school project during that period, or how about looking for a job and they want to be on the internet. They can use it for a month, use it for 2 months, and then drop the service. It's a no-contract option. Around the same time, interestingly, Virgin Mobile launched its Assurance Wireless Lifeline telephone service, so voice service. And it didn't take too long, although longer than you might think, to kind of look at the peanut butter and the chocolate and realize they could go together. And so while this Virgin Mobile Broadband to Go product has only been marketed on a very, very limited basis to Assurance Wireless Lifeline customers, the announcement of the Broadband Lifeline trial last February was serendipitous, to say the least. And Virgin Mobile applied to participate alongside its Assurance Wireless co-brand and was selected for participation in the trial that will launch service on May 1st. And so what we'll be doing is marketing this Virgin Mobile product to the Assurance Wireless customer base in Ohio and in Massachusetts. And those states were chosen, Ohio, because it does have, a fairly rural population, and so it will be very interesting to see, what the interest is in this product and whether or not, as Virgin Mobile discovered, a fair number of households in Ohio, Lifeline households specifically, who adopt it, will use it as their sole means of access. And Massachusetts was chosen in part because there is a relatively high rate of usage, and there is obviously the Boston area and an urban area where there's a lot of interest, but where affordability might be an issue specifically for Lifeline customers. So as part of its broadband trial program, as I said, Virgin Mobile and Assurance Wireless together will market this product to Lifeline subscribers, current Assurance Wireless subscribers. We're looking to sign up 10,000 subscribers in the 2 states, and we'll be marketing 4 different products to gauge the impact of price of the device and price of the service on adoption rates. And so some customers will be given the option of free service on a monthly basis for 12 months. They will be asked to pay, in some cases, I believe it's $10 for the device or $50, I believe, for the device. So we'll be testing the device price points, and that'll be a one-time payment. And then we'll be testing 2 different service price points. One will be free service, but with an initial $20 activation charge up front, so the customer will make a one-time $20 payment and then receive service for 12 months. And then another group will be asked to pay a $20 monthly recurring charge for the service. And so again, it's a matter of testing, the pricing of the device as well as the pricing of the service. We are exploring partnerships. One of them is the Technology Goes Home organization in Boston. My colleagues on the Broadband to Go side have been in discussions with that organization. We'd love to be partnering with them or any other organization that's willing to, for example, give a netbook or a laptop to customers who can then use the Virgin Mobile USB device to access the internet. With respect to that broadband trial program, obviously there are no results to date, but we're very much looking forward to jumping in and finding out exactly what the interest will be in the product.
Dave.
Okay. Commissioner Landis, thank you for the opportunity to participate on this panel. I've got a presentation, so if you want to fire that up, and we'll get going. I thought I would take my 5 minutes and give you an overview on Frontier Communications. I lead the operations for Frontier Communications in the state of Ohio, and then talk about what we've done over the last 2.5 years to drive broadband availability and adoption, and then talk specifically about the Lifeline Broadband pilot program that we'll be kicking off in the month of May. So let's start off with an overview of Frontier. We have 3.2 million customers, and you can go to the next slide. We operate in 27 states. We have about 14,700 employees, 100% of which are based here in the United States. And that's very important for the markets we serve, because the markets we serve are primarily rural markets in all of the states that you see pictured there. We also firmly believe in a concept that we call local engagement. All of our markets across the country are led by a local general manager whose responsibility it is to really get involved, get engaged in their communities, to engage with government, to engage with community organizations, with businesses, and really to perform at a grassroots level. So that's a snapshot of Frontier. The next page really gives you the formula that we think is the formula of success for adoption, and it starts with availability. Also, a big barrier, and we've heard this throughout some of the presentations today, is the access to a device to access the internet. And then relevance and education and affordability. The first two areas we've spent a lot of time, energy, and capital in over the last 2.5 years, in driving availability and also in deploying devices to enable our customers to access the internet. I'm going to start off with availability. Back in July of 2010, we made a transformational acquisition which really tripled the size of our organization. The markets that we acquired had very low broadband availability. In fact, it was somewhere around 62%. Now, you compare that to the markets that we owned prior to the acquisition, and the availability was 92%. So over the last 2.5 years, we've invested more than $1.5 billion in capital into our networks and really deploying the availability of broadband. And now we have availability to about 80% availability in those areas that were previously at 62%. We've also launched just recently a satellite service, so we can now reach customers throughout all of our service territory with one form of broadband or another. It's not the field of dreams. Somebody had said this before. When we go and we invest capital, we're really looking at not just making it available, but driving the adoption, driving penetration in those areas. For us as a company, a for-profit company, of course, that goes without saying. We're not going to be, investing in areas unless, we really think that we can drive adoption. So we're out there working. Before we're putting in a new site, we're going in canvassing to let customers know that we're coming to their neighborhoods. When we launch it, we're out there. We're doing door-to-door. We're doing direct mail marketing. We're going after the customers where they live, where they shop, where they're in their communities. We really think that is important. So adoption is critically important for our business model. In terms of end-user equipment, this is something that we've done for a number of years. Go to the next slide. I'm sorry. We're a couple behind. There you go. End-user equipment. Over the last 5 years, we've given away over 150,000 computers, computers in the form of desktop or laptop computers with customers who subscribe to our service. Most recently, in the fourth quarter of this year, we've been running a promotion that offers a free Apple gift card. For small business customers, that gift card has a value of up to $500, and for residential customers, up to $450. And what this has done, I've heard some conversations earlier today about the advent of the tablet and how, the tablet computer now is really starting to take prevalence in, accessing the internet. And we've seen a tremendous success in that over the last 75 days. We've also launched, along with that, over the last year, our Frontier Secure suite of services. So when a customer gets that device, We've got services now that provide them with IT support, with data backup, and also basic security suite of services. And what we're finding more and more is customers are looking at us as not just, their broadband provider, but as the total broadband solutions provider. They want one-stop shopping. They want to come to us for their access. They want to come to us to, provide potentially the backup on their computer, and also, some of the security services as well. Two areas that we're now starting to get more into, and the first one is relevance and education. We partnered with Connect Ohio, which is a state-level organization that's part of Connected Nation. They actually approached us. They have a program in Ohio called Every Citizen Online. And it's a digital literacy program where they offer basic computer training to customers through the library system in Ohio, also some of the community colleges. They approached us and they said, Frontier Communications, we're doing these programs in many of your communities. Would you be interested in giving some type of premium or even discounted service to customers who graduate from the Every Citizen Online program? So what we did was we ran a trial where we were giving away netbooks to customers who graduated. And through this program, on this limited trial, we were able to get 150 new broadband customers. And looking at the profile of these customers, these are customers that we would not have gotten through our traditional marketing. These were customers that tended to be seniors, low-income customers, even displaced workers, again, that weren't the type of customers that we were necessarily targeting or reaching, I should say, with our traditional advertising. So what we're doing now is more of that grassroots and going out to where these customers, potential customers, are. So working more with those community organizations, with libraries, with senior centers to try to reach those customers. And that's a good segue to the final area that I want to talk about, which is affordability. I mentioned before that we were fortunate enough to be selected as one of the FCC's Lifeline Broadband Pilot Program participants. It's going to be kicking off in the month of May, on May 1st. We've got a trial going in our Ohio markets and one of our West Virginia markets. The trial is going to offer to Lifeline eligible customers a standard discount of $20 off of the normal service price. In some of the markets, what we're going to be doing is promoting the digital literacy program, and if customers go through the digital literacy program, they will get an incremental service discount, or they could choose a laptop computer. So with this program, we're going to be able to see what it's going to take to drive incremental broadband adoption in some of these communities. Some of the markets will just have the standard offer of $20. Others will have the opportunity of going through the digital literacy program and getting an incremental service discount, or if they choose, a computer. So at the end of this program, we'll hopefully be able to see what one of these programs moved the needle the most and which was most successful, and hopefully we can continue to employ that program going forward.
My thanks to all the panel for presenting a great deal of information in a very succinct, articulate, and timely and short fashion. So, first of all, I think there are a couple of common threads through most of what you have discussed, all of you. One is that it's not just about the pipes, so to speak. I think we've heard that earlier today, but I think one of the things that you drive home for us is the notion that to the extent that you can bring more than just the access to the service, that will elevate the likelihood of getting a successful result based on your objectives. All of you stated, as we've heard throughout today, that this needs to be a community-based sort of program, regardless of exactly the form that it might take, and even somewhat surprisingly, that maybe the traditional media, I mean, of course, social media are not an option because folks don't have the computers in the first place, but that the traditional media may not be as helpful, as knocking on doors and going door to door and being very much based within the community. But the reality is that some communities, however you may define that community, maybe it's literally a physical community, maybe it's a school, maybe it's another partner type approach, will be more susceptible to your initiatives than others. So how do you identify where you're likely to have the greatest success? I'll come back through this, but how do you identify them? What characteristics, if any, do they share? Do you attack those communities or neighborhoods first, or do you just make your offering everywhere? So let's take those one at a time. How do you identify those areas where it appears that you will have the largest likelihood of initial success?
I'll start off. One of the things we've done most recently is a lot of segmentation, marketing segmentation, and really looking at who are the customers in these markets where we operate. In many of the rural properties that we have in Ohio, it does tend to be a higher propensity of seniors. So one of the key programs that we are looking to employ, as I mentioned, is the Lifeline program, and targeting these customers where they shop and also where they shop, where they are active, and looking at getting to them through distribution that's going to reach them. It could be going directly to the source of where they're maybe at a restaurant or where they shop, at a senior center. And then also looking at presenting to them things that are relevant to them. If it's sharing photos of their grandchildren or Skyping with their grandchildren, something that's going to spring them into action to say, this is a service that I need, this is a service that's going to improve the quality of my life.
I'll go next. So our commitment was to launch this everywhere. We launched it everywhere at once. So we've approached the market from a do it everywhere, but after 18 months worth of doing that, you do get a sense of where is it more successful than not. And I think some of the success factors come back to, in the individual markets, who are you working with on the ground and what kind of infrastructure is there to help with, I think, the point that Dave is making around driving relevancy and also just driving messaging. So if you segment out this population and say that there's a part of this population that just needs to hear about the offer. Right, and they'll sign up. I hear about $9.95. That's what I was waiting for. Price war. I need to get the computer, and they sign up. I think there's another part of the population. We know that there is a decision that gets made around relevance. Either I don't see it as relevant to spend my disposable income here, or I don't get how the internet can benefit me. And when you talk about that part of the population, you really need something on the ground. And so what we have seen is you sort of take it through all the stakeholders. So successful markets for us, you've got a really engaged school district, you have a really engaged, mayor, set of elected officials, and you've got a really engaged group of grassroots stakeholders. So if I look at places, in Philadelphia, the folks at Freedom Rings have a huge collective of people who change the culture around how we talk about this. If you look at the Denver area, you have not only the school districts in the city and around there, but also the elected officials who all make this a part of what they're saying and talking about the future. And so it's hard for people not to see the relevance around it. And I think the mistake that we make often is we try to pigeonhole this issue into one simple bucket. We call it broadband adoption. If you care about healthcare, if you care about education, if you care about jobs, if you care about energy, you have to care about broadband adoption. And so getting all those stakeholders to be a part of the discussion changes it on a market-by-market basis.
So initially, Assurance Wireless and Virgin Mobile will be marketing generally to the entire Assurance Wireless base, or a statistically significant sampling of those bases in Ohio and Massachusetts. And so we'll be looking at the Lifeline the Lifeline community generally. I think the question that you raise is a very interesting one, and one that Assurance Wireless and Virgin Mobile are hoping to collect some information about, which is exactly which segments of the Lifeline customer base will be most interested in a prepaid, USB device, one that would require, customers to, take some action on a monthly basis as they need the service to top up and continue to use the service. And so I think that's going to be part of the findings of our broadband trial.
Although this program didn't provide any funding for infrastructure build-out, one of the things we did learn on our door-to-door efforts is that I could never predict who is going to subscribe after we give them the sales pitch. So as I look back at our telephone operations, our broadband operations, as I'm building out my network and replacing my old copper network with fiber, to decide whose house gets the fiber as we're building out, I have no decision. I have to bring it to everybody because I never know who will take it. And if one person refuses to take it today, something may be relevant tomorrow where they say, well, wait a minute, I changed my mind.
So is that in part because the community that you serve is relatively homogeneous, or is it just a matter of you never know?
I think you just never know.
Okay. So, one thing that I want to go back to, you mentioned that, and mentioned it in different ways, that content might be a matter of concern. I think, Brent, you mentioned educationally relevant content and the fact that maybe there was not sufficient of quality, robust nature that you began to look at that. Is content also beyond just, and oh yes, and of course you can get Angry Birds if you want to. Is that a factor in your efforts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is content and digital literacy are the areas that we least understand. If you ask everybody in this room to describe what digital literacy is, you're going to get, if there are 100 or so people here, you're going to get 100 different answers. But what is real clear is that there's a sliding scale around this. We're very focused here on, we want to get people online. The first hope is you get them online, they can figure out the rest of it. But the truth is, once you do get them online, figuring out the rest of it may not be that simple. So yes, they play Angry Birds and they'll do other social media, but how much do they know about the content that can help their children learn? Or that I can go on and do a search, whether it's Bing or Google, and find coupons and save money every single month. That I can find health aids. I mean, there's this sort of long list of things. I had this great experience the other night. Someone who I'd spoken to a year ago and told a story about using Google Earth to teach my sons about different places. I wanted to teach them about Africa, and people have heard me tell the story before. I put in Mount Kilimanjaro and tapped to it, and it goes from our house in Philadelphia over the Atlantic Ocean on top of Mount Kilimanjaro, and they can see the snow-capped mountains, and we get to talk about that. And so this person who I had no idea, and this is a very well-educated attorney in Philadelphia, said, I didn't even think I could do that. And he's doing that with his kids now. So I think there is more and more of that even those of us consider ourselves computer savvy really aren't doing to fully leverage the power of this. And you think about someone who comes on, as intuitive as this device is, still not intuitive enough to say, here are the 10 things that will be really meaningful to your life, not just entertaining. People who don't have access to this have every right to be entertained. Just like the rest of us, but we want to make sure that they get the full value from healthcare, from jobs, from education, and there's a lot of work all of us can do, I think, in that space.
One of the things we're seeing is, customers now are starting to get more of their entertainment directly from the internet, and over the last couple of years, you've seen the advent of smart TVs. And it's predicted that that's going to be more of a growing space going forward. and more video is being watched online. So it's not just informational content that's out there, but we're really seeing now, I think, what is really a move towards getting more and more of the entertainment content that previously customers had gotten from different services online through the internet.
I think that the customer feedback that Assurance Wireless, just the voice service, takes the most pride in are the stories we hear from customers who were able to find a job as a result of having that Lifeline service. And so part of the promotion in connection with the Virgin Mobile Broadband to Go product, as it will be marketed to the Assurance Wireless customer base, will be emphasizing how useful the internet can be in a job search, and we genuinely hope that Lifeline customers will use the service for just that purpose.
For the entertainment aspect, our company actually promotes over-the-top video to our customers. We encourage them to stream video, and I know for certain at least one of our BTOP participants adopted because of the History Channel they could stream over a Roku box. That was what was relevant to them. Now, that same person, now I know, is also sharing photographs with her grandchildren across the country. She's Skyping. She's emailing. She learned how to type. She's in her 70s. But that's what it took to get her to adopt.
Now, we heard earlier from John Horrigan. I would guess that he would not let me off the hook without asking the question, what are you going to do in terms of gathering data and analyzing what you're doing and trying to mine this experience for as much as you can about things to learn going forward?
With the Lifeline program that we're going to be kicking off in May, we'll be looking at data on a customer-by-customer basis. So we'll be capturing a number of different data points and then looking at those data points to determine, what we need to do potentially to change our marketing, to change our offers, to be able to reach some of these communities that before we haven't been able to, tap into.
Yeah, and similarly for us, so I think one of the big values of having this embedded in our business and having operations people take ownership for it is that they look at it, through a similar lens, that says we launch products all the time. We go to market, we see how customers react, what works, what doesn't work, and then we go back and tweak it. And that's been part of the benefit of the process. So collecting data from the beginning is seeing how an offer works, seeing what the experience is from the customer, what's your call volume, all of those things help to shape the program going forward. And we continue to do that since the beginning.
I would echo both of their comments and say, in terms of the collection of data, we're going to collect whatever it is the Commission and USAC is requiring us to collect, certainly. And then we'll be, very interested again in the demographics of the Lifeline customer base that opts to use our product and use a prepaid product. I think, as I mentioned earlier, that's really something that the Virgin Mobile folks are very, very focused on and very interested in.
So one of the things that's very important to us is as our program matures, it's a 2-year program for our customers, and we're starting to see those customers come up on 2 years. One of the things that we want to know is, why did you keep it? If you kept it, why did you keep it? Now, if they drop it, of course, we're going to ask them why they did that, but I suspect that probably if we go back and look at that first survey they did when they answered why don't they have it, those two answers would probably match right up. But I really want to know, why do they keep it?
Now, so gathering the right data is the first step, but making that data democratically available as much as possible is perhaps the second step. So do you have plans to share non-proprietary aspects of that data, with your peers through trade associations or other vehicles, so that the learning that you do is spread throughout industry?
So Commissioner, last January, after we were 5 months into the program, but we started right away. We knew that we were still learning a lot, but we published a report that goes through a lot of the data that we had already picked up, and it was preliminary, but the idea being there are a lot of other folks who are trying to do this, and the more that we can learn from everyone else's mistakes, we made our share of them, hopefully we'll continue to improve the process here. So I think, the intent for all of this is to try to, whether it be in the format of these reports or in small group forums, to try to share as much of the lessons learned, and we're really happy. I mean, the more people that are in the fold doing this, the greater likelihood that, we'll save our time from making other mistakes.
I have two questions from the internet. First of all, would Comcast consider offering free or discounted wireless routers as a part of its Internet Essentials program so that consumers with less expensive devices such as tablets could use the program too?
So I'll take that one back. And I say it that way because we've gotten, literally dozens of ideas that we have implemented over time from people who have just asked the question. So that's one I'll take back.
Okay. For Frontier, in the areas where you're promoting the satellite service connection, is it a measuring tool to assess the priority of that area for fiber build-out? And then, if you do not get adoption rates to satellite service that are desirable, will that affect that community's future for fiber connection?
What we launched the satellite service primarily for was to reach, that 2 to 3, 4% of customers that's going to be very difficult to reach in the real remote areas. We continue to build out our terrestrial service, but this was really a bridge strategy for us to be able to reach those customers now who maybe we won't get to for 6 months, for 12 months, and also to provide service to those customers in the extreme, remote areas of our service territory.
So you indicated a bridge mechanism, first of all, for those to whom you've not yet built out, but that's a relatively short-term
depending on where they are. It depends on their particular area. Some of the customers, potentially even when we build out, may opt to retain the satellite service, and that will really be their personal preference.
Okay. Questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Yes, hi. I had a question for Dale. I wanted to know if you had any data about the multiplier effect of the customers who are targeted for the reduced price services. For example, in their immediate local social networks, are you finding that they were encouraging their friends, family, customers to actually use their disposable income to start trying broadband services?
The word of mouth, door to door for us was the first step, and then provide that customer with an exceptional experience. They start saying good things about you. They're going to talk to their neighbors, their friends, and their loved ones, and those people will call and sign up for the program. So absolutely. But I will tell you, if they don't have a good experience, they'll talk about that too.
As I understand, two of your companies became involved in this because of merger commitments that you made to the FCC. Two of the companies are becoming involved in broadband adoption programs by virtue of having been selected for the Lifeline pilot project programs. And I believe Dale's company became involved in as a result of the BTOP awards, grant awards from NTIA. My question is, and I realize that because one or two of your companies are just getting involved in it, you may not have a response. But my question is, do you think that there will be a business case for companies to voluntarily initiate broadband adoption programs, or inevitably are we going in the direction that there will have to be a national Lifeline broadband program administered by the FCC and USAC and potentially state commissions? And if so, give me your thoughts about what that might look like if you can do so at this point in time.
I'll start off. For us, we really were not required in terms of the acquisition that we did to promote broadband adoption. That's something that we have done, on our own, and we continue to do. I mean, it's good for us, like I said, when we deploy a site to go out there and penetrate that market and drive market share. For us as a business, that is a good thing to do. I do think, though, to really to maximize broadband adoption, it is going to take a combination of the private companies along with programs like Lifeline to really go deep and wide into some of these demographic segments that have not yet adopted.
So similarly, in terms of broadband adoption, we've got a fairly long history of having programs. Internet Essentials clearly much bigger than previous programs. But I think the experience that we've had, and now you've got a much deeper base of data that allows companies to try to figure out how do I penetrate that market. And it's actually, it's more complicated now. We didn't get into all the nuance around, when we talk about the unadopted, how do smartphones play into and wireless devices play into how I perceive whether or not I'm unadopted, and what mix of that is really what people are looking for. And I think we're kind of in a brave new world stage around that. So you'll see a lot of experimenting that people are doing, trying to figure out the marketplace. We saw a lot of that already on the wireless side, where the wireless folks have done a lot of different programs to try to figure that out. And you're seeing these programs now are just getting data. I think, when we got into this, you talk to our business folks, they had no idea what to expect. You kind of roll it out and say, we're going to learn and we'll figure it out. And, every 6 months you start to get a better grasp on, well, what's it like to, have to, do customer acquisition here and onboarding, and, what's my call volume like? All those things, those lessons help all of our business folks figure out, how do you market to this segment? And this is just one segment amongst the various segments that we're all targeting.
I think, Virgin Mobile's answer to your question would be that's exactly what we're hoping to learn through our participation in the broadband pilot, whether or not there's sort of an independent business case, or, whether or not Lifeline will play an integral role in getting low-income consumers to sign up for this service. As it stands, our view of the Broadband to Go product is it makes an excellent broadband service available at what we believe to be a very reasonable price point. And that's part of what we're going to test through our participation in the broadband trial. Is $20 a month too much for a customer? And how much data do we need to be providing at that $20 a month price point? What if we have a service activation fee, but otherwise could provide service on a monthly basis at no cost while the customer is Lifeline eligible? Will that promote adoption among the low-income consumer base? So that's really exactly what we are hoping to learn through the pilot.
One of the things that I learned is that the acquisition cost of a broadband adopter through the BTOP program is almost the same cost as bringing fiber to that household. They almost match. You look at dollar for dollar total dollars. So that's a great question, and I have not thought on long. Can I double my acquisition costs and create a business case without some sort of support? I would say today likely not. But what I have learned is by going forth with this effort, the customers are happy, there's a lot more people involved, a lot more people engaged, and it does work.
I have a question to Mr. Davidson. This is regarding your satellite broadband program. I'd like to know what kind of bandwidth you're offering, the price points, and how do you see the response in the market, generally speaking. Just give some color. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
First of all, take the response in the market's been very good, especially in those areas where there's not a terrestrial broadband option. The price points range anywhere from $50 up to the high 70s, 80s, in that range. The speeds are very good. This is the next generation satellite, so we're not talking about 2 meg or 3 meg download speeds. We're talking about download speeds of up to 15 meg. So it's giving customers in these areas options they did not have before. And again, the reception has been very good.
Let me go back for a moment to the question that was posed a few moments ago, and I'll give you the opportunity to pass on the question, if you choose to do so. But given the various programs that you've looked at, and recognizing that you're at different stages of development, do you think that these programs are such that you will at least recover your marginal cost on acquisition of new customers? Dale, maybe I should give you a pass since I don't know that you can recover for free. But do you think that that's something that you can accomplish? In other words, that you're not losing money on the marginal customer that you add through this approach?
Well, for us, and I'll start with the Lifeline program, with the grant, of course, yes. I mean, the answer will be yes. The question will be, beyond the Lifeline program, beyond the pilot itself. And that's something that we are continuing to look at and will continue to explore of, once we do see the results of this program, what we will need to do to tailor our offers and also potentially our distribution, our go-to-market strategy to be able to reach these customers profitably.
So I think what's perhaps different for us, at least with Internet Essentials, is the programmatic piece of it. So it's not just the reduced price internet service, but also subsidizing the cost of a computer, and then the wraparound services that we're putting resources into with partners for training. So I think the short answer is not sure yet. I think we're learning a whole lot more about it, and I think there'll be a different answer if you're just looking at the broadband service than perhaps the wraparound. And I think what's interesting if you juxtapose, I know Zach was here for a while. The Connect to Compete program really pieces together different components. So you have an ISP that provides the service, very similar to the original A+ proposal several years ago, and then you have other partners who are doing other parts to kind of make the whole thing work, and you can slot pieces in. I mean, right now we're making it available to everyone whether or not they need it, but you can easily see, depending on the marketplace and the individual, here they don't need a computer. You have a family who's fine, they have a computer, they just need the service, and we're figuring out how do we efficiently market to them and get them on board, versus somebody who really needs the full wraparound. Is not digitally illiterate, doesn't have a computer. We got to figure out how do we get the computer, how do we get them trained, and get them the service. And I think those are two different ways of looking at it. Not a simple answer.
My business people never like me to wing it, but I can't help myself. I suspect for customers who are on who participate in the broadband trial and are on the service for 12 months, and for whom the service is fully subsidized, so in other words, for whom Virgin Mobile will collect $20 every month for 12 months, I suspect that business case will make sense and ultimately could either break even or be profitable. However, we are estimating, and it's in our broadband proposal, that for customers whom are part of the treatment group who will pay $20, $20 monthly recurring charge every month, we expect them to purchase probably only 5 months of service during that 12-month period, because again, they have the choice of purchasing in any given month. And so I think that becomes more questionable, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay. One last question, if I could, please. As succinctly as you can, and I realize this is a challenge because of the question I'm going to throw at you, what lesson would you think is most important for other companies which may be looking at a similar sort of program to that which you've undertaken? What lesson is most important to them that you learned from the time you started until we're here today? What would they most benefit from taking away from this program? Go ahead.
3 words. Holistic, personal approach.
Everyone else else is still thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not that
Yeah.
pithy.
Yeah, one of the things that we learned through our program is that, and it's odd, it's kind of an oxymoron because we're talking the internet, a computer, or a cold device that doesn't have a heartbeat. But in order to engage people that are not easily adopted into the program, you have to be personal. You have to be warm. You have to show emotion and affection and get them excited.
I think just to parlay off of that is I think that's critically important. I think the one thing, probably a lesson learned for most companies when you're now trying to penetrate the non-adopters is really to start with relevance. I mean, so many times you may start with a real zoomy device, but that's not going to mean anything to someone who really maybe is adverse to technology. So you start with things that they're going to resonate with that individual, regardless of what that is, that's going to crack the code, that's going to push them over the edge to say, I want that, I need that, it's going to improve the quality of my life.
I think I would say that there's a need to start like you would start with any product in really understanding the marketplace. I think there's a tendency to oversimplify what the marketplace looks like and then the strategies. So when we say, for programs like ours, which is geared toward low-income populations, it's really big, and we tend to look at one point and assume everyone's the same in what they need. And you need to get inside of that and understand, for segmenting that population, what are the marketing strategies and the messages that are going to work best for them. And I think it's taken us a while, and I think we're still learning about that. But that's the one that I have conversations with people the most, where they tend to just glom it all together, and then when they finally figure out it's not that easy, they're shocked by it.
I think, something that I believe we learned is that, customers who are new to the technology don't come in with the same understanding and vocabulary. And so, that's why I mentioned the introduction of the unlimited offer as being the tipping point. Initially, when Virgin Mobile was attempting to price, certain megs or gigs by, this dollar amount on a monthly basis, frankly, it was probably just confusing to new adopters. And so saying unlimited for $40 a month, that's easy to understand, and I think that made a real connection with new users.
Please join me in thanking our panelists. And Angie, if you would bring us home this afternoon.
So I just cannot thank you, our audience, both here in the room and those of us who are watching on the web, for joining us today, because as wonderful as a summit this was, it wouldn't have been nearly as great if no one had heard it. So we're so glad that you were able to participate with us. I also want to just thank again, our fearless leaders, our commissioners on the federal state joint conference who really hatched this idea. Commissioner White in particular for his leadership, and Chairman Landis, and of course my boss, Commissioner Clyburn. It's just been a pleasure to work with all of them. They're just the nicest people. They really do such great service for the American people, and I want to thank you. And thanks to all the staff, those working behind the computers, and those who've been dealing with name tags and lunches. I mean, it really takes a village to make the summit work. And those of you who haven't been named in particular, I just really want to say thank you for your service to the American people. We really do appreciate the work of those of you who have decided to work for the public sector and for the public good. So I hope all of you have very safe travels home. I know some of you are trying to get back to beat a big snowstorm, and some of you are just traveling on the metro, and some of you are flying to other places. Please, please be safe. Godspeed.